everyone, and welcome to the EWC Spotlight. We're halfway through a day of amazing games. I've got Miles and Barney joining me on the couch. Gentlemen, I keep hearing the crowd get louder and louder every single time I walk through this hall. Who's been the loudest crowd for you so far?
Oh, the loudest crowd for us. We've actually got quite a few people that are supporting. I mean, we've got like Aurora Gaming, but we've also got some major fans flown in from Pakistan and India, and they are popping off in the crowd, like shouting at each other and then shouting on the stage as well. It's pretty fantastic.
Any brawls in the crowd yet that you've seen?
We came close. We came really close with the Gentlemates fans, who are obviously Paris-based, and they are loving today. They got a generational hate watch. They got to watch two teams who they've got kind of characters on both sides that they really don't like, and it was so lovely for them.
Yeah, 4 games going on today. We do have Call of Duty Black Ops 7. We've got Honor of Kings. We got Tekken. We have, of course, PUBG Mobile World Cup, and all of the scores that we have so far up on the board. But listen, we do have to talk a little bit about Call of Duty because that's being played right now. So what have we seen so far?
Oh my God, obviously, I don't know where to start. I mean, I could just start at the start of the day, but right now, I mean, we have run through an incredible series of matches. We just finished Optic Gaming versus 100 Thieves. That was a wonderful 5-game series to the absolute end, and Thieves came out on top, so they'll be leaving the group phase. G2 also getting out of that one, and we'll be seeing lots more games. Nothing massive in terms of upsets. The only thing we can call an upset really is one of our amateur teams, the Pit. They defeated one of the professional CL teams, the Carolina Royal Ravens. Those boys are out. We'll see them on MW4.
All I heard from that was that Nate Shot is somewhere incredibly happy.
You'd hope so.
Right.
I mean, you'd hope so.
Right.
I mean, Nate's such an emotional viewer. It's hard. It's hard to watch games with Nate, especially when his heart's in it.
But it's just one of those fantastic either like co-streams, or you'll get the clip on social media later of either incredibly happy or crashing out and just kind of like pissed in front of the computer.
Yeah.
Again, we still have a couple more games to go.
We do. We got another matchup later tonight. And again, nothing massive in terms of club championship changes or, again, wild upsets. It's been good, COD, though. It's been the good.
I love that Optic versus 100 Thieves went the distance, though. That's exactly what you wanted.
Oh, it did. And not only that, but the Gentlemates fans there, of course, Hydra, a player for 100 Thieves, he's a Frenchman. So he immediately had that French crowd behind him, and they were cheering his name and chanting him, and they got him the win. And it was delightful. It was lovely.
Delightful. All right, well, we talked about what's going on the STC Arena stage, but the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we have some Honor of Kings going on. We have the bracket up on the board. What have we been missing?
I mean, AGAL coming into this competition, everyone that I've spoken to has said that they are the favorites. If you're ever going to hedge your bets against one team, it is, of course, AGAL to just absolutely smash everyone. They both swept. They swept their quarterfinal 4-0 to get into the semis. Didn't drop a single game. It's absolutely stunning to see what they can do. Kwaishu Gaming as well, doing the same thing. And, you know, we have a historic 3rd consecutive potential winner in Yinyu. So I think that as far as everything goes on the Honor of Kings, everything seems to be just going as according to plan. It's kind of like what Miles said about what's going on with Black Ops 7 as well. It's following what you would think would be happening.
Exactly.
If it was scripted, so far so good.
All right, well then over on the Alliance Vault stage, we do have Tekken 8. And as you said, some of these fans going crazy. What's been going on?
Yeah, I think that, you know, favorites, it's kind of gone the other way. Favorites have been eliminated. Those of Ni and Atif have both been eliminated from the competition. Players who you expected would have gone the distance, unfortunately, Gonzo. And a player who managed to get through to this competition via the LCQ by the name of Rafe, he shocked everyone by eliminating the current champion of the Esports World Cup. So, spicy, isn't it, Miles Ross?
I bumped into Tasty Steve in the gym, and he said that. He was just like, all the storylines, everything's perfect right now. We're in for an amazing tournament.
Okay, here's the thing. We only have a couple minutes left, and I know that you want to talk about some PUBG Mobile. We have to jump into that over on the Qiddiya City grid. So what do we got?
Yeah, the Qiddiya City grid's been popping off. Again, kind of according to plan with a few minor twists. Nigma Galaxy are a team that are often really good, but this year they've been playing terribly, unfortunately. But coming into this competition, they've been absolutely pulling it out of the bag. And fortunately for them right now, they are in 3rd place. In terms of club championship, Aurora Gaming are in 4th, and GK and AGAL struggling a little bit in 9th and 10th at the moment.
All right. Well, final thoughts. I want to come to you first because we're going to talk about Black Ops in a second. Final thoughts from you.
Final
before
thoughts.
we get back into it.
Tekken, they may as well have thrown a grenade into the middle of it, so it's pretty interesting to see what's happening right now. I think HOK going according to plan. Keep your eyes on AGAL because they should stomp their way through the tournament. PUBG Mobile, it's anyone's game. We're in the group stage. We're in day one. We got like 10 days of competition, so it's going to get spicy as we go through those days.
Spicy. Can I get a spicy prediction from you on the next match coming up? A quick one at that.
I think another professional team loses to an amateur squad. I think they get knocked clean out. TKO, CLA team. They'll be on the plane back home a little early.
Oh my goodness. Man, this has been the most exciting EWC spotlight so far because I'm just getting spice thrown at me. Potentially a brawl in the crowd, a little bit of this. But again, we have some games to watch, so let's go jump over to the stage.
It's Kalaris here at PMWC for EWC 26, and I have a returning PMWC champion here in Alpha 7. Today, what we're going to do with them is we're going to ask them some questions and see how well they know one another. Without further ado, let's do the first one. They're all going to write down their answers, and then we're going to compare them afterwards. Who forgets to heal?
Okay.
We can show? I'm seeing a trend here, and then maybe one is different. All obscure. Okay, next one. This is similar. Who forgets to reload? Okay.
What do you think? Todos. Doido? Você, pai. Você esquece demais de recarregar.
Okay, next one. Who spends the longest looting?
Isso aí não tem nem segredo.
That's a big one. Okay. Well, so many exclamation marks.
Easy.
You. Revo. Okay. It's got to be Revo. It's got to be Revo. Who would win in a dance competition?
Como é que não ganha?
Okay, an easy Revo win. Ah, this guy. It's good. Best streamer, best dancer, crazy. Yeah. Who would spend the longest in a shopping mall?
Depende do que, né? Tipo assim.
Yeah.
É.
All on the same page. Yeah. Of course.
Perfume.
Perfume?
Yeah.
He's too full, you know? Stylish. Who would forget where they parked their car?
Nunca.
Escrevi o nome dele errado. Maybe.
Oh my God. Okay, well, that is it. Thank you very much, Alpha 7, for joining us. We had a lot of fun. Best of luck in the tournament. And that is it done here for PMWC EWC 26.
My dream right now, it's like become a PMWC champion. I'm fighting so much for that. Be MVP of any global championship. When I was a child, I just like to play, to be honest. Like at my 6 years old, I start playing some other games. To be honest, I just play and sometimes football, but it was not so good. How my family would describe me, I think like I have kid, I have guy, and I always smiling and trying to keep everyone happy on my side. What I miss the most when I'm away from home is like my friends, my family. I miss like going to school also. My perfect day off gonna be like driving, because I love to drive always. I have a G20, 320i. I love to eat, like, but not normal food, like fast food, like McDonald's or something like that. I always love to eat that. Something people don't know about me, I'm so afraid of heights. When I go to the airplane, I want to sit in the window, but I always close to don't sit. My career changed me like as a person, like everything. I became the man I am today because of my career, because the people was by my side. So like changed everything on my life. The person I want to be remembered as like a happy guy who always is smiling, and I want to be remembered like a man who never stopped fighting. He always like chasing his dreams.
My goodness, Barney, can you believe yesterday? E-Arena winning with a 39-point game on Rondo.
Honestly, unbelievable. Nongshim Red Force taking home 2 chicken dinners as well. But you know what? There's only one team on everyone's minds at this point, because yesterday was Jackie?
Hello?
We're the first people in, mate. What are you doing here?
Hello, I was here. It's fine.
What do you mean you were here? You've been here all night.
I was here.
Have you been here all night, mate? Have you been to bed?
All right, okay, but you want to see something that'll make it way more sense? The reason I've been here, Barney, V equal W. Put 2 of them together, that's 2. That's a W. Then I started thinking, well, the name goes further than that. It's like some sort of symbol, isn't it? Because that's what they do with shapes.
Jackie.
Hello?
Jackie. What's going on, mate? I don't understand.
This is going on. Vitality. TT. Bees. Bees make honey. Honey then translates into money at some point through some sort of transactional sale, usually with farmers, I'd imagine, but in this case, Battleground.
Jackie,
winning.
Jackie, if you need a nap in the green room, mate, it's okay. It's day 2.
No, Barney. Yellow. Hello, that's 2 O's, by the way. Circle, they're always getting zone. Hello, zone.
Jackie, Group B, day 2 today. It's been a day. It's been all night. Why are you
saying
still
B?
here?
Why does no one understand? He's saying B, I'm saying B, Vitala B.
Okay, Jackie, okay, now. Yeah, let's go this way. Okay, yesterday was an unbelievable day for a particular team, and it seems that that team is on everyone's mind.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir on m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma page, je pense pas j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse ta qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
Clara's here for the STC Rewind, and we've got to talk about all of the games from yesterday, of course. Games 2 and 1 looked amazing. Horror, of course, getting themselves a win, but you also had E-Arena getting themselves a record-breaking game on day number 1.
Shh. It's just Vitality.
Erangel was totally dominated by Nongshim Red Force down in the military island, not only on the west side of the military island, but also on the east side as well. They looked fantastic, not only from compounds, but the splits that they were able to utilize to all the way to the late game.
Vitality!
All right, well, 2 more games remaining, and it's going to be Miramar here to finish off the...
Someone say Vitality on Miramar? The bestest team, the most aggressive team, the greediest team have always split on Crater Field. I cannot believe it. But more than that, they won the next Miramar as well, Calaris.
Yeah, they did.
Let's help you out here a little bit.
All right, it doesn't matter anyway. We've got the bubble teams as well. You've got Godlike, you've got S2G, Yangon Galacticos. They're really going to need to put up a big performance today to try and catch up to the top 5. That's it for the STC Rewind.
Vitality.
Vitality indeed, because this squad has been absolutely destroying yesterday. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMWC at EWC 26. It's just the group stages, and we are already breaking records. Not only did we get a 29 elimination game out of E-Arena yesterday, we also got Vitality getting more points in 1 day than Forthrice was able to do in 2 days with 108 points. And with all the watch parties, shout out to the record-breaking men, Snacks Gaming, breaking records, keep it up, bye. But now it's time we get started, because today, at the end of the day, I got Neptura, Maxman, 7WG, glad to be here. But we're gonna be sending 5 teams to the finals, and 3 teams are gonna be going home, and the rest will go to survival.
It is so true. It all comes down to today. I mean, kind of, we already know one of the teams that's going in, so we got to just figure out which of the other 16 or 15 teams get to go through to those finals. And yeah, we will be saying goodbye to 3. kind of feels like we kind of know who those are going to be as well. But because of the point sponge we've been seeing yesterday, maybe it's still all to play for.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're looking at Group A. The point threshold to get into the top 5 was 88 points. I think because of the vitality effect, it's going to be quite significantly lower. So we'll see. But anyways, a few tricks. That was terrible. But anyways, no, I'm very excited for today. But actually, looking at the top 5, there aren't that many slots available. Get out. There aren't that many slots available right now, so it's going to be a true race for the few slots that now remain here in this event.
It will be close for all these squads, honestly, if we're taking a look at it when we get a chance to look at the overall. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget to use that social media hashtag EWC and EWC26. You guys have been sharing a lot of awesome stuff. I can't wait to see if we can finally end up possibly sharing some here on the studio with you guys. And make sure you check out the EWC Play app and do your predictions, because our predictions have actually, somebody's predictions have been spot on, and it's none other than Lace. We'll get a chance to talk to her later on. But if we got to start talking about vitality. This squad has just been on an absolute tear, Neptura.
They have. It was so fun to watch. I know everybody at home had a great time watching it, as well as us on desk. I mean, 5 out of 6 games they were on the podium, on the top 3. Pretty insane. So really, really loving what we got from them. And we still got 6 more games of vitality to go.
Oh, 6 more games indeed. And this is important because that is one squad that is currently fighting for those club championship points. If we want to take a little bit of a deeper look, let's send it over to Glitter and the squad.
Yeah, thank you so much, Seven. I have Kalaris, Hot Jukes, and Glitter with me to bring you some absolutely awesome news from the club championships, especially from Tekken 8 and For Honors.
Honestly, things were absolutely insane. We're going to break down exactly what happened, what this means for our CC, but let's dive into the 2 championship moments that we had yesterday, starting with Honor of Kings. This was a huge story, and it ties into what we've got going on here in PUBG Mobile as well, because we had Quashell Gaming versus AGAL. Now, this is a rematch from 2025. These 2 teams faced off again. This time around, though, the result was different. KSG was able to upset AGAL and claim the win, which means that AGAL ended up with the 2nd place, did not defend the title. They were not happy about that. But then if we go over to the Tekken 8 side of things, AGAL found the success they were looking for. They were able to get the title in Tekken 8. This is massive for them. It was in a 5-0 fashion out of Zubair as well. So, I mean, this was a dominant performance, Lace.
And what does this mean point-wise? So championship club point-wise, specifically for AGAL.
Now, okay, 2nd place in Honor of Kings means 750 points. That was already accounted for when we were last looking at the CC leaderboard. However, the win out of Zubair gives them 1,000 additional points. That means they're now at 3,350. They have jumped above Falcons, which we've been waiting for somebody to do. Was it possible? We didn't know. And now they have done it, but maintaining it is going to be difficult.
And I mean, that isn't a tremendous jump, especially if we tie into like what happened with the Falcons last year and how they dominated all performances. But what does that mean for our club championship eligible teams today?
Well, we already have 2 of our 4 games this week done. However, Call of Duty is also going to be having their finals today, and Falcons are still in that discussion. So if they're able to get the win that they're looking for here, I mean, that would really change the leaderboard back in their favor, and they still have a lot of titles left to go.
Yes, and of course we have AGAL, who are Group A here for PUBG Mobile. Now, Jukes, they were in 7th place coming out of our group stages, which means that they go to the survival stage. Do you reckon they can bury their way out and head to the finals and add some more club championship points?
100%. I mean, when it comes to the AGAL PUBG Mobile team, this team qualified by being the #1 PEL seed coming into this tournament. So they are used to being able to handle the pressure, right? But at the same time, it wasn't able to translate in their group stage. 7th place is still not a bad one, considering that we got 6 teams that can qualify through that survival stage. The problem, though, is that yesterday we've had some insane performances, so much so that there are some monster squads that could also be in that survival stage. So AGAL, I know they're doing their homework, they're watching these games closely. Hopefully come survival stage, they make it happen.
Of course, and one of those monstrous squads is, of course, Team Vitality. I know we've been harping on about Vitality. I thought I could scare him again.
No.
But of course, for our final day of group stages here for Group B, we want to be looking at the bubble. We've got our top 5 teams, but of course, we have our bottom 3 teams. And I want to do something a little special, Kalaris.
Okay.
I would like you to give me the best motivational speech you have, specifically for Hustlers.
For Hustler Crew.
Yes.
From Great Britain. Those are your people.
Those are my people.
Those are your people.
All right. I need those guys to lock in, all right? Because we need them to be able to step up to the plate. I see in their eyes the same potential as a butterfly in a cocoon, even though a cocoon doesn't have eyes. I understand that Hustler Crew here has to be able to step up to the Hustler plate. I need you to sell fish and chips for £3.30 on the Blackpool Pier at 7 p.m. at night. I need you to be able to move on forward because today could be our Hustler Day.
Yes.
Chills.
This is a new national holiday.
Absolute chills. And you know, are you all right? But look, thank you so much. Now, Jukes, we obviously have our bottom 3. ETSH Esports is a part of that. I want you to stare down the barrel of the camera and I want you to give your best motivational speech to them.
All right, I got it. Let's do this. Listen, ETSH, you got 15 points. Some people see 15 points and they see disaster. You know what I see? That's 15 points, more than 0, baby, right? You gotta make it happen right here, right now. Speedo, I need more speed. Fajita, it's time to turn up the heat and get sizzling, baby. And you other 2 players, just get some damn eliminations. Please, all you gotta do is not get top 3 and you're gonna make it, all right? Wait, you're not listening? You know what? That's it, dude. Get over here. Get over here. Okay. Sorry. I kind of reverted to how I learned growing up. I'm sorry, guys. You know what? Just make it happen. Please.
Now, if you guys aren't feeling motivational after that, 7, how are you feeling? Are you feeling motivated or you think you might get hit by a shoe by Hot Tubes?
Yo, those flashbacks. It used to be a chancla though, but I'm so motivated that if I make this shot for those bottom 3 teams, it's gonna get a lot better. So let's see if I can actually make this shot real quick. You know what? We'll do it backwards. Watch this. Okay, for those bottom 3 teams, it's going to be a lot harder today. ETSH, I'm looking at you, 721GS, and as well as Hustler Crew. Those squads are going to be having a lot of trouble, but let's take a look at the overall. That way we can get an idea of where all the teams are currently sitting at, and you have an idea as well in case you ended up missing it. No surprise, Vitality at the top, but the big storyline here, Max, has to be between 5th place and 12th place, because the difference between all those spots is just 14 points, and Godlike is currently in that 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tight. Really, I mean, if you get a E-Arena-esque Rondo, right, you're going to be able to jump up so many extra ranks. I'm actually talking about the point gap between those teams here, 7, in the middle of the leaderboards. I'm looking especially at the point gap between E-Arena in 4th position and 5th position of Godlike. That's a 21-point difference, meaning if those teams in the top 4 today get a decent day, we're talking like 30 points, something like that, there aren't going to be many spots remaining for the grand final. So right now, Godlike, you got to be careful. You got a massive target on your back. They did fix the hot drops, which is good, and we'll talk about that later on. But Godlike, everyone is going to be chasing you down today.
Oh, they absolutely are, and that is why we need to have top-tier gameplay for them. We've seen it; they can do it. They can be super aggro. We saw them take out Hora. They took out A7, like all in one map, right? E-Arena as well. So they are able to fend against the top players here, but we just need to see that on a consistent level here, 7. I'm not sure about these other ones. I mean, Wolves had an okay day. Alpha 7, we saw some glimmers of hope from them, but coming on through. Who? A7?
Alpha 7. Oh, you said Alpha 7, the reigning champions of PMGC that I'm expecting a lot of, that they're currently just playing so disappointing. I'm expecting that team to actually bounce back. I got a chance to talk to Carrillo. They were saying they were making a lot of mistakes. If you guys want to check that out, make sure you check it out at the 7WG. What's your Instagram, Natura?
Natura Cass.
Max?
MaxManCast.
Check it out. Awesome
Wow.
content for PUBG Mobile Esports. Make sure you check that out. But yeah, for Alpha 7, a disappointing performance so far. They're not happy with it. They're looking to improve. But we got to talk about the Sony story of the day, which is just pure domination from Vitality. And we want to just paint a picture for this Sony story of the day, because Vitality, as I've been saying, they ended up getting more points than 4 Thrives. And you can see the stats right there. What's crazy though is I want you to look at 4 Thrives eliminations, Neptura, because 4 Thrives were such a heavy fragging team that they still ended up getting more elims than Vitality. That's in 2 days, though.
In 2 days.
In 2 days. So yeah, 4 Thrives got 80 elims in 2 days. Vitality have 71 in 6 matches in 1 day, right? We're gonna add over to that being 108 points. So 4 Thrives got 107 points in 2 days, and Vitality have 108 in 1 day, in 1 day. That gap is astronomical. I don't think we've really seen anything like that before. It's pretty insane. I know 4 Thrives were wanting to get some wins in their group stage, and they didn't, whereas Vitality were really able to capitalize on that with 2 wins, and that makes me a little bit more hopeful for them going into those finals, right? Because we do see very similar plays from them, but when it comes down to that smash rule, when it comes down to that pressure being put on them, it seems like Vitality still can win.
Max, and if we break it down a little bit more, it was the way that Vitality was just playing yesterday. A completely different playing style than everybody currently in this Group B lobby. The way that they were doing their splits, the way that they were just taking control of an area was so impressive.
I think mainly they learned from PMGO Season 1 and PMMI earlier this year. They're like, we were just too passive, not being involved in any of these fights in the discussion in some of these games. But man, they switched it up to 11-12 almost going into this one. And it's good to see not just Razy, Razak, and Federales doing good, which we would really expect on the global stage, those guys to put up massive numbers. Axel came out swinging. They're chickened in on Erangel up against Tora. Oh my goodness, Axel, the IGL, was looking like a fragger. He was a frag GL in that game. So I'm just super stoked about this team. And I just want to see this continue throughout the entirety of the event, because compared to 4 Thrives, they can actually get wins. So if they do get in the smash zone, hey, who knows, Vitality might take home that trophy.
But with that kind of lead, we usually end up seeing teams do something a little bit different. I got a chance to talk to Federales yesterday. I also got a chance to talk to Axel, and they were saying that they might end up putting one of the substitute players just to get some experience in case you never know what's going to happen in finals. And I'm completely fine with that, because it's going to allow the sponge point to not be so heavy towards the top.
That's true, and you know, there's no better time to do it than now, right? Because NSR and Nongshim Renforce are in 2nd place with 60 points. There's a 48 gap lead there, and so you're looking at, yeah, this is probably the best case scenario to put a sub in. Even if it doesn't go all that well, it gives them practice without the pressure coming on through as well. So really happy to see maybe a substitute coming on in there. But for me, I'm thinking that honestly, Vitality, they are going to just want to chill out and let maybe some of the other teams like Nongshim Red Force step up a little bit.
Look, I like saying Vitality. It's a very satisfying word to say. But I love saying Hyunbin in particular, because right now, I mean...
Say it again?
Hyunbin! Sorry, I'm very excited. I have to scream that word every time I say it. But like, no, the entirety of Nongshim Red Force were looking so good. And in particular, we know their drop location is farm. They go for these quick rotates on the island finishes, and they get back-to-back wins on the military island finish. If it goes down south every time, it's just win, and win for the South Korean team. So I'm absolutely loving it. And in particular, it's not just XEY and also Hyunbin doing well. You saw so many great plays from So Easy in particular, Nitro. We were talking about So Easy really having some massive step-up plays. So they're just looking like the whole package right now. It's just hard to stand out when Vitality had such a good opening day, but Nongshim Red Force were playing out of their minds on day 1 of Group B.
Yeah, I do want to say that I was disappointed with Nongshim in the first 2 games. We saw 0 or 2 points come out of them in 2 games.
It's not to stand on the first game on one, though, right?
13 and 16th place.
Yeah, exactly. However, I do think that they're doing just enough. They got back-to-back wins. They got a 2nd place to finish off the day. They're doing just enough to get to those finals to make sure that they qualify, and then we'll probably see a much different team in those finals this weekend.
Hopefully we'll end up seeing a different team, and hopefully that consistency that we saw towards the second half of the day for Nongshim Red Force will be there as well. One team that ended up surprising us a lot in the way that they were able to change again was an Indian team. For Group A, we saw it with OG. For Group B, we saw it with Godlike. I know Kalari's got a chance to talk with one of the players from Godlike, so let's send it over to them.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC for EWC 26. We're in day number 2 of Group B here, live from Paris, and I've got Admino here from Godlight to talk about some of the results from yesterday, as well as how things have been going overall. So thank you for joining me here, Admino. To start things off, looking at the results from yesterday, bit of a rougher start, but then you guys gained some traction towards the end of the day. Can you talk to me about the day as a whole and what you thought about it?
Actually, in the beginning, we tried to do some experiments, like we tried to take drop clashes and a little bit more kind of stuff that we already planned, but that didn't work in our favor, so we tried to stick on our basics and try to like go to a random drop and gather loot and everything and play a decent game, and that worked in our favor, and we performed well after the first 3 matches.
So, also, it's basically your first international tournament, right? As Godlike and being able to play here on the stage in Paris. How have you been enjoying the experience so far? And hey, what's Paris been like?
Paris kind of good, but we haven't gone out yet because we have a tournament and we have to practice that. We didn't get the device earlier, so we need to set our hands in the device. And after that, if we qualify from here, we will try to explore Paris a little bit because we will be having some off days for sure. And my team is fully pumped because it doesn't matter for us like who is playing against us and like that. We all have in our mind that we are best and we will perform good.
A big fight back for Godlike today?
For sure.
Thank you very much, Amina, for joining me here.
Thank you.
Important stuff there. Thank you, Kalaris and Amino from Godlike. But important stuff from that team, considering they are currently in 5th place. An insane performance for a first day at an international event. And something that we heard right there is they're not looking to do those hot drops anymore, which I'm happy about.
Yeah, I mean, that was great. There was 2 issues for the Indian teams, Orangutan being too passive and Godlike going for the hot drops. They changed it. They don't go for it anymore. This is a great change for all of India.
All right, well, Godlike, let's see how you're going to be doing. Once again, just to redeem myself, before we send it over to the stage, here we go. Ah, so close. But let's send it over to Barney and Luti.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Yesterday was the day of records. Today, we will find out who will get to the final and who will get eliminated.
That's right. Today, the reality is that dreams will end. And so that's the nature of this competition. But I can guarantee you that none of these teams will go down without a fight.
Yeah, Bunny, we've seen it before. Like, it's always the same. You can just... Standing can change in just a few good or bad games.
That's right. So whether you are at home or right here in the Port de Versailles, in the heart of Paris, it is time to see who will rise above the rest and continue their journey in the PMWC. Starting with ESPORTS.
TT Project.
ETSH Esports.
World Esports.
Nongshim Red Force.
Tianba.
Dopeness.
Hustler Crew.
Alpha 7.
Arena.
Godlike Esports.
721 GS Esports.
Team Vitality.
S2G Esports.
Hora Esports.
And finally, your defending PMWC champs, Yangon Galacticos. Nous y voici. After just 6 games, the top 5 will make it into the finals. Some will survive, and the bottom 3 will see their key sent to the crusher.
The level of competition on this stage is staggering. This isn't luck, it's instinct, it's preparation, and it's synergy. It's time for Group B to come to a close. Let's find out who has what it takes. "16 teams have patiently waited on the sidelines for their chance to shine. Players who are hungry to make a statement on the Qiddiya City grid."
It is time to introduce our team. ETSH Esports, Alpha 7 Esports, Team Vitality.
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos!
Day 3 of the PMWC group stage at EWC 2026 starts right now!
Back-to-back blows taken their way. Vitality trying to win out versus Nonshin Red Force. Yangon left with just Smile, but that might turn into a frown if they can get the angle onto him.
But Smile dropped off the top side. He's doing good work here. A grin appearing on his mouth. Now looks for one more, steps up and gets it. A 1v4 essentially for Smile.
Sleepy with a warning shot. Whoa. The buggy comes by. Close quarters engagement as Vitality looks to hold on. No fear, down. More damage done.
Last left alive here, an incredible player on 9 elims this game. It's a hard fight though, a 1 versus 2. Molotov goes long, he runs straight into it though, keeps backing off into the nade. It might be lights out for Axel soon.
Oh, that's the nade to do it as Hora. They lay claim to the second chicken dinner. And we got the Alpha 7 fans in the house! But let's see if Alpha 7 can bring the thunder on the close quarters engagement. Goodbye, Milu, as Tiamba get hit by the front of the vehicle. Quick flicks coming out from A7.
And that's exactly what's happening, because you got another can of Hyunbin down south with that P90, and that is it. It's a back-to-back chicken dinner on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the elims
and that's it.
Burn yourself down to the ground, because Vitality live on top of the tables and beating a 2-day performance from Group A.
What a shutdown, 108 points in 6 matches.
Oh yes, oh yes. Another day of competition here as things get loud. Hot Jukes in the building right next to me, and of course it's me, Jackie Powers, in the commentary booth. And we're going to be getting loose and waxing lyrical today, Jukes, because we get some more teams popping off with some big plays here in PUBG Mobile.
Oh, and man, talking about big plays, yesterday was absolutely insane. That's the only word I can say. The question is, who's getting second place today, right? Yeah, who's getting second place? Who's getting into the top 5? Because you want to punch that ticket straight to the finals. No messing around today.
No, man, it's going to be big. It's going to be exciting. You know, back when we got into Group A, right, we were thinking, wow, we're being spoiled for some of the runs we're seeing for these teams, the points we're accumulating over such a short space of time. Yeah, well, forget about that. Group B's been a whole different beast, buddy. What was going on yesterday, man?
Dude, I mean, it's like everything went just in a wild situation. We had a world record-breaking game number 1. Almost every single circle the entire day was just ridiculous, right? And then even with a 39-point game in day 1, that's not the team that's at the top of the leaderboards here. It's just unreal. That's the only way I can say it is like, what else? I mean, what else could you possibly ask for?
What more could we want? What more could these teams even really give? I'm thinking even just like fundamentally from the points that you can get out of a game, but we were pushing the limits.
Literally. I mean, it's so crazy to see a team. 4 Thrives in Group A did so well. Right? Yeah. They topped the tables, and they almost got passed up in points in just one single day, right? So we're going into day 2 here. a lot. Yeah, it's time to say your prayers. Really make sure you are locked in, meditate, and focus, because getting into that grand finals here and now is so critical because of those point sponges. We're going to see most likely some monster squads in that survival stage.
Oh, we are indeed. We are indeed. And of course, that's in reality, if you're able to push through, live on to fight for the survival stage, have a chance to make it to finals. Our teams that are crowned strong enough will go right through here from Group B, joining some of the best from Group A. And then again, Jukes, we've got to crush those keys and say bye-bye to 3 of our squads.
Ooh, yeah, 3 teams going home today. So you got to make sure that you put everything on the line. But it's time, folks. Here we go. Match number 1 of the second and last day of Group B and our group stage. Let's get it going.
Is that all we got, Paris? Can we get a little bit louder than that?
Let's go.
There we go. Get fired up in the building. Live from EWC 26 for PMWC as we get into our opening game.
And it's none other than Rondo. All I know is that now I just want to see stadium finishes every single day going forward. But I don't think we're going to see that here. I don't even know if we'll ever see a 39-point game ever, right? But who knows?
History, bro.
That was history.
Crazy.
That was history. But let's see what's going to happen here now. Teams are starting to pop out. I wonder which squads did their homework, because in Group A, we saw some squads find those recall players, take some teams out early, right? So I wonder if we're going to see that here. I wonder what's on the mindset of Team Vitality today, because they're a lock, right? They're going to the grand finals. Today could be a great day for them to make some tweaks, some adjustments, even take some risks, right? Like, hey, this is our weakness. Let's work on it here and now, so that way we're prepped, ready, so we can get that big $1.7 million prize pool in the finals.
For some of our sides that struggled yesterday, can they come alive even more? We're straight into it with a classic battle. Neox starts us off as the shots are coming through. Swinging the blade immediately there, mate.
Obscure knifing some players here. Alpha 7, a team everybody's got their eyes on today. And we got the Wolves, who were able in the final games yesterday to push themselves out of that bottom 3. And now they're facing some titans in this lobby. You got ETSH, that's a squad that needs to put something in here. Now you got EA as well. Fights happening all over the place, and they gotta happen here pretty quickly, because this is a very Southern Circle effect. Barely getting those shots through that little tiny angle, but oh, that one was a good one. Effect making it happen here with the S12K 1v2. That's how you do it.
Zay Arena having a bit of a struggle starts there on the drop in towards Neox, looking to get that early point accumulated off the back of it. TT happy to take those duels quite comfortably. 3 Elim points to start us off. Obviously, Rondo's Rondo, so don't worry. There'll be a lot more action yet to come.
Oh, yeah. Non-stop action here. You can see 721GS getting a knock there onto ETSH. That's actually a very important fight here, because oh, wow, there we go. Fajita turning up the heat, making us proud. You can see down on the bottom left, Alpha 7 crowd, always so hyped, excited for their team here. They're not too far away from that top 5. Game right here could definitely put them in a good spot. Meanwhile, you got Nasser. He's got that S12K in hand. He is ready for it. Oh, he's in the wide open, though. He's got to be careful. Never mind. Rehan said, let's go find another angle.
Oh, swing outs quick as well. That's a nice connection on the doorway. Off-ankle play for Fajita, seeing if he can do too much more from this. They're going to try and bait him in, close the door, and keep him guessing. Rest of the squad going down in the meanwhile, though. Oh, Jukes! The bouncing headshot, hello!
That's what I'm talking about. Jumping and from the top ropes, able to hit that shot and save his squad. So 721GS should be able to get a full reset here. ETSH quick on that recall, the recall player not messing around here. But we're going to see these teams really get set up and good to go. Yangon Galacticos only have that single player up, taking a little bit of time here to get that recall in.
Yeah, the Yangon crew quite far out, all the way over towards Hora.
Oh,
Can't really get to the recall either, bro.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I was like, where is he? And it looks like that's actually something we should actually take a look at, because Romeo is going to be heading towards TT Project Niaz to try and get his recall in for his team. And that would be a devastating loss for Young Galacticos to go out right here, considering that they're right there on that cutoff in 6th place.
They didn't have the best run of things yesterday in some of the matches, so if this is the way they start things off, it could be very uncomfortable. We'll give you the context to that one if it happens. In the meantime, it's still a rotation for Romeo. Like Duke said, though, Neo's in position to try to defend against that recall. Could be awkward. We'll stick with the fight we got here, though. Vitality. The Kings yesterday. But can they keep it up right now? Clash versus Dopeness. Back and forth blows. Axel going down as well. He was a key piece of the puzzle. Already removed. Oh, this is not what you want, Dukes.
Ken G running wide out in the open there, getting that shot. Very, very nice on the side of Dopeness. And that is how you get it done. Now, it does look that, like, Young Galacticos Romeo was avoiding that fight. He saw TT Project there. He ends up going, most likely, all the way down to Long Ho. And he should be able to get that res for his squad in just a couple of minutes. But this circle is on the south side here. We got Nongshim Red Force all the way in the north. Things are finally starting to settle down a little bit. Actually, never mind. It's the Wolves versus Alpha 7. And Elementrix getting caught out with that nade. Obscure holding this angle, waiting for someone to cross. Oh, but here comes Godlike.
Oh, Godlike got that nice nade off the top side from Adamino. Up close and personal, they're taking the fight to Alpha 7 as well. Battling both of these squads simultaneously. It'll be a great start for Godlike. Dukes. Get some early energy into today's games. Oh, boy!
Wow, throwing that nade up the stairs, catching him off. Necessary's holding those angles. He's doing those tight peaks in a 1v2 situation. And it's Godlike, too strong to defeat. And they are looking to be the kings of Neox Factory.
Oh, S-Power's fired up as well, dude. From one fight to the next.
He's like, what's that over there?
Sight, dude.
What's over there behind that tree, huh? Throwing them nades. Has he had the arm to get him? That looks good. Ah, it's a little short. Runs out in the open, man. Godlike Esports not playing today.
The flick on that, bro. S-Power's fired up today.
Yes, he is. Already getting some good solid points. That's 6 on the side of Godlike. That puts them in a good solid position in 5th place. And this is the thing, if Godlike win this game, what is that gonna look like for these leaderboards? That's gonna be a massive, massive gap between 5th and 6th place.
That's the thing, the artificial barrier right now. It's very fine margin, so many point vacuums on towards the top spots. If Godlike can start out and really give themselves the best case scenario to bolster their points, could change the flow of things. That's Romeo from Yangon Galacticos. Obviously went down very early. Had to go for the rotate around and get his team back.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. You got to make sure you hit that recall tower real quick. S2G got to hit them plays, though. Rihan getting that thirst. Yes, indeed. And you can see Masco got that heel off and shuts him down. That is how you do it there. So 7-2-1, making it happen. But you know what else? You guys can make it happen in-game with the lucky spin that's coming out, guys. Make sure you guys get in there, hit that draw, and you can get some of those insane PMWC tournament sets. Meanwhile, 7-2-1 GS gets a nice knock there onto S-Power. Godlike really looking to shut this fight down. It's a 1v2 situation. He gets one.
There we go.
Gets the thirst. Can he get the second?
Beautiful scene so far. Damage back done onto S-Power, but can the squad still save it? Ooh, quick shot, Jukes. Got to throw the clip in. Down over the toe. He thought he was slick enough to mantle, but he gets the shot off.
That had to be an accident right there. I mean, I'm sure he had his jump and climb split buttons. Sometimes we have some people combine it, but if you get just a little too close, you get that animation jumping up, and you know he was just like, oh, it's over.
Just so exposed, no chance to fight, bro.
Oh, that's so tough. So tough. But you know what? That is great on the side of Godlike. So they take full advantage of it. Now we're seeing the zone pop dead center here as TT Project gonna go ahead and get this ready. He's carrying his teammate there. There you go. He's moving up the hill. Effect. Knocking down Aura here. And Jiggle does have an angle, but they should be able to get to safety. Oh, no fear, never mind. Yeah, no fear on the other end. He's going to go ahead and get his revenge for his teammate there and take out 2 on the side of TT Project.
Yeah, this is far more awkward now. Trapped back just on the rock side towards the coastline. Efis cooking the nade, wants to dash that towards No Fear. Too shallow, few more left in the inventory though. They can try and hold him back for at least a few more seconds. But they're the ones that are at panic stations. Hora waiting for the opportunity to strike. Efis so low off the engage. Effect though, reels them in. He's looking for the flush on it as well.
Oh no, but he jumps down into the water. That actually could be a workout for him. Let's see if he's going to climb that hill. And it looks like he's trying to find the angle. He does. Here we go. Now they have 2 different angles they can actually fight this from. Evius just says, now I'm jumping down with my teammate. 2v1 situation, but can't hit the shots. And now No Fear is at the advantage. Never mind. What is happening? Shots back and forth, but No Fear finally shuts him down.
Woo. A nail-biting fight on that one. They can at least recover, still have 3 of their players alive for Hora as well and build off the back of this. And that's 8 Elim points they've racked up, leading the lobby right now.
That's the worst case scenario for this lobby because that's really like the only slot that's available there for the finals considering how well these other teams did. And Godlike are looking to close the door here nice and early, saying, you know what, if you want to try to get into the finals, you're going to need to win at least a couple games because we got such a point lead. And that is how you start it there. 8 eliminations, full squad up. It's looking good for the side of Godlike. Oh, Romeo. Sky, run for your life. Drive away. And it looks like he is going to barely escape that one.
Romeo, where for art thou, Romeo? On the bridge, getting Elims, but that's where he is.
He was looking right at the Sky there, and that is Hora. Now we're gonna look at No Fear, Get Thirsted. Young Galacticos gonna actually get into this next game as the circle shifts up to the north side now. They are in the blue. This is still stage 3. They can eat a little bit of this circle for now, but it's time to finally find out where that next spot's gonna be.
It's a bit more uncomfortable for Hora then, as they do get away with only that duo, and this could potentially be an even more uncomfortable entry back over towards the zone as they've got to bypass Alpha 7. Vision onto them. Ravo jumps out the vehicle. Good shot from range, consistent with the orb to shut down another one, and only Jiggle gets out. 9 Elims might be where they reach and end this one.
Man, this whole tournament has been so chaotic. You want to avoid the survival stage at all costs. Yeah, it's 6 teams out of 16 moving on from that stage. Still, though, I mean, you do not want to be put in that situation. I'm talking to you, Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Team Vitality getting into it with 7-2-1 GS. They do end up having 1 player knocked. Team Vitality, so strong yesterday. Gonna go out early here. They do get 4 eliminations, but like I said, they can do whatever the heck they want today.
Yeah, this is a quiet one for them. They've already done the hard part. Fair play though, mate. On the other side of the spectrum, right? Yes, Vitality, our top dogs, they're out, but look who's climbing up from the depths. This is now 11 eliminations they've picked up, getting over the safety of the threshold so far, Jukes. Maintain this, you could save your tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a perfect start on the side of 7-2-1 GS. And considering that it's in Rondo, right? The chance to really make up for a bad day 1, and they're doing it, right? I mean, double-digit eliminations. Now it's all about just getting into that end game. So I want to see them get themselves in a good, solid position and just focus up. Because ETSH, Hustler's crew, all right, Dopeness have not done anything so far.
No, they really haven't, and Dopeness as well. You know, you're down to just the solo. Couple Elim, sure, but it's been quiet outside of that. And that was the third-party fight that opened things up to allow them to collapse onto it. The replay here is when Dopeness lost a lot of their members up against Vitality. curious, Dukes, as well. I think mechanically yesterday we saw Alpha 7 look very good in terms of how they were approaching the game, but they never had any luck on their side.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying. You know, I was looking at their numbers for the past 2 international tournaments. They were getting tons of eliminations and like 0 placement points. Very, very low on that end. And so I want to see them get into finally some late games and show what they can do.
Yeah.
It's just been so difficult lately, especially when you have a few teams just do something so insane, right? It's wild to see what happened yesterday. But today's a new day. Another team that I want to see make something happen is Tianba, right? I expected a lot from this squad, and now they are still very far down on the leaderboard. You can see them pushing into that circle from the south side. Let's see if they can make it up here in Rondo.
For Alpha 7, their eyes might be lighting up off the back of the recall for Dopeness. They're all parachuting back in relatively close by. Could be a chance for those 3 to fight with the arena in close proximity, but Tianba are in the move, back in towards the zone. Godlike not far out with Manya. Just up on the ridge side there, supported by the rest of the crew. It was a bumpy early game for Yangon, but after that recall, they've been pretty comfortable, at least on their rotation path.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it worked out well for them, especially considering that they were pretty late in this game because of that recall. It took a long, long time. But, you know, that's the way this game works. Sometimes those circles just shift and the fights happen in such a perfect way where you're able to sneak your way into zone pretty clear. It doesn't happen often, so when it does, you got to take advantage of it. And it's no better place to happen, honestly, in Rondo, right? The game where you could end up with 39 points.
It's all about those big finishes. Curious if there's a chance we get a bit of an extension into each other there with Dopeness. Right on top of Smile. He's the one player that's fragmented off from the 1-3 split they've currently got going. SayCloud further out doing a bit of scouting as well. This is the establishing shot for Tianba and Godlike. Godlike obviously far more set up with cover to work with off the back of the warehouses. Tianba not so lucky.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to hold this little valley right here and hold it good for now. Not a terrible spot in this next zone, not the best either, but this is Tianba after all. Still pretty wild to see them down in 12th place, 24 points, very uncharacteristic and unexpected, at least from a lot of people here. You got QZZ, a superstar that can really ring things out. But all it takes is, for a lot of these teams, just one good situation where their back's against the wall and let their gun skill shine. And, I mean, I would not be shocked with Tianba, who has 0 points right now. They could end up with 20 very easily here.
72-1 GS as well. Still looking to see if they can squeeze any more points out of this one. Dopeness taking the hits onto Alpha 7. A bit of a back and forth already. Ravo looking to close the gap as he drives by. Good control. Switching seats and hitting shots as he puts them down. And quite quickly, manhandles Dopeness. They do lose Korea though, so it will be a 3-man squad for the A7 crew.
Yeah, you can see the crowd showing off them Rebo jerseys. The man, the myth, the legend is here, and he is putting in some work. This is what we needed to see from A7. 8 eliminations so far. You're right, yeah, Carrillo did get taken out, but for 8 elims, that is a sacrifice that you got to be willing to take. But job's not done yet. Still a lot more work if you want to make it straight to those finals, and they do get a nice knock there onto Mormon.
Alpha 7. Looking like they're starting to hit that high tempo. Caught whiff of the arena further back and take pot shots onto them. Meanwhile, before the zone moves, you can see Ida took a few shots over the Hustler crew, and that's the crunch in, Jukes.
That's the crunch in that's going to make things interesting. The circle goes to the north side. That's huge on the side of Godlike right here. A perfect zone shift for them. Taking a look there at the leaderboards so far. This is the problem, though, right? I mean, we were so hype about Alpha 7. 9 eliminations. This is a great game, right? The problem is that you're hunting down 5th place. Godlike have 8. So you've only closed that gap by 1 point so far.
Try as they might, there's still so much more to do. And even then, during the map feed, we could see like they were getting consistent damage back over to E Arena, so they're not giving up any of this fight. They're still looking like they want to try. They know the win condition, Jukes.
Yeah. This is the problem, though, right? If you don't have a great day 1, you could have a good, solid day 2, but it could be too late, right? Especially if you see consistency from those top 5 teams. They're going to keep on pushing that that point threshold even further and further beyond. So for Alpha 7, if you want to catch up to top 5, yeah, the 10-point game isn't going to be enough. You're going to need a 20 to try and close that gap. So they still are in this game with 3 players up. The problem is that Godlike is as well, as so is every team that really matters, because Vitality, no one catching them. They can go out early. But for everybody else still here, it's going to make things interesting.
72-1 GS going in on Alpha 7. They've got an opening knock. They want to try and capitalize off it, Jukes. They've swung round. That's one tag back over, but it doesn't look like it's going well from the elimination feed right now. This could be the downfall of Alpha 7. Seems like it's just a solo remaining, trying to hold on to it. This is the POV.
There we go, we got it now. You can see Guizao trying to get some shots down range, shooting, busting some vehicles here all over the place, but he gets put in a blender. E-Arena, they heard that fight happen, and they came to disrupt it, and they definitely did. But now Young Galacticos said, oh, you want some of that action? We'll take some of that as well, and they take him out.
Cleanup crew plays. Goodbye, E-Arena. See you later, Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Godlike have been battling versus ETSH. It's all kicking off around the zone. 72-1 GS. They thought they were cooking with gas. Silenced on the clap back there. Yangon Galacticos. Trying to get them to remember their name, Jukes. They got to say it with their chest.
What an interesting play, honestly. 7-2-1 GS, 15 eliminations, doing so good. They're like, yeah, let's go to the spot where we just saw 2 teams get wiped out immediately. And unfortunately, one of their players gets knocked. But here comes the rest of these squads.
Godlike popping off on the top side. They shut down ETSH. Big plays from Godlike as the crowd starts to give them even more energy. Meanwhile, this encounter between 72-1 GS and Yangon Galacticos rages on. Arcs the nades in. Stereo setup, Dukes. Here comes the boom.
Bang, bang, bang. 7-2-1 GS getting punished by Yangon Galacticos. Tough start for them, and now looking to finish strong. It's all up to Masco. And those nades are just inching closer and closer. He's got to hit some shots here to buy himself some time.
Ooh, zone shift as well, crunching in. It's still good for Godlike.
The crowd went nuts.
They're loving that.
The second they saw that shift, they're like, that's what I'm talking about. This is our game to win. And this is worst case scenario, literally for the entire lobby, because that's the one team you didn't want to pop off, because that was the one slot that looked juicy, available. But now it's looking like it's long gone. Let's see what Yangon Galacticos can do, though. They're going to start pushing up onto Masco. Yeah, Masco, oh man, those plays, those shots too strong. No way he survives this. Yeah, he's a goner.
Yangon Galacticos, slowly but surely, getting their head above water, piecing together some big plays, but Tianba, are they the squad that can clash and take this goods location off of Godlike? Well, S-Power's nade has other ideas, and Adamino also steps up to the plate, leaving 2 of the Tianba squad down on the deck. This is the push in from Milu. Shotgun, low HP on Godlike, quick shots, but he can't quite find it. Panic stations, Duke, they're all going down.
S-Power is shutting down this monster squad. Said, oh, I hear you coming this way. Eat some of these nades, baby. And now QZZ stuck in the blue zone. He's just going to go out here. He said, you know what? Deny the point, and Godlike looking unstoppable here in this match.
Do we need to say more? The energy of the arena here in Paris says enough about the excitement from the plays from Godlike. And like you said early, they're ruling the roost, gifted the angle to stay where they wanted to be with the zone, and Tianba was the only squad that tried to fight them for it, and they failed.
Hey, you know what? Some people could say that's a lucky shift, but Godlike, they're making their own luck here. Tianba pushed up, and they shut that down so dang fast. Yangon Galacticos, they're in trouble here. They're on that south side. They're outside of the zone. They're getting gate kept by everybody down here. Now it's all up to Say Cloud to make a play for his team and try to get these reses. He's going to throw the smoke, but the zone is closing. Yeah, Say Cloud's going to be the only one up left.
So low in HP, in a horrible position.
And here comes Blue. And bye-bye.
Give yourself up to it. Unless there's a hero play to be made, it'd have to be something miraculous.
Oh.
I mean, they've got a divot off the back of the damage to the terrain. He could save Romeo with at least Nonshin Red's force attention right now, not being hard stuck on him. I mean, Dukes, it's better than going out.
Got him up, and that does deny the point at least. So if they go down the blue zone, then they're going to deny it here. Romeo inching up little by little, is going to try to make a play though. Here he goes, throwing some nades out. Gets knocked there. And So Easy said, yeah, no, I'm getting that confirmation. I need those points.
Just say Cloud left them. He's still got a ton of utility left to work with as he throws in that nade. Zone eating away at him. I mean, it's good chip damage, and it's even making it more enticing for Godlike to take pot shots at him. He's just trying to buy time to live out.
Yeah, he's using that heal strat to maybe even get a little bit of extra placement. The problem is though, that the second the zone pops in 5 seconds, he's gone. So let's see. Can he even get that heal off? Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Yeah, so his play zone is going to take out Young and Galacticos there, as Nongshim Red Force are the team holding the south side, but Godlike are just spreading their wings here, saying it's time. We want all these eliminations. Let's shut down this game in some beautiful fashion.
How far can they take it? A quieter approach to things from S2G on this one. Nongshim playing it smart, playing their cards close to their chest, but they've suffered a fair bit of damage off the back of being pinned into this position, being shot at from 2 angles. Whereas Godlike, they've just been ruling the roost, Jukes.
I mean, they got a baker's dozen already. They're looking real good. 13 eliminations. And look at this, finding those tight angles, tight peaks. They know this game's in the bag here. It's literally Godlike's game to lose. Let's see if they can close it out, though. That's always going to be the question. Oh, Nongshim are there. They are toast, dude. They're forced to run out in the wide open. No smokes available. And, man, they just get deleted. Godlike soaking up all these eliminations. If you're Nongshim Red Force, honestly, it's really interesting to see them kind of go for this strategy here, as they're going to be feeding a lot of points on the side of Godlike. And that is 16 on the day. Then Group B's rondos have just been ridiculous.
Yeah, we've not seen anything like it, man. Some crazy games. As you'd expect, Nongshim, they had no pathway back in to try and vie for contest this game. So the last man falls, and this is what it comes down to. STG versus Godlike. They had a bit of a scouting play. They found this duo of Manya up towards the top side. Might want to actually collapse on it. Lost goes in quick. S-Power cooking the nade. Good chip damage from Manya. Switches to the shotgun. Baits them in. He wants to fight, and the nade from S-Power once again is a delight for this roster, as they are sending reverberations throughout the Qiddiya City grid, bringing the heat down on S2G.
S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut him down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease.
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces saying, make some noise, Bears. It's Godlike's time to shine.
The energy of this arena says enough about the excitement and the plays that this team has been making, and they deserve every bit of celebration they're getting, Jukes.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this was that one slot that looked like it was available. The top 4 looking very far away, very out of reach. But Godlike say, you know what? Let's just shut that door right here and right now. This top 5 is locked, right? Now, at the same time, there's still quite a few games left here, right? You got to put up consistent points, but if those top 5 do that, it may just be too far to reach.
That's the scary bit, right? Is obviously some of the other squads that were above the teams that were looking to climb, they fell out pretty early there. Like Vitality not getting a great game out of this one. Godlike capitalizing where it matters most. Like you say, dude, you've made it so much harder for the mid-portion teams. You want to get into finals? Yeah, good luck. You might just have to go to survival, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, even a team like Alpha 7, who was doing great this game, right? They had a good, solid amount of eliminations, but at the end of the day, you know, you could put up a 15-point game. If the team you're hunting down puts down 16, you did nothing. As a matter of fact, now you're behind a point, right? So that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day. It takes full-fledged consistency in both days, and look at that. I mean, they just basically said, hey, Bring it, baby. Good luck. Try catching us now.
Oh, yeah. Pulling ahead. Everyone's blowing up. You can hear the excitement, bro. It's insane, the energy we've got here right now at EWC. And it's a spectacle to behold. You come in to what was an explosive day yesterday of sheer talent, unexpected results, crazy circles, and then we start to run it back all over again.
Oh, that is how you do it right there, guys. Let's get it going here. We got some more action coming up in just a bit.
Here at PMWC at EWC 26, we have many activities that we can do before the games, in between the games, and after the games. And I think Max is there currently doing something. So let's see if maybe we can go in and give him a bit of a challenge, as he almost just absolutely ate it. Max, come over here, Max.
I'm training. I'm doing my routine.
No. I think you've been training. Let's do a 1v1. Pick a spot somewhere over here. If you make it, I'll try to match the shot.
I'm gonna wreck you.
Oh, let's see if he can actually do this. All right, come on now.
On the X.
Okay, all right, on the X. Let's see if it's gonna go in.
I checked the math. The best way to throw a basketball is actually the granny shot like this.
Let's see if it's gonna happen. Oh my, okay, you know what? I'll give it a chance.
I'm just giving you a chance right now.
Okay, here, hold on to this.
Okay, come on. Mr. 7WG in the court. Yeah, the granny shot. From behind. No way, Jose. That was terrible. Wait, he's cheating. You just got 2 in a row. That was actually not bad.
That was close. We're getting closer and closer. We're gonna keep on practicing, and we'll see if maybe one of us can make the shot. Come on, Max, you gotta make at least one for us. Okay, well, we'll keep on practicing our skills. Back to more PMWC at EWC 26.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
I had to steal it from Alpha 7 because godlike, my goodness, what a performance we just saw out of that squad, controlling the North and absolutely smacking everybody.
Yes, this is what we wanted to see from them. Let's go. Some really, really good stuff, right, Max? I mean, we just saw so much from this team. The 2-2 split we were talking about, this is a really nice 2-2 split coming on through there. Really good stuff coming in. I want to say STG did make the right call going for the duo on the North because it was the high ground. It was cut off, but sending an extra player from Godlike up to there to defeat, to defend, to get those nades, some excellent nades coming in from them. A very well-deserved win coming in from Godlike.
I mean, in particular, when talking about grenades, Some, oh my goodness, some of the fights he was taking inside of Neox factory, he put a nade like literally on 2 extra floors up in that building, and he just gets it on that player up there. It was incredible stuff from Some, Admino too. No eliminations coming out from Manya, but he was like the RTS master, just putting his troops where they need to be to get that chicken dinner. So great IGLing, great fragging power, and of course, they're getting a total of 20 elims on a Rondo. Oh my goodness, they're here to play.
Impressive stuff there out of Godlike. You might be wondering, why are we comparing them with 7-1 GS? Because this squad needed to make sure they got out of the bottom 3, and they were able to do just that, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly understanding the assignment today. They had a 2.1 average point day yesterday. So, you know, this is clear. This is clear that they had to do this. They cleared that eastern side, transitioned smoothly into the middle of zone with 8 eliminations. No team casualties is a massive turnaround for this team. Then, to cut the head of the snake, taking down Vitality is a huge power play. And I mean, this was a crucial 15 eliminations that they added to their tally to put them in 11th spot.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive push. They started the day in 15th place. A team that needs those points. Godlike as well. With this, Godlike moving even closer and closer to the finals as we take a look at the match ranking here. Hora Esports, I mean, we'll get a chance to talk about Yangon Galacticos in a bit, but Hora Esports continuing to be consistent as well with that fragging power we know they're capable of.
Yeah, very happy about Hora Esports, right? We saw NoFear get some really good fights from their side. Unfortunately, at the end, didn't have the numbers to really defend against Yangon Galacticos going for their crossing over. But I want to highlight one team that's very important here in terms of storylines at the bottom of the rankings. It's 7-2-1 GS Esports. They woke up massively here on Rondo. 15 eliminations, 1 placement point, which is, you know, like meh, okay, sure. But overall, 7-2-1 doing a massive push to get rid of that bottom 3 slot.
Exactly. I mean, that's what Lace was just talking about as well. With Alpha 7 ends up getting those 9 eliminations. This is good for this squad. But one thing that we need to point out is those teams that they were trying to hunt down for the top 5, they were still alive.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see how it goes into the next couple of games with this. I do want to say one thing though, is A7 much better already today than yesterday, for me at least. I mean, they had better presence. There was more just meaning behind their splits. That 1-3 split coming in, the info was better. It just felt like a team that had a lot more synergy than they did yesterday. So definitely very excited to see what we got coming in for A7.
Yeah, I mean, they had better scouting today. Yeah. So you could clearly see that they were actually prioritizing this a little bit more than yesterday. Obviously, we had an awesome interview with them. They said they were going to try some different plays, but it seems like they're returning to their natural presence, which is amazing. And I mean, that drive-by from Revo, man, that was so incredibly clean, well calculated. 1 casualty out of that, but this is the aggressiveness that we expect from our Brazilian team.
That Brazilian team is going to be looking for me because I did end up losing an instrument. You know what? I'll join you guys. Why not? I'm like, okay, I'll put it back down. They're going to be looking for me. It's going to be hard for me to get out of here. But Max, one team that was able to actually do a good rotation, have a good strategy here, and a team that needs it is the defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, Yangon and Galacticos actually a team that was, I would say, a little bit more passive towards the very later stages of this game, but actually ahead of that, their rotations from the western side, able to cross that bridge against the side of Hora, was just some great rotations, and especially great scouting from this team that I think a lot of teams could try and learn from the scouting capabilities of Yangon Galacticos, especially at one point, Iptra, leaving SayCloud behind them on a high ground position in that one building to make sure he can scout for his teammates which positions are free, which positions are available, and then the entire team just send it over to the eastern side of those buildings to get the high ground for themselves.
I know you got a illustration for us. Neptira, do me a favor, grab the mic from him so he can actually use both hands.
There you go.
And then if you want to, yeah, put the mic.
I need to talk in the mic, thank you. Now, if you're looking at this position here, one big point of contention the Yangon Galacticos got for free because of that insanely good scouting is going to be here, and this is like a 2-tiered parking slot that they're going to be playing, which is a high ground position and literally the entirety of the circle. But before that rotation, they had a scout that was actually over here in this position, and he was just providing information while his teammates were going for that wide rotation into that compound. The scout, it's a lot of microphone. The scouting was just on point. I wish they were just more aggressive later on, but in terms of the rotation in the early to mid-game stage, Yangon still have it here at PMWC 2026.
Yangon still got it, baby, and you still got it too. Feeling like a celebrity over there, Max, with so many microphones just surrounding you. But for this squad, we need to continue to see that proactiveness. We need to continue to see everything that we're seeing out of them to maintain themselves closer or within the top 5, because right now, E-Arena has been a team that has been slowing down a lot. They started off hot, and they are currently in 5th place.
I mean, just to give you guys a recap, we saw complete control from E-Arena on Rondo yesterday. Started at Stadium, continued at Stadium, and ended at Stadium with a record-breaking 29 points. But from today, starting on three eliminations. I mean, you know, it does come down to zone ball, but it seems like they're not showing their aggressive presence that they did yesterday. Obviously still kind of maintaining that nice average to keep them above that line, but this is something, you know, we expected coming, especially on Rondo on this map, that they would have been taking charge of everything.
Yeah, and we're looking now at the new bottom three. The new bottom three, Dopeness, ETSH, Hustler Crew, Dopeness. I know that squad, it hasn't been looking good, and now they're in the bottom three.
Yeah, it's odd. It's odd one for me because like they're one of the only teams that didn't hot drop on Rondo, right? Everybody went into Neax except for a few, and Dopeness was one of them. I want to see more from that. Maybe a hot drop. Maybe a hot drop.
I'm actually not super hopeful about them because their best game yesterday was on Rondo. Today they did nothing on their map.
Well, can Dopeness maybe turn it around today as we're going to be sending it over to the first Erangel of the final day for Group B. Hot Jukes, Jackie, take it away.
Here we go into Erangel. Let's get it going here. And I like what the desk was talking about, right? They were talking about the new bottom three, you know, and I think that's where our eyes are going to definitely be on here for the rest of the day, because unless these teams in the mid-pack do something crazy consistently, we may not see a new top 5 for a minute here, because there is already a 15-point gap, Jackie, between 5th and 6th place. And with how these top 5 teams have been playing, it's going to be pretty tough to cross that.
Yeah, it's feeling really defined already, right? That's kind of what we were talking about, the downtime between last game and this one. So effectively, yeah, you've got to just keep your eyes locked in at who's in the bottom right now. That's the biggest area of movement we're looking at, where realistically there is chances for some teams to save what could have otherwise been a really rough run in Group B. At top dogs, though, unless teams start targeting them, Jukes, and things get spicy, I feel like they've just looked so consistent. They've looked so hardy. It's going to be really rough to push them out of this position.
It's going to be tough indeed, but if you're going to go ahead and make it happen, it's most likely going to happen on Erangel. So here we go, folks. Match number 2 of Group B. Final day of the groups, right? We still have survival stage coming up, but it's all come down to this. So yeah, 15-point gap. Now, you know, mathematically, for all you guys watching, you're like, hey, come on, it's 15 points. It can still happen, right? And it definitely can. The issue is the fact that the top 5 teams are still going to get points, right? So, you know, if we see the top 5 put up 5 points here, that's now a 20-point gap, right? So, honestly, I think if you are in that 6th place on down, I wonder what the coaches are saying, right? I think if it's you're gonna have to start really talking about, guys, like a regular game is no longer okay.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, right? Just be like, look, guys, I want to let's cut our losses. Just go for a hot drop. Do something. We've got to just try something.
Yeah.
If we can starve them from getting no points, I believe in Paris that'd be nil points. Well, there you go. Check that one, Max Man. Let me know. Yeah, if you can actually just target them and deny them physically even being able to play one battleground here, just starve them out for a game. Maybe you've got a chance. But yeah, like you say, normality, probably not going to be ideal. This ain't normal though, bud. We're getting these circles again.
Oh, are you kidding me? Here we go again. Southern plane path, super northern circle. You know, I would normally be like, team vitality, ain't too happy about that. But yeah, again, like probably no one's catches of the day pretty much no matter what. So they're good with this one. But this could be a good opportunity, right, for the rest of the lobby to make something happen here. Now, one of the teams that desperately want to is Yangon Galacticos. Okay, they're in 6th place with 46 points. They're right there below that cutoff. And this is not the best circle for them at all.
No, far harder of a rotation. Obviously something they're quite comfortable with in terms of the drop location. But like you say, having to make that whole wrap is going to be brutal for them. But we've got something that's going to be very exciting for all of the viewers, James.
Yeah. And it's going to be that Naruto skin. That's right, guys. Join that Uzumaki Naruto event. Get that Ninetales Yuri on. Get your hands on that bad boy because the AUG is OP. And you're going to do it in style. We're here. But, oh, look at this. Oh, nice little shot there back from Jiggle. He put up a fight. But Godlike, man, I'm telling you, these guys, are just having a phenomenal day. It's wild to see 39 points in Rondo on day one, and then Godlike bust down 30 here. So, I mean, when it comes to Rondo, Group B just weren't playing.
No, he certainly had the upper echelons of Rondo gameplay. Made it look super exciting in some of the instances we've been gifted over yesterday and today. And the ideal scenario, like you touched on there, for Godlike, right? Come back in swinging once again. Target some of these squads. The only benefit to that is if you're playing with a three-man squad for Horo, if this is a bit more of a weakened knee, there's a chance where obviously Godlike thinking, right, we can try and lap them, push ourselves further into the safety net. Helps them out. The other teams, not so much. Still got to be a far better game.
Man, I tell you, if I'm any of these other teams in this lobby and I see Godlike already starting off with elimination, I'm like, oh, this is not good. You know, like they're already getting hot off the rip. That's going to make things tough. So I'm talking about Young Galacticos all the way down to Tianba. It still freaks me out to see Tianba down in 13. I had them as a lock for top 5 here. That's going to make the survival stage that much more interesting, though, right? I mean, we heard Neptura, right? She was happy to see some movement from Alpha 7. I am as well, but you got to look at the reality of things, right? Like, that game was good, but it did nothing. It really didn't do anything when it comes to them trying to make it into top 5, purely because of how good our top 5 teams did.
Yeah, that's the kind of the rough part about it. It's what we've been saying from the games we saw yesterday as well, where mechanically they're making the right moves. You know that they're damn talented as individuals as well. They're playing off each other nicely. It looks like the comms are looking far cleaner in moments of chaos, but that only goes so far. If you're not able to get yourself into a good position, constantly fighting heads and tails to get even a reasonable compound, a reasonable location in the zone, man. Just feels like you're coming in doing this on hard mode, realistically.
Literally. I mean, that's the one thing I've noticed here, especially in PMWC Live here in Paris, is good games are good and all, right? But the thing is the teams at the top of the leaderboards, they're not doing good games. They're not even doing great games, right? They're doing something special. They're doing something that we've never seen before. And you just can't compete with that, right? Just good isn't good enough here at this stage. If you want that top prize pool, you got to break records. You got to do something special.
I think it's spot on. It's what we've seen. The quality of competition has raised to a new level. And these are going to be terrifying squads to have back when we get all the way through towards finals. That's a conversation for another time, though. Yangon Galacticos taking some shots over onto S2G. A bit of a sleeper squad to the previous game. Gave a good run of things, all things considered, with how they approached it. Kamikaze limping away, crossing his fingers, thinking maybe there's a chance, maybe I can get picked up. Just don't give Marnet another knock for free off the back of it. That's the worst case.
I already know what he's telling his teammate. I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe. I promise, I'm promise. Give. And he got it. Nice. Solke able to catch Kamikaze there, but Young Galacticos are looking in this direction. Ooh, those stairs. All it takes is one little bullet through it, but oh, he does get that red. So now, hopefully, we're going to see Kamikaze get to safety. This is a bridge gatekeep on a northern zone, too. That's ridiculous. I'm surprised we're seeing Young Galacticos take so much time to do this, because this is on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, they're not on the mainland. They've got a long way to go as well. You got a lot of attention from them, at least looking back over towards the coast. I mean, Smile's in a position where potentially, if they're not ready for the read, if he bobs up Jigs, couple quick shots here. Ooh, could be the difference maker. I mean, Marnet's got the shot off again, so a re-knock onto Kamikaze. Smile's advancing. This could be really bad.
I don't like this fight at all, personally. It just doesn't make any sense to me, because if you're S2G, you're in 7th place, 45 points, right? You're gatekeeping and out of position in the next circle. Like, I get you're trying to hunt down 4 eliminations, but that's not enough, right? In order to get into that top 5, it's chicken dinner time. So to risk putting yourself behind positioning-wise, it's just not worth it. I think at this point, just leave this fight. Go into the circle, try to get into that end game.
One on the underside of the bridge, so Kamikaze can at least keep himself safe for now and try and catch them off guard, peeking from the other angle. They have that hovercraft waiting for them effectively as like the escape plan. But yeah, it's super elongated battle between these two. Burning through so many of your early reserves as well, just trapped, just sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I get it. You're really committing for 4 eliminations here. But again, you're more than 15 points, I think 16 points behind 5th place. So it's an interesting play. But who knows, right? S2G could get these 4 limbs, run into circle, catch a lucky third party, and it could work out. But at the end of the day, that zone goes even more north. This strategy is looking more grim by the second.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier for them, does it? Now they're so close, man, in terms of the standards. So like, they're super heavily convinced about this being worth it. But you can see the difference of a team like Vitality. They've gone, right, it's time to go. There's no one on our bridge. Let's get out of here safely.
I just imagine like Team Vitality, the comms right now. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, la la la la la, we're good. You know, like, oh, why don't we just take a look at Pachinki? You know, what? You guys need anything else? An extra energy drink? Anything like that? They're just so solid on the leaderboard. It's ridiculous here. But oh, here we go. Big fight here. 7-2-1 GS. Get into it with Tianba. QGZ turn around with a shotgun. Gets a couple little hit markers, but it's not good enough. Gonna have to make a play. Oh, but that is Tianba of all teams getting eliminated, and another huge start.
You got Alpha 7 as well, keeping their eyes on this with Wolves also right on top of them. The dinner bell's been rung, Jukes, and this is what we're expecting to see. What's going on? Alpha 7?
The aggression is ramping up. I think they listen to their coaches. They're like, we have to fight early. We need tons of eliminations if we want to make it to the finals. And it's Dopeness battling it out with A7. A7 down to a single player. It's disaster for the Brazilian team.
Man, I need to see that one back from their POV, Jukes. Problem stations here. This is getting brutal for them already. Alpha 7 just with Obscure left. It felt like they had seized an opportunity to attempt to third party onto that and squeeze some points, but it all blows up in their face, literally.
Oh, such a rough finish for A7. Down to just Obscure here. Really fortunate on the side of 7-2-1 GS, who in that last game, and if they do good on this one, should put them in a really, really good position to at least make it to the survival stage. And who knows, right? I mean, with a good chicken dinner here, could even possibly get them a little closer to that top 5. We'll have to see how Irina, Godlike, do in this game. But now we're just going to see Alpha 7. Yeah, Obscure just going to have to do something for his team here. Really, really needs to sneak away a couple of eliminations.
You see the migration from S2G that did abandon their post in the end, leaving the bridge. Here's the replay. Okay, so this is it. It looks like it was the teammate then, I imagine, on the bounce.
Oh no!
Saw it in the Elim feed, Jukes. I'm thinking, how on earth does this happen? Like, you just trapped in a building? What's going on? The strafe with a nade. Oh, mate.
Those windows used to be bigger. I think that's what it was.
I don't even know if that would have helped, but nade's not that big.
You gotta thread that needle, you know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, it didn't. It wasn't really a needle, it was a whole window. But you know what? It happens. It happens. You're under pressure. You got vehicles driving up on you. You're trying to make it to the finals, and just one little misplay, you get punished. Yesterday, we saw the Wolves, right, flip a car and get taken out because of it. And that just goes to show at this high level, one tiny mistake could be meaning going to the finals or going home.
Didn't expect that one. You'd be fuming as well.
Oh, yeah.
I hope the mental isn't brittle off the back of the team nade. You got to reset from it, Jukes.
Yeah, looking at the bottom of the leaderboards here, the fact that Tianba went out so early, we're going to see them in the bottom 3, most likely here after this game alone. I mean, you got Dopeness only 1 point away from passing them up. ETSH are still up with 4. Hustlers Crew are up with 3. So one of the favorites going into this lobby who, in my opinion, QZZ is one of the best players in the world. To see them struggle so hard in Group B is just shocking for me. But let's look over here at E Arena, who are going to have the warehouse near Severny. This is a really solid position. No matter where the zone goes, they're going to have a lot of real estate to be able to drive to there. So let's see how they decide to defend against it. It's not even that easy to press up on.
TT on the quick rotate. Last remember from Alpha 7 there in Obscure, down on the deck. And they're getting themselves into the zone, forging a path forward, and thankfully haven't been popped off by any of the teams in these positions, although maybe that will change with No Fear. Oh, chip damage, Dukes, but not enough.
Put some shots down range, and now everyone's just playing keep away. Say, hey, no, someone's here. Do not full send it onto my building, please, and thank you. Oh, Wolves, okay. Nice nade there on the 721 GS. That's a huge fight. That's 10th and 11th place going at it. But it looks like they are just within little nade range. Not fighting it out just yet. Now we're gonna look at Godlike. Okay, Godlike mighty close here to Young on Galacticos. I don't think Young on Galacticos want any of this fight right now. They're just gonna push a little bit further down south the hill. Mormon catches Slonic. Oh, the Wolves looking hurt here, as that's 2 players down, but Elementrix, we're seeing a battle go out, and here he goes. Elementrix getting thirsted, and I believe that is the Wolves eliminated.
The Wolves not surviving as a pack. One by one, they're gone. The Arena resetting off the back of it. Grab Mormon, throw him in the vehicle, and get away to pick him up.
Yeah, wild to see here. Is E Arena going to push on over to that warehouse? We see Young Galacticos just south of Godlike underneath the hill. Romeo, yeah, using that hovercraft. That's the vehicle to use to get some extra intel. They're pushing up with it. Immediately, Godlike start putting some shots just to try and get it down a little bit further. But Young Galacticos are like, hey, yeah, we're here. Do you want to fight us? Maybe? Maybe you guys just go in the zone, we do as well? Well, let's see what happens.
Yangon don't want that smoke, man. Ooh, Say Cloud with the back exposed. S-Power.
Lucky.
I know, dude. He's been so slick as well. That's the one time we've not seen him get an instant elim off something like that.
Yeah, I didn't think he was expecting to see someone white out in the open. And when you just give him that tiny pixel, he knocks it down. S-Power on point. That's the fight to open things up. Ooh. Oh, and his nades, too, have been so dangerous today. It's a 4v3 situation. Let's see how Godlike decides to take this fight. They're already starting to wrap around, get their claws into Young Galacticos. They're going to have to get moving here pretty quick.
Yeah, the pincer play. Wrap around, set up, giving their squad more of an understanding of what's going on here, whilst the rest of our teams around the zone do begin to duel one another. F is there from TT, falling. Zerich replying back onto 721 GS. And that fight does result in them going down. Out of the running, but another game with 6 elims, Dukes.
Unreal. Now TT Project are down to 1 as well. That's 10 through 13. Pretty much almost out here. That's a huge opportunity for our bottom 3 to get out of there. And meanwhile, oh, Neons actually does a good job of getting a knock onto ETSH. So he's keeping his team alive. Oh, gets knocked. Now it's just up to effect. Last player up for TT Project. Now getting ran over, and that is them gone. And this is a huge opportunity now for ETSH. 7 points on the board. They're looking good to get themselves out of that bottom 3.
Looks like we lost Obscure from Alpha 7 there as well. I believe that was E Arena that went for the wrap down, found the solo, and dispatched him, so he's gone.
Unreal here. Say Cloud now pushing up onto Godlike, but S-Power is on point all day long. Battling Admito with another knock. Punishing Young on Galacticos. And at 6th place goes out here. This is top 5, pretty much all in it. This is the worst case scenario for this lobby.
God, this is absolutely brutal. Smile's literally the only one that could get away. Got back behind the vehicle, pieced out to create space between the two, but for Godlike, it seems like the fight isn't going to be over. It's only just getting started. Nonshin Red Force close by, S2G as well, pushing up the hill. Nades onto the smokes. Fingers crossed that it'll connect onto someone.
S-Power gets in the vehicle. Oh, goodness gracious. This lobby is looking pretty crispy at this point because our top 5 teams are all in this. Bunch of teams in that mid-pack are gone. Next zone does pop, goes right towards that center position. Godlike are going to use that high ground and gun skill to dominate this side of the map. And it looks like they are looking way too good to start the day. Man, S Power has just been ridiculous today. And that last game was insane. Even here, his shots are just so on point. He came ready to play today.
He's quick, stylish, certainly delivering out there on the battleground, Jukes.
Maybe that's what the S stands for.
Hey, yo. I wouldn't fault him for it. He's been living up to the brand with the plays he's been making. E-Arena. A lot of utility left to work with, and they're casting that up towards this little ridge. A rock between them and ETSH. Nearby bounce on the nade. Apriko's got to double back slightly for Hita. Somewhat effective in these angles. Slight off angle where he can peek down on you. He loves these sort of peaks.
Come on, Fajita, let's see what you can do. Oh, Attorney K getting hit with that nade. He's gonna back it on up. So you know what, I'll leave those smokes right there. Looks like they're seeming to throw a bombardment on them. So E-Arena doing a good job, back it up. Just, hey, take our time. We can't afford to get knocked here. This is still stage 5. This is wild. I mean, I think these teams in the mid-pack all played super aggressive, and it just didn't work out for like almost any of them.
It's the exact opposite of what really they needed to get out from this one. The rich will only get richer towards the top, and our bottom 3 squads all still in the running. That's where the movement could be off a game like this. If ETSH can keep up the gameplay we've seen with 4 players alive and 7 elims in the bank already, maybe they can start to climb out.
Nice knock there. Kamikaze gets a nade onto Admino from Godlike. Here we go. It's Godlike versus S2G. Good nade in that direction. Ooh, doesn't hit the mark just yet. And meanwhile, yeah, look at that smile from Young Galactico, just hiding for his life here.
He's just sat inside that smoke. Oh, the vehicle so close to finding him as they're looking to bonnet him. S-Power's on the move as well.
Oh!
Chicaning around, but S2G lose another player down to 2. Lost, living up to his name because he's panicking right now. Can't quite find him, but S-Power takes a bullet to the back of the head. The SMG delivers. Goodbye, Godlike, as S2G win out on that one.
Huge, huge play on the side of S2G right there. Right on time, too. You take out Godlike, who have now moved into 2nd place. You got to get these reses, though, and the blue zone is closing. They're going to go ahead and pick him up, get him into that vehicle. It's smoke. Oh, never mind. Says, this ride is for myself and myself alone as I'm driving into a whole bunch of shots. Oh, Soul K. That is looking like it is going to be it. Yeah, he has to move away from the vehicle. It explodes. And S2G, nice fight, but not able to convert anything afterwards.
Hey, there's Vitality as well, getting LOS onto that. They see them and instantly farm through, stealing away some extra points. Does Smile make a move? The solo here from Yangon. He's thinking about the big picture, Jukes, but look how tempting this is.
Hello! And Reishi somehow survived that. The trap was sprung, and he was able to get out with the cheese. He got out with the cheese, unscathed.
Ludicrous scenes, quick wrap around. Ooh, can't make it back in. That is going to be the deny out then. No chance to re-peek into the zone. Points denied, Yangon removed.
What is this leaderboard? What is this leaderboards, my man? What's going on here? So we got 4 from the top 5, 2 from the bottom 3, and only 1 in the mid-pack? Does it need to be said here? Does it need to be said here, folks? This is insane.
Feeling pretty defined. Feels like it's all just inevitable with how it's been going. ETSH, realistically, the only one towards the bottom side with anything to be earned from this. Dopeness only down to a duo. The last man of Aura in Sleepy, tucked in behind the tree. Hyunbin not far away either.
Yeah, honestly, he's doing enough, right? If you're Aura, you're just trying to put up, 4 or 5 points a game, that could be enough to just put yourselves into those finals. Considering that, yeah, I mean, all the mid-pack teams aren't going to have that 20-point pop-off game that they needed. There's only, I think, one that stands a chance. And it's going to be tough considering that almost all the lobby, the top of the lobby is still here. Look at this, Youngshim Red Force with 1. They're doing exactly what they need to. Now it's ETSH, the team that needs to get themselves out of the bottom. Now just getting destroyed on the side by E-Arena, the Thai squad. Deleting them out of there. Nice push, though. They did get some good, solid eliminations, but they're going to still need to do a whole lot more if we want to see them in that survival stage.
Yeah, I had to squeeze extra from this one. That's what you were saying. Good isn't enough anymore. For them, it's not going to bail them out. Dopeness, though. The Dope duo looking to clash versus Ida. First one falls. E-Arena even trying to siphon points off the back of that, and they do so successfully, taking down Dopeness. Hyunbin falls. Razy loses his footing on the rocks.
MG3, so good, but you know what? Its weakness is when you're getting shot in the back. Unfortunate there for Racy. Again, Team Vitality just flexing at this point. They still have 2 players up. Youngshim Red Force get that thirst. And, all the teams at top are doing exactly what they need to. Hey, just survive, put some decent points on the board, and it's a lock. Considering that there's only 5 teams remaining, all these teams are going to be getting some good, solid placement points. The real eyes on and storyline left is Ida. Like, if you're Ida right now, the best thing that could happen is you take out this entire lobby here and now.
Just have a monstrous game from it. Give it your absolute all. It's not going to get any easier, though. Weird timeline where Sleepy could probably sneak into the zone unnoticed as well, because Nonshin cleared this whole area, so they might not expect anyone to be there. They didn't find him tucked in behind the tree, so he's looking to just steal points if he can.
Schweppes practicing his TIG welding right there, making sure that he goes and he's walking that cup, fixing that vehicle, getting it loaded up for the rest of the match. I wonder if Ida has that IQ to understand if they were doing enough elimination feed tracking to have a good idea of who's left in this lobby. It's quite difficult with everything that's going on. But if they have a good, solid idea of who's left, then they need to realize that they got to amp this aggression up. Like, why not? If you're Ida, you need to wipe this entire lobby out if you have a chance at getting top 5, because if you don't, and we see 4th and 5th place get chicken dinners, like, top 5's gone. So let's see what they decide to do here. I understand why they're playing it very pensively. They want to make sure that they get to that end game, but you got to ramp up the aggression.
Sleepy spotted in the end. Was hoping he could worm his way back into the zone, but not this time. Nonshin Red Force looking for a bit of an assess on the situation. Got a good lay of the land from the position they're in. Vitality close by towards Ida as well. The Arena with a bit of a scouting play. Tourniquet there in the back of the vehicle. Limited cover as well, Jukes. And Nonshin, such an open angle to just take pot shots.
Oh man, this circle not too kind, as there's a lot of open field in that center. Everyone's gonna have to play the edge. I would like to see Ida go push up into these buildings though and challenge Team Vitality. They need to, honestly. They have to clear the south side out pretty quickly. And you can see them in the vehicles, in the buggies, just getting some more information for now. Rita though is just moving up ever so closely. He could hear those steps. He knows they're in that building.
Audio cue giving the game away somewhat. Rita with a nade as well, pinpooled on it. If he gets a chance to arc it in, find a knock, then they could collapse, but they are starting to fragment over as well. Darkin advanced towards the zone, looking to get set up near the cover they found. 2 players make it in. Darkin with a knock over to Hyunbin as well. Fires back up onto this ridge and does some damage onto Nonshin. Vitality re-aggress. Emre holding. Rito with the assist. The shotgun slays back over onto Federales. Emre will pick off Axel. And Vitality crumble to Ida. They're starting to cook Jukes.
This is a perfect scenario for them, right? They got 2 players already taking a position in this next zone. They were able to clear out Team Vitality, and now they're getting towards that end game. It's still going to be quite difficult considering that you got E-Arena up on top with the circle priority. And most likely, we're going to see Ida fight Nongshim Red Force. So if that does happen, never mind. Ida, they understand. They need to win this game. Push up into E-Arena, challenge them, try to take them out as fast as possible, and then have to deal with Nongshim Red Force later.
So many smokes being arced here, setting themselves up for it, trying to create some semblance of cover to protect them from Nongshim, block off the line of sight, and then take the fight over. Deep nade in as well. Nongshim aren't sleeping either. They're thinking about just taking the hit to him. It could be a three-way battle for the finish instantly. Tizzy so low.
Oh, Schweppes got so much damage onto him. But now we're going to see Ida throw some good nades onto Nongshim Red Force. That's 2 knocks for them. This is the best case scenario. They need to wipe out this entire lobby if they want a chance. Here they go, and they are starting to do it little by little. But now E-Arena have woken up. Now they're starting to put in some work.
So much damage. So little time to try and fix the issues you've suffered from that encounter, and E-Arena know that the knee is weak. Seeing if they can make a buckle with Schweppes. Clearing through. Good shots on target. Brings us down to just a duo on either side. Mormon with utility as well. He's only got that 1 Molotov left in the back pocket. 100 rounds of ammo on the org as he shoots up. Emre sneaking in.
That one hurt. Unfortunately, that was his second to last name. Ooh, that molly. Mighty close. And Mormon gets the knock. Single player up left. It's Schweppes and Mormon versus the final player from Ida.
Darkin. Can he somehow find a way to follow through and win this 1v2? Peacock. Oh, it's good.
That's huge.
Schweppes falls. They've got the revive off in the meantime. Mormon primes the nade. Tiny K tucks in behind the wall. Nade misses. Darkin peaks. That's on target.
Headshot.
Good shot. Follow-ups there. HG takes him away as Tiny K falls. Mormon closes the gap in the shotgun standoff, but will he win it? No!
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's Ida getting it done in the 1v3!
Played it to perfection, Jukes.
Woo! Let's go!
They go for the res, he gets the engage off, wins the 1v1, isolates it with a nade, finishes him off, up close, sweating bullets with the shotgun, shuts it down and gets the dinner.
DBS behind the tree using that shotgun whip technology, saying, you know what, I'm gonna shoot that shot before you could even see me, and goodbye. I mean, this was perfect case scenario. Literally, this is what they needed to do if they want a shot at the finals, and they did it the hardest way possible. That was not easy. Look at the shot. Bye-bye.
The quick taps on it. Fast fingers. And brilliant decision-making with how he approached it in what was a chaotic moment. Milliseconds of decision-making.
Sometimes you just gotta clutch it up. You know, you just gotta make a play if you want to keep your team in this tournament. And it's plays like that that are momentum shifters, right? It's one of those plays so big, so massive, that it gets your team so dang hyped that you just become an unstoppable force for it, right? So they got it in that game, and yeah, you can see that. You want to gain some faith in your squad? You want your team to believe in you? That is how you do it, and that is a kiss well-deserved.
There was no buckshot in that shotgun, Jukes. It was all slugs. He just uppercutted the whole lobby.
Made a play. That was one of the plays of the tournament so far. I mean, 1v3 to win the game, and if this squad makes it into the finals, that was it right there, guys. That is the play that made that possible.
from feeling like it was becoming an impossibility to really just dialing in and immediately, like you say, locking in, knowing the game plan, understanding we have to fight. And they were so proactive that entire time.
Yep. And that's the thing, though, guys, right, is you're in a situation where your back's against the wall and you can just look at it and be like, hey, you know what, whatever happens, happens. We're just going to play it out as is. No, like, this is what I love about this year in particular. We're seeing teams, coaches understand just doing whatever happens isn't going to work. You got to do something different. You got to adapt.
You do indeed. And we got to get down to the stage with Kalaris to hear from Godlike.
That's right, thank you very much, boys. Here I'm with S-Power once again to talk about that first victory, as well as what was going on in Erangel, but I want to focus on Rondo to start things off. Obviously, you guys had great eliminations to start things off over in Neox, and then from the north side of that circle, you looked very controlled, and then when SUG wrapped around, you looked super controlled against them as well. What was the game like from your perspective?
Our perspective was very simple and clear. We'll just play our natural game. We'll play in slow. Basically, we'll play in slow motion. We'll just go with the flow, and we'll try to clear our back as much as we can. And we did it very well. We executed the things very properly. So that's why we could secure the champion. Second dinner, sorry.
Looked fantastic, really did. That's a great start for you guys. If you continue that on, you're basically going to be qualified for the final, so it's looking really good right now. Game 2, of course, wide wrap on towards Stalba or on that east side, but then getting stuck on Stalba can be a little bit difficult there, and it kind of felt like that was the case for you guys. What was it like here from the team as a whole?
We did choke there because we planned something, but we didn't execute that in a proper way. That's what costed us the game, but hopefully we are looking forward to the next matches and hopefully we'll do better comparatively. Yep.
It's looking good for Godlike. Thank you very much for joining me here, S-Power, once again. That is S-Power here down on the stage, looking awesome here on day 2 of Group B.
주나요? 차벽 이용해 후보. 공 왔다.
얘들아 왼쪽 보고 많아.
앞에 나무 기절. 나무 중간 나무. 나무 라스. 해단대. 나이스. Ben yine tepeye çıkabilirim muhtemelen.
Oğlum sen Rita gelen olmayacak dedin de şey gelmesin oğlum iyi.
Kim? Gelmez oğlum iyi ne işi var? Samat mı olacak bunlar? Ya beni almanız lazım ha yalnız. Derken sen alırsın beni tamam mı? Alırım da. Şundan enforcement çekiyorum. Yok kaçmışlar bunlar ya direkt. Yemini falan yok mu ya? 6x. Nice. Mati marah. Masih ada Ren? Itu bisa tambah 60 gua. Enggak ada 60. Udah enggak usah. Di berapa ya? NS ya? Guys. Bagian rata guys. 15 NS. Berapa mati 2? Orang mati berapa ya orang? Tadi gua bunuh 1. Mati 2. Oke. Di jamur ada yang mayat jamur. Iya ya. Gua bunuh 1.ต้องตีมันไว้ชิ้นนี้สู้มาส่งนี้สู้ฟังกูเอารถโม่ไปรับให้ต้องรับรถจะระเบิดตายกูจะระเบิดโอเคตายมาผมอยู่นะเตอร์รอมา
Loving the radio comms and the translation as well, but I'm also loving the PMWC Lucky Spin, which is available now in PUBG Mobile. Co-created with PDP creator Nana, the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, this stunning alien fusion grows out. Log into PUBG Mobile and take your spin before it's gone, like Max has done. I have tried it as well. I'm gonna try it again today because that grows out looks sick.
It is amazing. And he's also glowing. It doesn't look like it right now in the picture, but it does actually glow quite a bit. So it's got some animation. It's themed around PMWC. It's only W's for the skins right now.
And one team that was glowing in that last match was none other than IDA. Because IDA, my goodness, this is a squad that also needs to make sure they stay within that range of getting to the top 5. And they were able to do just that, Neptura.
They were indeed really looking forward to what they have coming in off the back of that big win because, yeah, they did play that very well. I want to point out specifically there's smokes coming on in there. We were talking about this again, you know, analysts, we chat in the backstage area. But it was really nice to see them use those smokes against EA when they made that push onto Nongshim. It was a really good performance there to just make sure. And yeah, you're seeing the day 1 versus day 2, night and day. I mean, I think we saw that in game. We could see it very clearly, but night and day on those stats as well, looking very good for them.
I mean, I love this because I love having a look at their average of eliminations and being able to capitalize on that. And I want to give them a get them whatever food they want, buy them whatever skin they want in PUBG Mobile because it's insanity that E-Arena lost that with that much health and utility. Obviously, you know, popping on the zigzag, but was not prepared for that shotgun at the end. And you know what? Having teams that, you know, are creeping their way up from the bottom into these positions, they're locked in.
Yep.
And if you think you're at the top of the leaderboard and you're safe, it's not always the case.
It's definitely not always the case. Between Circle for us, we're looking at the match ranking here. Teams 9 through 13 were eliminated, Max, which leaves a huge opening for those squads towards the bottom and also for those teams towards the top to just kind of expand that lead.
I mean, yeah, because it's so close towards the teams in the middle and especially the bottom of the pack, as you just said here, Seven. And because of that, I was expecting Tiamba to just kind of level up their aggression, which they actually did at the very start. They did go for a crash on, I believe it was 7-2-1 GS team. I'm like, yeah, this is great. But not on Circle 1 to Circle 2. You know, it's a little bit too early to go for a full commit fight and get instantly eliminated because you're not getting any eliminations and especially not getting any placement points. So Tiamba, I like the change of mindset, but it's just not at the right time. They need to do the fights when it makes the most sense in these games.
Yeah, I mean, 7-2-1 sort of took them down, and that creates like that chain effect at the bottom 3, Max, you know?
Yes.
Giving a little bit of hope to none other than dopeness. They overtook them, put themselves in a good position, got on that north side, didn't scout Nongshim and, you know, just leaving Kenji and Spigot to sponge some placement. But look, this is how crazy it gets at the lower of the leaderboard.
Was look at the top damage dealers here. I was just speechless by what IDA was able to do there at the end. That solo player, he was even celebrated with the kiss on the forehead, just saying, good job, please keep that up. We really need that because if not, then we're not going to be able to make it to top 5 or even get close. But right now, that squad with this kind of performances, at least they're putting themselves in that it doesn't really matter area because they might end up going to survival, which might leave them open to just do whatever the heck they want.
Well, that's exactly how you want to be playing, right? You want to make sure you are comfortable, ready to go, and ready to get into the next game without too much of an, oh my god, we gotta win this game if we want to succeed. But yeah, really good stuff coming in from there. Also, shout out to EA in that final play. I do want to say EA actually doing a really good job, and I think if it hadn't been for the IDA player, you know, flicking in to get that win, they were isolating IDA really well. They were moving around and trying to control as much of the zone as possible. So shout out to them. It's still a really good game from them. So again, going into the next Erangel, want to see more from them.
Yeah, Arena. Shout out to you, E-Arena, right up until the end when you got absolutely smoked by one player with very low HP. One team that has been actually very consistent today, Max, for the first 2 games, which has been a big difference from what we saw yesterday in day 1 for Group B, is none other than Nongshim.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to ask me about Nongshim Red Force. I love the way they play because they're not an aggressive team early game, mid game, right? They're just trying to get a focus on their position. And especially if you look at this circle finish, western side of Stolber, very northern side. Where do Nongshim Red Force drop? Down in farm split. They go for wide rotation all around the eastern side of Stolber Mountain, get a great entry point, have a 4-man split, just scouting very passively, just getting some information, seeing where all the players are hiding in those bushes. And at the end, when the teams are at their weakest, they're involved in a fight, they have to rock up, they take the high ground position and get a ton of eliminations. Sure, it's not a win, but Nongshim Red Force, the macro decision making is just next level.
Honestly, come over here, Max. That was just... Ah, no!
Off camera! He gave me a
As
little
we're looking at the overall ranking for Team Vitality, I mean, they're going to stay up there too. Godlike still performing well. Just let's keep an eye on that gap between Godlike and EDA Esports because it is currently at 12 points. S2G has been able to perform well. They ended up on a 1v1 with GodL.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I'm on the fence for S2G, honestly, here, Seven.
Same.
Why?
Because they are performing better. Are they performing well? I don't really think so. At least not in that game. I think they were way too slow on that third party. I think they took forever. Once the third party was done, then they took forever to actually push Godlike as well, just giving them so much time to defend.
I mean, especially they only have 12 placement points over the course of what is now 8 games. That's a very low placement point, and the survival time must be abysmal. S2G, you need to get into those late games.
And for this team towards the bottom right now, Lace, I want you to get into your best coaching mentality. How are you going to hype up these teams like Tiamba, ETSH Esports, and Hustler Crew?
I will personally head over to Hot Jukes. I will reach down and grab his left shoe and probably not do much with it because, you know, I might get a complaint. But look, these teams, especially Esh, coming out of that, they had a great position on the high north side. They had about 5 vehicle cover, 7 eliminations, moving on into that zone. And what did they do? EA Arena. They knew that they were there. It's not like they was just kind of did a nice flank onto them, but they're struggling with these positions into late game. If they were to have just defended EA Arena from behind, it would have been a different story for them. But the passiveness when it comes just specifically to late games from Team Esh is sad.
Yeah, it is sad for them. And for Hustler Crew, honestly, Kalaris, they might need a new pep talk, man.
Yeah, that's going to cost you the big bucks here for PMWC. But I think in Group B, the big bucks has done all the talking. You've got 4 of the 5 at the very top that I think have been the big fish, the big kahunas. They've made some amazing plays happen each and every time. They've looked very flashy, but one that's been ultra consistent without looking too flashy, I think, has been Horror Esports.
Just swimming along in that pond. They're a big fish at the moment. It is Horror. They're doing fantastically well. Again, so far they've had 2 bad games, like a 15th and a 16th, where it's not gone well. But we caveat with the fact that if they don't have a bad game like that, it's a top 5 at minimum. They've had multiple thirds, multiple seconds. They've had a strong win yesterday on Erangel. They're just a consistent team. But when we look at this, it's nice because that's very promising going into the finals.
No, definitely, especially since someone like Sky, right, is still currently in that running for a potential MVP spot of this group, I would say in particular. Beast. Maybe you can kind of carry that forward into like a final if it does occur. And that said, I feel like the top 5 as a whole, there's a little bit of separation already gathering from the bubble teams just below them. So Horror currently is kind of that boundary. I think that they can stay stalwart in what they've been able to do so far. Good splits and being able to take central positions. And they do control space very well. It's just that actually the very top of this lobby looks so flashy. When those stack levels come in, it's difficult to kind of go up against that.
Like when we were memeing earlier on in the day with Vitality, they had a really greedy 4-man split.
Yeah, they did.
And then we had Arena with their 39-point game. But it just, by contrast, Horror's just chugging along. And I don't think we'll see 39 Elim games. We won't see 4-man splits going to the finals. That's the winning strategy right there.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blanket. It's time now to send it over to some of the big boys. Once again, on the caster desk, it's more games here at PMWC.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Blank. Very exciting seeing everyone start to set things up with how it's going here, Dukes. The day, of course, already raging on. 2 of our battlegrounds played out and another spectacular one just on the horizon off the back of what was a monumental clutch. I'm hoping everyone tries to raise the bar of their own individual level to match that.
They're going to need to, that's for sure, right? I mean, IDA did exactly what needed to happen to put them in the running, right, for top 5. They're still not there yet. I mean, there's still more to do, but you know what? Hopefully they can do it in style, and you guys can do it in style with that new Yangon Galacticos Champion Ancient Charm set. See if you can get that thing in game. I saw the players wearing it the other day, and I was like, I want some of that, right? I need some of that in a couple XL.
Oh, yeah, man. If we can get 2 of those up here.
And I mean American couple XL, right? You know, because otherwise there's like 5 or 6, you know. I know.
Don't worry, we'll get you a tight one that fits nice. We'll get you looking fresh.
Fitted, baby. Straight fitted. And I'll tell you what, IDA are looking fitted to put themselves into that top 5. We'll see if that can happen. The rest of these teams in these lobbies need to go absolutely insane. There's only 4 matches left here.
Yeah, dude, it's gone by so quick today, especially, right? It feels like we've just whizzed through these games. Well, whizzed, probably rather than rizzed. Some of the players have been risen.
Oh, yes, they have. Yes, they have. They're looking good, man, as here we go into the second Airgale match here for Group B. Let's see if the zone's going to be finally kind here in this game, right? I think we need at least one normal Airgale circle when it comes to this group.
Is that what you want?
Just one.
All right, watch this. You ready?
Yeah.
Wait, you just wait. When you see the zone, you're going to be blown away.
Okay.
I'm calling it right now.
You had the crystal ball when it came to GOAT, right, before. Let's see if Jackie's got it locked in now. If this thing goes to Zarky, I'm going bananas.
Just wait, man. The anticipation's all going to be worth it. Trust me, Jukes. It's going to be the most revolutionary zone you've ever seen.
Okay. All right, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I know a lot of these teams are ready for it here. As I'm looking at that top 5, now that cutoff being 73 points. That is a huge jump down to 7th place. What is that, 24-point difference? That is a chicken dinner minimum just to catch up. And that's if these teams do nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's looking mighty solidified here. But we've seen crazier things happen, that's for sure. As we're going to see Vitality, out towards military base early, as always.
The classic set up from a fair few of our squads, because the playing path at least has been favourable for them. What about that zone, though? All right. Could have been way worse.
That's still gross, though.
It could have been way worse, though. That's what I'm saying. But what we're working with here, like 45% water? Like 35?
It's still a nasty circle. I mean, this is really like one of the worst spots because of the fact that you have to make that bet, right? Like you go to the mainland, you go down to military base, you try to hold that that bridge just in case the zone goes in another direction. Vitality don't care. Like I said, they've done so much. They don't need points, so they can do whatever they want, you know? But for teams in the mid-pack, it's not good. It isn't, because this is not one of those circles that's like, oh, I got zone blessed and now I'm gonna get 30-point game.
Yeah.
It's like, we're just going to try to make it to endgame here.
You're gambling on it of just like, okay, do we stay there? Do we go back to the mainland? Which one do we pick? We're just going to get stuck on a bridge again?
Ugh. I wouldn't even know if I want a bridge fight. What do you do here? I'm really trying to crunch my brain and think, you know what? I think the best strategy here is to go in game and get the brand new Naruto skin. I think that is what you're going to do first, right? Get that Ninetales, Furies, Og, and that way I'll look good, right? And once I'm going and get that skin, then really think, what do I do in this game? As we're going to see Ida get that loot truck from Pachiki. Loot trucks really have changed the game here, the whole meta. They've really allowed a lot of these spots that used to be a little bit rougher when it came to loot now be absolutely stacked. Because I'm thinking, if the coaches had to tell these teams, Jackie, you have to win the game.
Yeah.
If you want to make it to the finals, it's win the game. Otherwise, just good luck, right? So what do we do here in this scenario? What position, if you were a team, where would you put your squad in to try and get that 20-point game? You go in mainland, you go in military, you taking bridge? What are you thinking?
I think Gambleware's probably a little bit safer right now to just set up mainland. Like you say as well, like the blessing of the loot trucks right here. If they get something good out of this, I'm sure we'll catch vision at some point of what they actually got, right? You get some high-tier loot straight away. You can just coast early game. Cut out a load of that like early looting time and actually fight a bit more with an advantage. I'm thinking it from the angle if they've just got to carry on from where they left off. Squads like that sort of take that Ida mindset of trying to push your limits further. Run some risk break. You get some high-tier loot, get in there, start scrapping, see if you can squeeze elims, bully some of the lobby. You know effectively at this point, like you're kind of middle of the pack. You're not really going to fall that far down. The bottom side's so low. Slipping out of survival is going to be hard.
Yeah.
So you might as well risk it.
You have to, and I think this is the game to risk it. You know, I think that at a certain point, I think here it's all risk, for sure. As we get into the Miramar matches, then it's like, all right, maybe we got to play a little conservative just to make sure we don't fall in the bottom 3 if you're that low. But here is one of those games where you gotta shoot for the moon, right? Try to get that top 3 finish. I think if you're gonna go for down a spot, I think you go Ferry Pier, that Ferry Pier hill, right behind the gas station. If you take that spot there, it gives you a lot of control of the zone. You can hopefully maybe even catch some third parties. And it looks like IDA, of all teams, is going to take that spot. So they're saying, you know what? We're one of the squads that definitely could make it a top 5. And I mean, by one, I mean the only one, right? They're the only one really in the run for top 5 here, due to that last game, and they're going to control this hill which I think is an excellent spot in the zone.
And it works out pretty cerebrally for them as well, right? Because obviously you come in, like you say, get that loot truck, arm yourself a bit earlier, that gets cut out some of the additional time they'd have to waste, sort of slowly slogging along, getting themselves better firepower and ammunition to work with. If they run into another squad, maybe they do just take that encounter head on. It's a good call. It was a great last game, and you could see they were all fired up in celebration as well. Big stage like this, Duke, sometimes the paranoia gets to you.
Yeah, it does.
But they certainly rise to the occasion, man.
They have rise to the occasion, and they did it in just such insane fashion. A crazy 1v3 to end things up, to get the chicken dinner, the dub, and put them in the running here. It's so insane. I mean, job's not done yet. I mean, Godlike have been playing phenomenally today. That's going to be a hard one to catch. And we heard it there from the desk, right? Out of all the teams in the top 5, they were talking about Aura, just being like, yeah, I mean, they are consistent. They're up there, but out of all the teams, I think they're the ones that's the most shaky right now, at least when it comes to trying to let IDA catch up to them. So I think if you are Aura, if you're any of the teams in top 5, you obviously want to shut that conversation down right here. But with a circle like this, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
A team that was towards the bottom side coming into the start of the day was 721 GS, but they've rose massively, fighting hearty into these games and still being able to squeeze out a decent number of elims to rise up the ranks. Fair few points between them and slipping back into the bottom. Obviously the surprising factor there, Tianba. Didn't think that's where we'd be seeing them, Jukes.
Oh my gosh, I can't, that's like, for me, the most frustrating thing in this lobby is seeing Tianba in, I mean, I don't even want to say it. I mean, they are in bottom 3 right now. I mean, I don't want to believe it, you know, and in every, if this was any other year, I'd be like, nah, I'm not worried, you know, like, it's Tianba, they're for sure not going to be, blah, blah, blah, blah, you know, but what has happened with Alpha 7, you know, is making me very scared, you know, because there wasn't a world, I would have put the whole house on saying that Alpha 7 were for sure making a final in 2 international events, and they haven't done that yet. So, yeah, Tianba, please get it together, please.
Yeah, we need to see some sort of change. Again, that'd be a prime example of a squad that probably could, if they lock in right here, right now, game like this, right, run the risk. It's not looking great as it is anyway. If you can completely flip that around with a big result, get some points in, bro. The other teams drop down below you. We know they've got the firepower for it, Jukes. It's just gone quiet.
Silly quiet. I mean, for them to even be close to bottom 3 is insane, and the fact that they're sitting there right now is wild. I mean, they're not that deep down. I mean, it's only 2 points away from dopeness and about 9 points away from 9th place. So it's not the scariest position to be in, but you know, you don't like to see it regardless. Next zone. Let's just see how toxic it's gonna be. Are we gonna get a crazy shit? Okay, yeah, it does go perfectly up to that mainland. So that bet from IDA, right? I mean, this is the perfect zone shift for them.
It's worked out brilliantly. Opening game plan so far uncontested. Sped up a lot of their looting, found themselves a good position that's still very central as well. 72-1 GS once again. They've been a bit of a dark horse of being able to squeeze eliminations and bully some of the squads that are massively above them in the standings. And that little nip, make it harder, take out some of these players so that you can try and climb. That's helping not only them, but potentially a few of our other squads as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's the teams you got to take out here, guys, right? I mean, at a certain point, I mean, I'm not going to say at a certain point. It's literally this point now. Like
right now.
The mid teams need to hunt down the top squads. Like, you need to have the coaches should be talking to these mid-pack teams, analyzing their drops. Not necessarily saying hot drop, but have a good idea of where they move rotationally. Try to gatekeep them on a try to catch them out on a drive in somewhere. You got to do something to slow them down, because just hoping that they don't perform is just not good enough. You got to make your own luck. You got to find a way to make something happen. Unfortunately for Tianba, they lose a player on rotate, so they're going to be stuck with 3 here in order to get into that end game. And now QZZ gets knocked out by Ida. This is worst case scenario for Tianba. They're going to hold the warehouse here. Not the worst spot. It's one of those spots that you hard commit to. Are they not going to get this res? Oh, brutal. And that just shows the urgency from Ida, right? They're like, we need every single point we can get.
Yeah, that's absolutely hellish for them immediately as well, right? If we're saying these kind of games where, yeah, as much as it's not barren, bottom of the bottle, not feeling like you can completely get back into it, another game goes by, suddenly you're looking at 3 matches left. If they remain in this position with their squad already falling down to only 2, and especially if you're feeding those points to a rising squad like Ida, this can't be happening.
Dude, I'm getting flashbacks, guys, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like remembering Alpha 7 being like, hey, all right, another bad game, another bad game, another bad game. What's going on here? And then all of a sudden, boom, they are knocked out. You could just see the look on the players' faces and just not looking too happy at all. Coaches from Young Galacticos are locked in right now. They're in 8th place, 47 points. And again, that is quite a few away from that mid-place position. So yeah, if you're Young Galacticos, you're in the blue zone now. Hunting down some of these squads might be beneficial because you need a ton of eliminations. Let's see if they can find them, though, as Dopeness end up battling it out with Team Vitality. Razak throwing the Molotovs in there. Lupa on fire, and he's gonna burn, baby, burn. And that's Dopeness losing one of their players here.
Dopeness trying to clash back. Eyes on the Wizard's Tower. Razy goes up top to make sure they can hard flush onto Lufa. No recovery mission, but Nikita has other ideas in mind. Nearly gets up the stairs, but Razak's quick with it. And a buckshot's dispatched them. Head on a swivel as well. Finds Ken G, 1 by 1. Dopeness very quickly falling to the wayside. Nice pick up there, Jukes. They can save their mate as well. This is a bit surprising, though. S2G hard commit onto the Godlike crew, and they're gone.
Wow, what a huge finish for the side of S2G. This is their chance now. S2G's got to go for the win. Godlike getting shut out earlier is perfect for them because they are right there. 4th place, 5th. Not a crazy point gap going up from them. So 75 points is where they're staying. That's the goal to catch up to. Big opportunity. You know, Ida saw that. You know, Aura saw that. You know, Young Galactica saw that. So let's see what they could do in this game. And now with Dopeness getting eliminated earlier, Tianba are like, all right, hey, let's get a good game in here and get out of this bottom 3.
Yeah, exactly. You're not too far off. Couple points. It's only a duo, though. That's the scary thing. Need to weaken them early. That task is way harder. Half as many players to rely on.
Now, yeah, you're just going to see these rotations come out. I mean, S2G need to find themselves a good solidified position, and they do, right? They have a good spot in this next circle, especially if the zone goes up north. Yeah, I think now it's time to play things a little bit slower, slow things down. You got to get to end game if you're S2G. Fights right here are way too dangerous because if you take a fight, you're getting third party, almost guaranteed. So slow it down a little bit and try to get this win because that's what you need. You need still a good amount of points here. And if you can get that win now, man, they'll be having a good solid chance in the last 3 matches.
Good to see everyone being a little bit more cutthroat with the application of how they're playing, right? It's kind of what we were saying. You got to try and run a few more risks, and taking down Godlike now presents that opportunity to rise. Let's see where the zone's going to go on it. Who will get a bit of a gift?
Dead center. Dead center here. So the S2G are still in play here. The duo from Tianba are not going to be in trouble because everyone's going to be crashing in this area. And you can see Vitality are driving right by everybody, instantly moving on. S2G not happy with just taking that corner side. They want dead central, and they are pushing on up. Vitality now. Oh boy, here comes TT Project, looking to punish them in the shack. Nice shots there from Niaz. And this is some desperation points on the side of TT Project. They need every single one of them.
Sitting inside the vehicles for Vitality is the only play they can make. They quickly heal themselves up and re-peek back through. Razak, star player for this squad that's been popping off in this very battleground. They're going to go for the quick pickup play, it seems. Federales runs in. Oh, the hovercraft just clipping the toes of Niaz as he gets crushed. And Razy finishes it off there. They can block some of this space as well. Hard commit to that recovery. Make sure they get back to 3 members, Jukes.
How are these guys alive?
I don't know.
This is insane. I mean, this was the worst case scenario for TT Project. Just Team Vitality said, all right, you know what? Yeah, you guys thought that we were just big chilling. No. If you're going to take us out, you got to do it quick. Now we're going to see Young Galacticos here just on the move little by little. Ida holding this compound, a strong position in this zone is exactly what they need to be doing. They got a couple eliminations early. You know, get yourselves a nice secure spot. Ensure that you get to that end game here. S2G would have 6 eliminations, which is a great start for them. They did lose 1 player, so they got to start playing very conservative here. They full committed to this position, dead center. They're like, you know what? We're going to hold the dead center, wide out in the open. We're going to secure this shack, have all our vehicles blown up. So they really, really need to hope that the zone just keeps centering on up to their position.
That's the crew taking down Hyunbin there as they're able to detonate the vehicle. And you can see it's not looking too great health-wise for Nonshin Red Force. They chip damage onto one of them, 2 of the players knocked for now. That's a bit of a spread where you got Wolves nearby, Hustler crew in position. This is the fight that's currently going down. Ooh, nade inside from Slanik. As Wolves get that one on target.
Let's go Wolves, man. Wolves need to do something here to keep the NA dreams, hopes alive. Wolves having one of the best substitute players on the planet in Juancho. Fortunately, we haven't seen him in the game, but he is here in the arena watching over his squad. And hopefully looking to extend their stay here just a little bit longer. 30 points, not nearly out of the danger zone yet. They need a good game to at least solidify them to that survival stage. But man, that survival stage is going to be jam-packed here. Tianba looking like they are going to might be going to it. Alpha 7 looking headed in that direction as well. As we look at the top players, of course, we see a whole bunch of Team Vitality. That makes sense.
It really does. Zone crunching in once again, though. Centering up. S2G, Hora. And of course, the remaining members of Tianba within the area for now. Surprised Ida from distance as well when we saw that fight with Wolves and Nonshin, but they were able to steal away 1 more point just off the back of the encounter. This is Yangon pushing up onto TT Project. Oh, they're trying to get away in the vehicle, but they're running into another team on the hillside. It goes both ways though. Damage done. Federales from distance helping Vitality put pressure onto these squads.
Young Galacticos, there's Say Cloud, all right, popping a couple shots there on the side of Vitality. I'm surprised he even shot that, considering that he's so far out of position in this circle. But now I was wondering, where is Alpha 7? When are they going to make some moves? There's Obscure getting a nice shot there onto E-Arena. That's huge for this lobby. E-Arena going out here. shuts down one of those top players. And Tourniquet, though, last player up. Oh, devastating A7 here. Oh, and good for them, though. 7-2-1 gets that elimination. That's going to be a huge sigh of relief for the side of A7.
It's Wolves as well, making it so uncomfortable for Alpha 7 there. They thought they could take a fair fight, be able to just play a head-to-head with both squads. Doesn't work that way. Wolves keep the pressure on A7. 721 GS as well. Still stealing points here and there in these games. Darkin takes the shots up onto Fajita. You got the spam over. In the midst of all this, Vitality have finally finished what remained of TT Project. And the solo from Alpha 7 stuck in a horrific position.
Horrific is right. And the Wolves are holding the north side, wrapping all the way around to find a position in this next zone. Obscure just going to be eating a whole lot of blue damage. And this is stage 5. This one hurts. Alpha 7 just can't seem to catch a break here. Can't get anything going. And S2G, hard committing to that central spot, is working out so far. And that is, yeah, Obscure's just going to go out to blue. So that's A7. If they want to make it into the top 3, they need to win almost every single game going forward.
Impressed how good Wolves have been able to play as well with the really awkward fights they've had here. Handling themselves nicely against multiple squads. Sonic does finally fall, and he was hitting some big shots. It could be a detriment to the remainder of the Wolves roster. Gang gone. Brutal position, bro. They got the smokes, limited cover, hovercraft still there.
Now we're going to see Ida. 4 players up. They took the most dominant position in the zone early, and it is working out for them. What's even working out for them more is the fact that Godlike's gone, right? Nongshim Red Force are hurt. E-Arena is out of here. Aura only have 2 players left, so, and those are really the only top 5 that matter, right? So, oh man, that's going to be really huge for the side of S2G and Ida. It opens the door. It opens the door for them to make it into the finals, but you still got to walk through it. Team Vitality, meanwhile, are applying that pressure onto Young Galacticos. It's only Smile and Romeo up left, and they are going to be stuck trying to just snake this one out and make something happen.
Nade from Smile being cooked. A few shots over from Tiamba as well, it seems. Doesn't overcommit onto chucking that one, just going to belly crawl back through the weeds and see if he can get into a good spot here. Thread the needle with a nade, get it on top of Vitality. There's the boom. Not enough to connect onto Federales. Information going both ways as well. The hovercraft coming in from Romeo to close the gap. He dives out. Quick reposition from Federales.
Now we're going to see Tiamba get eliminated, so they weren't able to put up anything here. Federales looking to go ahead and make a play on a Romeo. Let's see what he can do. Does he have any? Util! Doesn't need it! Jump headshot, baby! Through the window, through the wall. That is how you get it done.
Incredible Elim on that one. But whilst Federales is celebrating, Ida's eyes light up once again. They know their job is not done. Razak takes the heat back over to Ida and puts pressure on them. Razy incredibly low in the distance. They got to go for the pickup play on Rita. They have to tuck in now.
Man, Team Vitality, 13 points. Oh, this is tough considering that these are all points everybody else needs. So they are just making this lobby that much harder here, as that's now Nongshim Red Force eliminated. So pretty dud game for our top 5, excluding Team Vitality. Aura's still alive with 2, but they haven't done much at all. And with S2G getting 8, this is a good chance. This is a good opportunity, right, for them to just continue to chug along and do a little good game of catch-up.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a bit of a sleeper journey for them today. I mean, 8 elims. Still looking like they've got a lot more to give as well. If Ida go down, that's going to be them next in line to really try and take benefit from the games they're having here. Ooh.
Ouch. Man, Team Vitality just crushing dreams non-stop here. They have the craziest day ever yesterday. And now they're just looking to crush the teams of these teams that are trying to desperately make it to the top 5. Rita, it's up to him to make it a play on Federales. Oh, saw a little pixel. Takes a little pop shot at it. And now, Federales does get knocked by 721 GS. It just leaves, I believe, Razak up left for Team Vitality.
Only one player left from Wolves now. Bora set up in the shack. There's the nade coming over. They do get the shots onto him and the nade misses, so they're fine to survive as a duo with Wolves being taken out of the running. Like you said, Vitality just down to Razak. It won't get any easier. S2G bringing the heat over to 721 GS as they'll scrap each other. So far away though, Jukes. It's not an easy gap to close. They're going to get a move on.
Yeah, now this is S2G's time. Like, honestly, S2G, you did a great job. You got to the end game. Now it's time to get aggressive. Move. You need all of these eliminations. Team Vitality is stealing all of them from you. You need all that you can get because Godlike is out. Aura, they're getting some points on the board as well. So if you're S2G, now's your time. Are you going to make it happen, though? Because Ida is still soaking up points here.
Vitality finally full. They can get back over there and resupply off of the crates that are inside of the building. 721 GS taking a lot of damage as well. This is just the cleanup. That's all S2G need from it.
Hey, shout out to 721 GS, though. Great day today, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they were in the bottom 3 looking down and out, but they put themselves at least in a running for the survival stage. Actually, they're looking pretty good for the survival stage here. Oleko gonna have to make a play for his team. Does get some sightlines on S2G, but Solke able to make it behind that hail bale and take them out.
And again, that's another point stolen by Ida as well with the shot we saw coming over from Darkin. One of those knocks goes his way, converted into a point. So still squeezing little bits out of this lobby as we remain with our final 3 squads. Hora down to the 2 players. Ooh, Sky's gonna buckle as well. Instant connection from Emre on the peak up. They're not slowing down, Jukes. They're just getting started.
Yeah, now Aura are out. That's the right play. Honestly, both of these teams were like, hey, Aura's that way? Yeah. Let's all focus there first, all right? And then we can deal about it later on because we're the ones trying to get in the top 5. Aura are already there. And now a huge fight as S2G. He's got the AWM, baby. Let's see some of that late game sniper action. But what? Oh, Rita. Talk about, hey, we got barbershops here for these players, and Rita just got a haircut.
Short back and sides for Rita. Ridiculous, that one didn't connect.
Ooh-wee.
The scope attached for max precision. Looking to punch a hole straight through them. As it comes down to 2 teams that are neck and neck towards each other. The rise we've seen from S2G. And an Ida that took that chicken dinner previously and have not slowed down. A slight advantage in terms of the battle of attrition, Jukes. It's a 4 versus 3 on the manpower.
Oh, I know we joked about that missed shot, but that was actually a really brutal miss, considering that if he would have hit that, Rita's gone, and there's no way he's getting res. It would have been a 3v2 situation. So, barely missing. That would actually have been a 3v3, would have evened things up here. So unfortunate for that. Let's see what kind of plays you're going to make. Now you can see Ida just slowly creeping up, pushing their back against the blue zone. And now with that snake play coming into here, one good nade could shut them down. Come on, bust out that AWM again. You got to do it. You got to hit that shot for your team and clutch things up. This is where that kind of play could really come in and make something happen.
Kamikaze taking some big hits. Emre, look at the reaction time, Jukes. He steps up, absolutely lays down the law. Spitting bullets, one by one they're being removed unless he can save it with the snipe. It's all over, and they're gonna run him down.
didn't really do much except for Team Vitality, right? I mean, it was a non-game for them, and that opened things up. Let's take a look at the team comp to hear what they had to say.
Rahat oynayamaz, rahat oynayamaz. Bak bak. Çok güzel, arkada bir tane geldi, kaldı. Araba sür. Burada kaldı. Araba sür, bana vermesin. Ben sürüyorum. Gel beraber devam edelim, gel. Sür, araba sür. Nice oğlum. Nice.
Tempered celebration. They're happy, bro. They know. They've been there before, Jukes, and they're locking it down. Beautiful signs, though. It's the way as well. They actually stole so many Elim points off other teams amidst all that commotion in those fights, right? Anytime there's a third-party angle from distance, we're talking meters. They're hitting shots.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, this is what I was talking about in that last game, right? When you have such an insane clutch play, it exudes confidence in your entire squad. They believe in you as a player. They believe that it's a sign, right? It's meant to be for us to make it. And we saw that circle early on. I was like, hey, that's probably the best spot in the zone. They immediately were like, yeah, let's take that. And since they looted at Pachinki, and they took full advantage of it. What a clutch play right here. It's to catch up and be able to make it into the finals, and they're looking like they're making it happen.
Locked it down. Happy with themselves. And a pathway now. Went from being possibly impossible to now literally a reality, Dukes. They're right there.
Yeah. I mean, but this is what it took. This is what it took, right? This is why we were really casting so much doubt, right? Because it took like 2 back-to-back wins to even make it a chance. They just did it, and good for them that they did it in the first half of the day, right? I mean, there's still 3 more matches left to go. That's plenty of time to really lock things down, but it's gonna be interesting to see, right, which team got knocked out of the top 5, right? That is gonna be really wild to see, and unfortunately, on the other side of things, right, we didn't see Tianba really able to make it.
Yeah, Tianba. So many different narratives that we're looking at here and so much more to discuss. So stick with us when we get back into it.
Team Vitality is one of the best teams in club championship this year, but I don't feel any responsibility. I think we're happy that outside our game, we also can contribute to the team's Vitality point on the club championship. Winning the championship would mean a lot to me because we can give 1,000 points to Team Vitality.
AGL 的俱乐部的排名在不断上升，然后我们也是会有一点压力的，然后我们也是随着压力的变化，我们也改变我们自己的打法。如果 EWC 我们 AGL 拿下总冠军的话，我是非常开心的，因为我们所有的项目在多项开花嘛，大家都是在拿冠军，为一个目标奋斗，然后我们也是非常开心嘛。
За хэрвээ одоо Aurora Gaming Sub Championship-д одоо байрэлдэж ч юм уу төрүүлэх юм бол одоо мэдээж манай багийг тодорхой хэмжээнд төв нэмрээ оруулсан болохоор мэдээж одоо маш бахархалтай байна гэж бодож байна.
As if there was any question if Ida was gonna show up, Max. They get that back-to-back chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken, if the math is right. they jumped up to 5th place.
It's not chicken dinner anymore, it's a chicken buffet right now for Ida, having a great time. But especially for a team that was middle of the pack, back-to-back wins, right, was great because we saw at the start of day 7, the point gap between the teams in the top 5 was quite significant, like 20-plus points. These wins, and especially that not going towards vitality and such, is great because it just enables a possibility for these teams to initiate a comeback. Ida looking so confident because they know it's do or die. If they want to go to the finals right away, they need to show up, and they've done that massively on day 2 of their group.
No, it's very true. I do enjoy what we're seeing from Ida, the back-to-back. I mean, it's the 3rd back-to-back we've had in the group stage. We've had many coming on through here. Yeah, it's really nice to see, but, you know, it is a classic gameplay, classic strategy that we're seeing from a couple of different teams, Nongshim being one of those, right, where they are going into the mid-circle, there we go, mid-circle, finding a compound, and then just staying there, staying put, being really, really nice to see that come on through. They wait, and then about phase 5, they start actually moving through and spreading out, trying to gain a little bit of control as well. So that's really nice to see from Ida, and I want to see it again.
It is nice to see one team that, honestly, a lot of teams got a chance to just push up the leaderboard here, especially for the middle of the pack. Godlike, they ended up being eliminated early on, right? We saw them start off hot at the beginning of the day. It has slowed down a little bit for this squad, especially considering they're currently in that contention for top 5. But it is a big opportunity. Lace, if you, Matt Niptera, if you can just stop hogging the mic and pass it on. There you go. Thank you very much. But as I was saying, Lace, it's a big opportunity for some of these other squads to be able to jump up that leaderboard. One of them being none other than 721.
Honestly, it's been such a ride watching this team, and by that, I mean they are making micro adjustments mid-game. Still, though, getting a little caught out. I mean, and this is from the likes of, like, I gotta chuck in S2G there as well, because they're literally holding this front position against 721 on the north side. And they were at about like a three player part, and it's just unfortunate 721 aren't sort of making these, like, I guess, minor adjustments to have that line of sight on them. And I mean, they're getting caught out by these massive split holds from these teams. But yeah, I've got to add S2G there into the mix because they are performing incredibly well.
I feel like you've been supporting 721 a lot today. Yesterday was Vitality. Can you support Nongshim Red Force? Just for no particular reason.
They don't need to be supported extra.
Good juju.
I'll take extra points for them. I don't care.
So
can you just say, Lace, can you just say Hyunbin one time for us, please?
Hyunbin?
Okay, there you go. That's an extra 15 eliminations for Hyunbin today.
Guys, I have a reverse caster curse, by the way. Did you know that?
That's called a blessing.
Yeah. I call it a reverse caster curse for everyone at home. But yeah, just PayPal me.
We'll hit you up.
You especially you, Max. Okay, we might find a good rhythm here, especially if you're able to curse a team, she'll uncurse them, and then you and I, Niptera, will try to curse them again. But for some of the other teams, a big surprise for me has to be Alpha 7. We kind of have to bring them back, right? For Alpha 7, we're expecting a bit of a jump up today of the likes of what 721 has been able to do, some of the other squads like Ida, but it hasn't been the case for Alpha 7.
No, it hasn't. They had a couple of really good spots, and then in this last game, the last couple of games, it really feels like they've fallen back down in terms of that momentum. They're not really building on anything, and we are looking now at the overall ranking because yeah, it is Ida. A7's not on the front page, and I think we know why, but Ida, hello.
Ida jumped up all the way to 2nd place. That's what happens when you get a back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, a back-to-back will do that for you. So really good jump up from Ida. Generally a team that I thought would be middle of the pack. I was not expecting to be in here, the top 5, but they just shut us all up right now, and I'm absolutely loving it. The Lake's blessing is real apparently right now, though, looking at this page. Yangon Galacticos, day 1 Niptro, showing some like sparks of aggression. I was really excited, but today, this team just fully disappeared, I would say.
Yeah, it's weird. I was really hoping for a lot more coming on through because, yeah, they've been so nice. they've not been playing passive. They've been trying to do a lot of things. They've been trying to control a lot of area, and it's just not really coming through. I don't know if that's because teams are, pushing that aggression a little bit more and they're getting caught out, or if it's more of just faltering in mentality.
Looking at this one, I'm sorry, I have to go down at this point. Tiamba, what is going on? They're so passive. This does not look like the Tiamba we saw play so well back in the Macau Invitational. They look like just a shadow of their past selves. So Tiamba at
The
this
whole
point,
region, honestly, the whole Chinese region looks like that because they have not been performing well at all.
All gamers had like some good moments, but Tiamba, I would say, is the team that I was expecting a lot of aggression, and I'm sorry to say I've been disappointed, especially by QZZ. He's not even taking any fights. They're so passive. There's still time to exit the bottom 3, but top 5 for Tiamba, not happening.
All right. Well, hey, I've been able to surprise you guys in the past, so I'm going to surprise... No. Keep looking forward, sir. You're in class right now.
Okay.
Because I have a surprise for y'all that you get a chance to open up. Here you go, Max. Hold this for me.
Oh, gift. He's been so nice.
We're going to be opening them up. You guys are going to get some mummies. I get to keep the rest, so I'm not even going to try to open one up. But please, do me a favor. Open them up and see which one you guys are going to be getting. If you get the one, that'd be sick.
Oh, it rips. Wait.
Oh my god, it's okay. You're not gonna keep the box.
ASMR.
You're gonna keep what's inside. Oh, and there's also inside a package, so you're gonna have to do 2 unboxings for me.
Oh, I got a card. What do I have?
What do you think you're gonna be getting?
No,
don't look at the card right now. Just open the thing.
Okay, don't look at the card. I'm gonna be getting the blue one, the blue and the white.
Blue and the white?
I'm gonna get the blue one.
Oh, you did. That's actually pretty sick. Okay, Lace, what are you gonna get?
Okay, you ready? Are you ready?
Oh, squishy.
I got a classic mummy.
Nice.
Those
win.
are sick.
I win.
Those are sick. Okay.
Your one?
I like them. You know what?
Yeah.
Nice. I like it.
Doesn't matter who wins, who got the best one, because now I get to keep them all. Yeah.
Oh, Looty. Dude, we're halfway through day 2 of Group
close.
B. It's crazy. We've got some teams in the bubble as well. TT Project, Dopeness, Tianba.
Yeah, I would love to step in one of these teams.
Step in? Look, dude, I don't know if you're good enough at this game.
Oh, no. I'm not speaking about playing. I'm so bad. I'm speaking like a motivational speech, like a coach.
Yeah, a motivation. Okay, that could work. Yeah.
How do you do?
Oh, how would I do it? I don't know. I would say something like, guys, we're in the bubble. We have to do something. But, trust each other. We have to play our own game. Trust the IGL.
Oh, that's nice. That's calm. That's cool.
Yeah, man. I feel like I shouldn't ask this, but how would you do it?
I will do it the French way, like something like... Bon, maintenant, les gars, on va arrêter de faire de la merde. Hein. On va continuer à jouer plus correctement. On va faire attention à la zone. On va faire des kills et on va arrêter de se chier dessus.
Dude, you terrified the kids. What did you just say?
I just say something like, we're a big family, we got this, and let's win together.
I don't think I believe you.
Back to caster, guy. Game 4 now.
Say?
I said back to caster.
What did you say?
Game 4, it's now.
Hey, you know what? I don't think I believe him either. I don't think that's quite what he said, but my French is not quite good enough. We'll have to tune in with Max to see if that was real. We will have to tune in with Max. Unfortunately, he's laid dead out on a table at the moment, completely slammed out by a chicken leg from Evil7, apparently. But we are getting in towards our 4th game of the day so far. Ida on a back-to-back, which was kind of amazing to watch and is making it quite difficult for some of the teams at the top. We thought it was kind of a secured top 5. Ida, however, battling their way in with fair ease on day 2. It seems like they found something, figured something out from that first day of games, moving into today. So they set it back over on the desk before they were knocked unconscious. They are now in 2nd place, which is a huge jump up coming through from Ida. A Turkish team potentially going to represent in a direct qualification spot in towards those finals would be great. But now we have our final Erangel of the group stages. For Group B, this is their last chance to take a turn around the grassy pastures. Some nice even points available here on Erangel as well. Teams want to make it happen. Unfortunately, today has been pretty rough in terms of play maps. A lot of ones down towards the south side of the map, making it a little bit more comfortable. You have to do it to them. We are going to get another, actually, from Lepovka down towards the northwest side of Millibase, which is, again, I would say it's a pretty awkward playing path. It is playable over towards the eastern side. Places like Yasnaya, Lepovka, Milta, Mini Milta, head down towards Milta itself. There's some splits available over towards that western edge. But yeah, good luck getting over towards the likes of North George Southern.
It would be quite a long journey. I mean, maybe grab some vehicles, swing out, but you're contesting the teams in Yaz for those vehicle drops and things like that, so it can get very, very dicey. Stalba, Kameshki, maybe a little bit more accessible. Yeah, okay. We'll take a look at who's going to drop out. Actually, kind of only Tiamba heading up towards that north side, so potential for them to get to somewhere like Severny quite quickly on this plane path, but It's the teams that are still in the plane after it starts to cross the channel between these two, the mainland and that military island, that are going to be in with a bit of a dicey scenario, I think, Blank.
Yeah, Aura's out early though, towards that northern edge. Godlike currently dropped out from that top 5 as well, so they're looking to claw their way back in. Now, they've had troubles on this type of drop spot before, but they said they fixed it, and I would say they absolutely have today. I think they're dropping a lot more cohesively going forward, which is making things much, much easier for them. They're not losing players on the outside, and obviously that's paid dividends over towards the first map of the day, where they looked really, really good over in Rondo. That's an unfortunate one. Over towards the northwest side, we're heading towards North George.
Hey, you know what? That North George circle does allow teams to invest more time in getting out to the drop spots in that location, right? So it's maybe, blessing in disguise is quite a strong way of putting it, but I feel like it's definitely going to give a lot of teams an opportunity to go out to those locations, whereas circles anywhere else would have meant that you're still going to stay cramped on in. So we could see a little bit more of a disparate situation set up coming on through. Over in Rozhok, you've got 721 GS with Hustler Crew down underneath them on the south side, and Ida from Pachinki on the north edge looking to extend their influence towards Ruins.
It is interesting, 2 minutes into the game, we are already getting long drops coming through. Pretty wild. Schweppes will find themselves to finish on that one, but still, 2 players going down isn't ideal. Went for the old graveyard walk on that one. Pop the players in the vehicle, get a move on.
I suppose they're worried about retribution for that one coming through, so instead of committing the time to res inside the garage, you want to get onto a higher ground position and get away. TT Project will just lose one cleanly. Fantastic stuff. If you guys want to be looking clean as well, there's one very, very good way to do that. That is with now the Naruto skins that have been added to the game. Make sure that you're logging in, grabbing those skins, getting those unlocked, because the Ninetales Fury AUG looks mighty fine. I don't think there's one in the back of that van though, Ida. Unfortunately, you're going to have to get in game and go for those.
Okay, so these players already got it. Slonic takes a tumble. Sadly, this is over towards the western side of the map. I imagine it's probably hit over towards the top of a building and then fallen down, but Wolves were able to get over towards this position fairly quickly. If you cast your minds way back to yesterday, Wolves actually sent Necessary very quickly over towards the Finn, over towards the northwest side here of Georgia Pole, the game that Aura ended up winning versus Vitality. This is a pretty standard rotation for them, except this time the whole team's here.
It's a big benefit when you have all of your team alive. Generally, one of the better strategies in PUBG Mobile, have 4 players when the other team does not. Works out quite well. Irina, it looks like they did manage to get their reses coming on through, but instead of taking too much time to grab that healing, they have opted to move northward towards South George, the compounds to the west of Everest, to Hospital as well. Maybe they could patch themselves back together there. Ooh, a nice little pickup for the Wolves, and taking a player down from Hustler Crew, playing on as 3. In that South George crates area, the Wolves have a little bit more latitude now. And they didn't even lose a player fully. Their knock that was sent their way does get repaired.
Yeah, they have to keep on going. For Wolves, it is a really, really difficult approach over the next few days, over the next day, right? They have 36 points total. Likely they'll stay in this middle pack here, get themselves through towards the next stage of the tournament, but getting in towards the top 5, very, very difficult. 3 more maps to do it in. You're looking at 80 points. It would have to be the most unreal next 3 games. We start to count teams out right now. For 721 GS, I don't think I've seen enough out of this team. I genuinely think we are locking this down between S2G and Godlike, making it in. That feels more reasonable to me. I'd quite like to see Godlike retain that top side, but yeah, I would say those top 7 right now, I wouldn't mind any of those teams going through into the top 5. I think everyone's very interchangeable there. Maybe not Vitality, but everyone else, absolutely.
I feel like if I was going to take one team out of this top 5, and this is going to ruffle some feathers, I imagine, but I think it would be E-Arena. This is the team that did so well in that first match. They broke records, they smashed ceilings. But since then, it's just been lackluster. I mean, they only just surpassed doubling their scoreline from that one single match in their overall gameplay. I think it was a match or 2 ago that they were able to pass that. So I feel like if you're going to take a team out, it kind of has to be Arena, and I probably would replace them with Godlike in this scenario. I feel like S2G today has been a better team, but I think Godlike has had consistency across the 2 days in a way that has impressed me.
Well, Godlike's just been more consistent overall, right, in terms of the adaptations that have come through. I think that they are improving steadily, and surely I would agree with you that for E-Arena, that first map was amazing. It will go down in history books as one of the coolest rondos of all time. Unfortunately, haven't been able to live up to the hype other than that. And it is sad to see because they were on fire that game in Stadium. But yeah, I do think Godlike probably does deserve the spot a little bit more at this point. Unless E-Arena is able to pull some stuff out in the near future. They do have a very central position on this next circle though, so potentially this is the map to do it.
The difficulty though at the moment is that E-Arena, as we saw earlier, did not get a lot of loot on board early. They moved in towards South George at sort of quite raggedy loot. Hopefully they've been able to pick through some of these buildings, but they would have been under duress from the teams around them. We saw Wolves in there fairly early on. We saw Hustler Crew in there fairly early on. So in South George, I feel like they've had enough time now probably to be able to pick through those buildings and grab enough loot on board, add it to the coffers. But there is always going to be that question, are they going to be under-looted for this scenario?
Still plenty of loot around that area to grab though, right? They're down towards apartments. There's fair few buildings to pilfer there. I think a lot of teams realize that they're already ahead. I was surprised that Wolves didn't make a run further in, but maybe they also expected E-Arena to get here quicker than they did originally. So for the Wolves, they opted to sit out a little bit sooner down towards Hospital. Hustler Crew moved up and were quickly rebuffed as Godlike managed to make this long rotate underneath Yasnaya over towards North George. I think it's a good spot. This could equally head over towards the north side of the map very easily off the back of this one. Alpha 7 back to their stomping grounds. Yesterday looked fairly good. I mean, there was a good start for them. Unfortunately, the capability of transferring that same prowess we saw in the first 3 games, not really there going forward. Again, Alpha 7, for them, it is a little bit scary. They're on the cusp, 37 points down towards 26. That could switch up, but they have a fair few teams as a buffer.
They do, but they've also got a track record of getting eliminated at the group stage at global tournaments, you know, so that's gonna weigh heavily on the mind as this circle is, and that is beautiful for Alpha 7. Up in North George, they were right at the edge of the pack. They're thinking, oh, maybe we can scamper across this bridge, but no, they can hold strong now.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, for Godlike, actually, North George wasn't bad. This could easily head towards the northern side, which it does here. And you can see that Alpha 7 do have the center dot right now. They're over towards the western side of North George. Tiamba, you got Eagle, taking a couple of shots through, trying to ward off any players around them. But yeah, this is going to get very hot very quickly. There's a huge amount of water still involved. Can't really see it because of all the players littering over towards Everest. But this is lilting northern.
Does seem to be. I mean, about 50% of the circle is on the north side of the river, and it's going to be teams moving across. TT Project heading to the water. A lot of conflict now around those bridge crossings. I think it was Dopeness trying to go across. Some conflict between 721 and Wolves. Wolves have swung all the way out east side, despite being in South George so much earlier on, losing Baton, but they are across now and one of the few teams to make it through over onto that northern edge. The rest of the bridges much more treacherous.
I mean, Wolves actually getting through here with 3 players, pretty miraculous, honestly. You're passing through Box Compound as well as Watchtower. That's a lot of capability to take your entire team down. I think a lot more teams are going to struggle to make that crossing and probably will take more casualties than just that. Now, E-Arena, are they going to go for the bridge? That's the question, John.
I think it is a pretty big question. At the moment, it feels like they're trying to hold the bridge to stop teams from the south moving on through, but that is then a trade-off in terms of the time you could maybe spend navigating that bridge yourself or trying to open up an option on that northern side. Being trapped on the bridge, though, is the worst-case scenario. You do not want to be locked in there. A team comes in behind you. You find that it's impossible to move through on the northern side. There's always the water rotate as well as an option, if it comes to it.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, they've got two teams breathing down their necks in Nongshim as well as Vitality. Two very scary teams, I would say, to go up against here for E-Arena, and they're trying to hold both of them out right now. I think that you can have a good idea that these teams are coming from the south side. So again, E-Arena, like you say, trying to cut out as much of this southern portion of the map as possible for themselves, but a difficult task, a very, very difficult task.
Ooh, Etch crashing in onto the northern throws of TT Project, and that leaves TT Project on one player alive. 30 points, remember, on the cards for TT Project, which means they are very much in danger of dropping into the danger zone of 14th to 16th at the moment, and with only one player, they are looking pretty shaky. The only saving grace for them is that there is another team behind them who have also lost quite a few players. Dopeness playing on us too, but they are much safer in towards the middle of it. Oh, that's a lot of water, Blank.
That's really unenjoyable. There is a world where this goes back south towards the bridge. There is a world where that happens. I think it's much more likely that we end up in North George, but it's very rare that you get these circles towards the mid portion of the game. You have both North and South George in play. This is a scary one, very, very scary one. Many, many teams looking for refuge in North George right now. Everyone trying to kick their feet up, but many noisy neighbors.
I'm looking at Ida and Vitality, as you said, Nongshim as well. Well, we're looking at Nongshim now on the south side, trying to make a punch through. E-Arena took a knock over towards Joker, but that is isolated, and nobody from Nongshim stands beneath them to be able to get that flush. Vitality trying to navigate the area now to the southwest side of it, but the urban environment is littered with danger as XZY steps up for more, sprays down out the window, but doesn't quite get the full kahuna going there. And now is under a huge amount of threat. Does Nongshim Red Force get obliterated?
I mean, for Nongshim, down to XZY, and then shortly after exiting the lobby, 80 points here opens up things for Godlike, S2G. The Arena, I felt like they were the ones doing most of the holding. It actually turns out to be Vitality, taking shots over towards Nongshim Red Force, getting most of that damage in. But again, that is the benefit of being front of the pack here, front of the queue for E-Arena. Schwebs is going to take high ground, though, looking over towards Vitality. You didn't lose all their players. They're still as a four-man. Now, can E-Arena hold out versus this squad? Struggled to do it in the past. A similar circle like this.
That's a very tricky team to hold out as well. The Ray duo coming in, looking to beam them down whenever they can. It is a nasty opponent to come into contact with. We were reminded by some of the people behind the scenes that Schweppes is technically the only player here who could get a triple title from PMWC. There is an opportunity on the cards for E-Arena to be able to make history on that front, as he was able to win 2 of them, I believe, with Vampire in some of the earlier days of the tournament. So he's looking to try and bring that power to 2026.
Unfortunately, it's been one game. They had one good game, right? Yeah. So it's not looking massively hopeful so far. Again, this is one of those games where they could strike out a 15-pointer, see themselves much safer going into map 5 and 6 over on Miramar. But goodness me, urban finishes, never fun. We're going to get our next circle real shortly. S2G finally breaking in to the circle on that eastern side. Our observers do find the map eventually.
This is nice. This is going to transition into a full map shot. There we go. Beautiful. I could see it in their minds. They set that up.
That was pretty.
It did. It actually did. This is a bridge circle. So what do you do here? I mean, E-Arena don't need to move right now. Sure, you might want to get central, but you can get onto the bridge later. You can just sit there and ruin the day for, well, actually, to be fair, very difficult to ruin Vitality's day right now. They're chilling. But for Ida, this is nasty.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it. John, this is not just a bridge circle. I don't think you can announce it like that. This is an insane circle that teams are going to hate. We're going to be playing underneath the bridge for a long, long time. E-Arena's position became all the more important down towards the south side, but goodness me, this is getting treacherous. Like, where does it go next? He's going to have to hard shift back over towards that northern side, if anything, but it could come back down towards the south. Actually a wild, insane position to be on for all of our squads. Godlike loses 1. Vitality looking to move in. Beautiful bouncer
Up the staircase, nades now from Vitality, looking to keep the pressure up for E-Arena. They've already taken a knock in this location before. Ida want to get stuck in. A third-party hero could be big. I think that's what came through just there. Darkin able to land the shots over towards Federalis, but Razak is in the building, looks to pop that smoke, keep them in a bit of cover there. The res comes through, Schweppes, oh no, has to move for the Molotov, and the burn is able to take down Joker. Schweppes may be next for it as the nade goes boom, right by his ear, and a drop down from the top will be sealing the deal. Schweppes falls in the arena, now on 2 players.
The nades so far from Vitality have been just disgusting. Like, that's actually criminal. The airburst on the top side, you do not see players hit those very often with such pinpoint precision. Can you imagine that Razy's providing a lot of that information back towards his team? You've got to ignore the minimap here. He isn't out in the water. He's watching from the hilltop that is sitting over towards that western side. Really, really incredible stuff. Ida did rock up as well. The rest of E-Arena playing underneath that bridge now, but wow, what a breach by Vitality.
I imagine that there are going to be plenty of people putting on their swimming goggles for this final circle, Blank. A lot of remnants. The saving grace of this circle, if there is one, is the fact that the majority of the buildings in North George are still in. It's going to mean that the next circle is particularly brutal, but there is a lot of area to contain all of these players, whereas in an open zone, that might not be the case. At the moment, Edge, they pushed in from that northwest side. S2G looking to follow in behind on that northwest edge as everybody's crowded around those apartment buildings.
Aura trying to get rid of Edge. Over on that western edge. Alpha 7 a little bit further in. Again, good opportunity here for Alpha 7 to try and solidify that position on the middle side of the tables. I think they realize they're not going to hit that top 5 today. But what they can do is ensure they don't drop into the bottom 3. Send home Tiamba, Edge, Hustler Crew, all the ones to go out now. See the Alpha 7 fans currently watching with bated breath here. This is sort of home ground, honestly.
That North George drop. Alpha 7, Godlike, both have been here for a very, very long time in North George. Now the neighbors are noisy. Make sure to keep them under control. Try and find a little sense of decorum in the zone. Tiamba protecting their patch, and there we go. But it's like still so much water in this one, Blank. That whole stretch of bridge. And the south side fight between Vitality and Ida is gonna need to pop off, and that is how you want to start it. Vitality open with a knock over towards Rita, their forward position. That's gonna draw the backlines from Ida forwards because they don't have a lot of time either before this zone starts closing. Less than 30 seconds to get him back up, to get in a position to jet across that bridge, or indeed jet underneath it.
Yeah, Razy is just a good spot here. That's gonna massively slow down Ida, like you say. It's a hard position to be in going forward. The Vitality, how do they want to make this cross that? I think TT Project not really in a position to hold them out on the other side of the bridge. A lot of teams likely not looking that way, trying not to expose themselves, but Vitality still have to make their way in. Where do they crash onto? Are they going to send it first? Looks like they're setting up the smoke train. I don't think they're banking on every single player making it, but right now everyone's on full HP. This is a very efficient cross from them.
They made it through the first break. E-Arena are underneath the bridge, so they do not have a say on this, making it to the middle spot. This is a good hold position against Ida. I think that they're wise to not try and send it all the way across because they just don't probably have enough information to know where is open on that northern side. It's just not possible for them to have scouted it. So just sitting up here, holding that south edge, they can start to slowly go forwards on that bridge in a future instance, and Ida, they're just going to have to go into the water and try and swim it.
Yeah, Ida going to send out over towards the eastern side here. Vitality probably sees this, but can't quite make the angles happen here because they are trying to avoid the shots coming through from the northern side, from the buildings, from the windows, in apartments. Tony K dropping down from E-Arena, trying to get some shots himself, providing that information back towards the rest of the team. See Hustler Crew here, also Loco trying to work his way in. Final player there from TT Project did go down, 30 points as well. So TT Project in the danger zone. Dopeness tied up with Tiamba, who found 3 elims this match.
Yeah, on that east side, Tiamba actually have a pretty good spot on it. Mormon and Tony K both able to get the angles. Tony K steps up onto the cliffs. He's not out of the zone just yet, but has a little bit more time to play with it. Stage 5, he's full HP, he's got some stims going as well. He can hold here for quite a while and make Ida's life really tricky. Rita goes down. Emre next up on the chopping block. There's the spray and there's the connect. E-Arena doing bits to stay up in the top 5 and take down one of their closest competitors in the run.
Some incredible shots coming through from E-Arena. I mean, Tony K hitting those was nasty. There's a possibility to kind of like eke against this as well. Pull a weapon for a very short amount of time there, you can see. Just try and spam your screen and get the shot off. But you see here, S2G also are looking this way from underneath. Next circle though, where will it go? Will Vitality get thrown a bone here? Will we head out towards the bridge? Have one of the most unbelievable groups of all time over 2 days.
Vitality with the double drop down. They're down into the water here. I mean, they know they're probably not getting across the bridge, so I guess it makes sense. Drawing fire from teams like S2G across the way. See if that's going to pay out for them. They may just stymie everything on the south edge. In the meantime, Godlike trying to hold as much ground as they can. Tiamba behind them. Yangon Galacticos with a little entry there as a duo in one of the puzzle pieces. And the remnants of Plenty team who has fallen before them. Now everyone trying to make their patch in North George.
Aura still, decent spot. Vitality tried to use the vehicles to get good information on where these players were at before attempting to make their move forward, but it's got to be some snaking swims to the coastline. Razak's going to take a quick breather in the meantime. S2G also along the way. Lost, peeks out for a little bit too long. An overzealous nade maybe, but does get quite the distance over towards GS.
Gets pretty close, but yeah, not quite the full distance. Yangon Galacticos with 2 against 3 from Godlike as we tune back into the puzzle pieces. Godlike now committing to this fight, trying to push past Yangon Galacticos, get away from Tiamba. Smile, Molotov out the door, does manage to burn them back, but doesn't quite tag too much damage. Takes a nade to his feet, but does stay alive, stays standing, can start to heal, and out the window Romeo falls. Over the balcony, and Godlike might try and follow him.
Vitality taking a lot of hefty damage here coming through from GS. Unlikely that that's going to continue any further. Yangon Galacticos, defending champions, currently set to go through to the next stage. But not with glory, not straight to the finals. They'll have to play another stage here prior. Alpha 7 look to regroup. They're just going to daisy chain over towards the rest of the squad. Quiz now as well as Revo.
The main threat for Alpha 7 right now is Horror on their position. Everybody else from the south side is down the cliff or in the water right now. So in terms of danger to Alpha 7, that northern edge is much more important to keep an eye on, but you do still need to be worried about teams trying to sneak their way up, like S2G from their position, to move in and maybe get a cheeky little shot, make a little opening, and try and force their way into the fight in a much more favorable position. I'm surprised that the teams over on the south side in the water have survived for as long as they did. They are mightily tested right now. You can see, I mean, Mormon is right close to them. They're trying to get their weapons out here, get a shot off, maintain that pillar position, maybe find a shot, maybe find it, Tony K, maybe no. Can't quite get up high enough. There's Federalis, he's on top of Mormon. It's just about getting the DPS out, but it's not happening.
Just holding him under though, trying to stop him from getting the breathe off. Making it difficult. Federalis dipping back down again, but yeah, for Vitality, E-Arena and Ida, this is a tough experience to be in. You see right now S2G trying to see if they can get themselves further up, to peek over towards where Alpha 7's currently playing, but they are having a struggle bus of it. It looks like it's still happening as well.
The circle shifts out west blank. It keeps Alpha 7 in, but that eastern cabal of players, Godlike, Yangon Galacticos, the duo, Tiamba as well, that's all going to have to force west now. And I think it's going to get messy. For Godlike, I feel like it may be the best opportunity for them to just go as far forward as they can, as fast as possible, to try and escape the pressure that may find its way further east. But Yangon Galacticos want to try and get ahead of it too. They are just immediately sending straight on in.
You may as well try and get further into this. Again, this is sort of undecided though, because you have the western apartments and the eastern apartments on this one. It is marred by this massive road that goes in between. Crossing that's going to be a bit difficult. We are on that coin toss type of a circle now as well, where teams on that northern side likely will have to move. Question is, how well can Alpha 7 hold them out? Because there's a lot of teams moving in tandem. Tiamba setting up the smokes now to try and get across towards where Godlike are currently playing as a 3-man. I like this though from them. They're going to try and take the fight closer to Tiamba. Be prepared for this maneuver.
Elementrix gets mollied by a teammate off in the distance as they combat with Horror and Etch in the meantime. Godlike, they push back out, as you said, Blank. Now, against 4 players from Tiamba. Tiamba needing a little bit more dynamism than we've seen from them so far in these group stages. Let's see if they've got that in the pocket. Milu with a nade on close, first to step forwards, doesn't get contested on the angle, and now has to back off, but immediately stepped out by Spower and will be able to take it down. Eagle tries to fly around the corner, but it's not working out. Godlike hold well for the first volley.
Great initial knock there from Spower into a second. Will take the knock on himself just to ensure that Godlike can go forward. It's heroic play here from Spower to ensure that they get the 5 elims. They're 1 off from cresting back into the top 5.
But hey, Blank, they pay the price. Spower, sure, he was able to keep them in this one with some beautiful peaks, but the off angles there, they punished him. It meant that now Godlike has only 2 players to play with, but with 5 elims, they've still got a little chance of getting across here. A lot of teams now getting forced into unfavorable positions, and Etch have to take the top floor against the Wolves on the north side. Horror are going to have to move as well, Blank. 40 seconds to get out of their building and across a road and into no man's land.
Revo taking a knock here is kind of bad news for Alpha 7, because this is exactly the time that they want to be on a swivel right now. They want to be that moving turret as teams attempt to make their crossings. How many smokes do these players have remaining? Edge as well as Wolves know they need to get rid of one another first before they make that cross. As S2G slowly shimmer their way down the coast.
Playing on those cliff sides. There's still players swimming out in the water, but they are going to be so close now to the teams on the coastline. Etch trying to drop down into the Wolves, but they are ready for them. Teeth are bared and snapping at the heels as Etch try and make their way on through. With only 2 players, though, it's being made difficult. Another bounce on the nade there for Elementrix, just causing them to worry. And on the north side, Horror still yet to leave their building. Another knock sent their way. A self-nade from Sleepy, and they are going to get flushed away. Grease out from Alpha 7. NASA from Edge. Everybody stepping into the fight, back into the blue, and they fall down. But Wolves, similarly, will take that tumble too.
Vitality out, was still in actually with E-Arena on the backside. They just lost 1 more player. The final one up is on very low HP, can no longer afford to go under. Squeeze out now, back up, and remember, Revo was knocked, but they get it back up on his feet. These are very, very important points for Alpha 7 going forward. Aura somehow still alive here up against Edge on that northern edge, but for how long, I don't know. No Fear will get the shots off with the S12K. Get themselves further into this game. 21 players remain and 9 teams still up. Everyone has been cut down to size.
The swimmers have made it to landfall there, and S2G have to fall back to try and deal with it. The north side decimated. No Fear the last to stand for it. And across the road, I don't think that you're going to be able to make that one work. Mormon goes down. Vitality were eliminated. Everybody from the water now not finding their way through. Oh, hang on a minute. Ida, okay. They managed to get Swain all the way across now and actually up onto the high ground with maybe a chance of doing something here. He's going to be able to burn it out. This is the last nade in the pocket coming through from Kamikaze, but there's one for the backlines. And Ida go down.
Tony K though, see him just underneath, has a nade, looks to send it up over towards Sol K. Revo will catch him as he tries to move away from the roaming nade sent up by E-Arena. And at 2G, they need to bolster their ranks, so we have so many teams. We had 7 going into stage 9, and it all closes here now, John.
A lot to play for. Salme, the last player now to stand for Godlike, with Yangon Galacticos inside the building, puts the nade in. and down they go. Yangon Galacticos will fall. Alpha 7 now descend from their building and look to take the fight straight to S2G. The solo player from Godlike is going to be left to his own devices, patch himself back up. The stage 9 circle is going to the middle of the road. There is no cover, there is no hope. All you've got is the barrel to back you up.
And all roads lead back to Alpha 7 here in North George. It is their bread and butter. Can they clean things out now, solidify their position in the rankings before we head into the last two Miramars? MG3 in the hands of one, moved underneath. Nade goes long, Revo on the sidelines. Carrillo starts to move up, looks over towards Salme, who's making a heroic attempt for the Godlike team.
1v4 would be necessary, but he's in the blue zone and he's going down, and there is nothing he can do about it. Alpha 7 though, find the chicken dinner. They find what they were looking for. They move in with a pretty hefty scoreline too. And the drums, the horns, light up the arena.
Really, really good stuff here coming through from Alpha 7. Happy to see it from this squad. Back to basics here in North George. Get themselves a chicken dinner. It's very unlikely now they drop down towards the bottom three. They're in a set position going forward. And Revo giving the thumbs up. Honestly, good stuff from them.
Absolutely beautiful to see. They may be in with an outside chance of top 5, but I think Godlike were able to do enough to get into the top 5 there. And it is such a quick moving goalpost to try and score in towards the top 5 that I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. A heroic effort for Eda to be able to make it in that late in the game, Blank, as well. For E-Arena, that was late in the game from that south side. A diabolical circle for them to try and navigate.
Yeah, for everyone. I mean, so far Group B has been really cruel. From the southern plane maps to the circles we've been given, I don't think really anyone has been given an easy EWC here for any squad at PMWC. But for Alpha 7, great game. Really, really good game. Revo was on point this map. In a big, big way. I think he was finding a lot of shots here and there. Yes, he got knocked, but as soon as he got back up on his feet, he was identifying those angles where the threats would be coming from.
It's exactly what you need to be able to do there. To keep your wits about you in that North George position. They were the turrets on the swivel in their buildings, keeping control of the ground around them. Really, really nice stuff. No one really could contest them there. It was pretty unfortunate. On that north side of the road, it just was not possible to make it across. So for Horror to be able to be the last ones alive in that scenario, that was a good result for them, and you talked about their consistency.
Yeah, well, I think for Horror still, again, they move all the way from Yaz, all the way over towards North George. They managed to play a really tough circle. As soon as that pulls away from those apartments on that northern side, yet you are pretty much out. There's not much you can do about it. Alpha 7 pick a spot that was centered off for a long, long time, ends up being the best position to play from. Not to say it's always easy to find every single pick-off you need, because you're assaulted on all sides there. You need to be very cerebral in your approach. But yeah, Fara, super consistent. I have no doubt they're going to do very well into the finals.
I don't either. I think that I'm looking forward to it. And there were some really interesting CQC moments in that game as well, Blank, with, I think, a notable example being that S-Power push out from Godlike to move back out of the zone to take the fight to Tiamba. I think you were calling it at the time, you said you liked it. It did end up going well for them. Yeah. It was just unfortunate that there were so many off angles.
I think for S-Power there, it's a really, really good call from him, where he understands that this is a difficult circle, a circle they are unlikely to win on. So in that moment, he's like, boys, I am just going to push out here. I'm going to play the off angle that they'll never expect. And Tiamba absolutely did not. And for that, S-Power was able to pick himself up a couple of knocks there, which ensured they won that engagement and allowed Salme then to get very, very far into the game. So although he goes down, there's a very, very tactical approach from him, because he understands, right? This is not a case of, oh man, he got unlucky, or oh man, S-Power didn't know that angle was there. He absolutely did. Like, that's why I called it heroic. It was very big self-sacrifice from him.
Excellent stuff to close down that game. Our final Erangel is done. We're going to head down to the stage with Kalaris to catch up with what the players are thinking.
All right, thank you. There's a lot of energy in the arena right now, and thank you very much, Alpha 7, for just calming down just a second. We've got some interviews. We've got Dark in here from EDA to talk about their back-to-back wins so far, and that is actually my question about it. Back-to-back wins, Darkin looking amazing in the clutch versus E-Arena. After what happened yesterday regarding their results, did they think that they were going to be able to perform this well, and was there any changes from day to day?
Arka arkaya 2 tane win aldınız. Bunun için öncelikle tebrik ediyoruz. E-Arena'ya karşı çok büyük bir clutch kazandın. Dünkü sonuçlardan sonra bugün değiştirdiğiniz herhangi bir şey var mıydı?
Hayır, hiçbir şekilde değişiklik yapmadık. Stratejimiz hiçbir şekilde değişmedi. Sadece mikro hataları daha aza indirdik. O kadar. Teşekkürler.
Actually, we didn't change anything. We always play our own game. We just adapted to our small mistakes that we did.
All right, and I guess finally, are you going to be able to continue this on Get Top 5? It's looking really good for EDA right now. What are your thoughts regarding that?
Ya şu an İda için çok iyi görünüyor. Top 5 içindesiniz. Bu şekilde devam edecek mi sizce? Top 5 olarak kapatabilecek misiniz?
Umarım öyle olur. Büyük konuşmak yanlış olur şimdi. Teşekkürler.
I don't want to talk big, but yeah, I hope so.
All right, well, thank you very much, Darkin, here for joining us. I do also have Revo after that victory. Come on, guys, give us a little bit. I had to. How are you feeling right now, Revo?
Well, we are feeling good. I think like we did a bad day, but I know it happens. Like we are trying to do step by step, brick by brick. So we are doing like trying to recover ourselves, and we're gonna try to do our best in these last 2 matches.
Crazy circle there over on Georgia Pole, of course. How are you guys feeling about it? Obviously, in an urban ending like that, it gets very difficult, but then the circle centers on the bridge for some of that. Was that causing you guys some concerns internally? What were you thinking?
I think like gave us much confidence, and like God said to us, okay, I will give that save and win that match to like stay alive. So now we're gonna do our best to win the last 2 matches.
All right, thank you very much. Actually, no. Do you have anything to say to your fans, Revo?
Amo todo mundo, hein? Tamo junto.
All right, give it up. We're headed on back. That's Alpha 7.
Okay, guys, I clearly won that first game of basketball, but now we have a second game to play with 7-7. The reaction game is here. Anything you want to say before you start?
I'm gonna vitality him.
I haven't even played yet, but okay, I guess go for it. Okay, I'm checking it out. Drop a Federalis right now. Okay, 5 seconds, get ready. It's coming up. What? Why am I like this? I do animation. Come on. Oh, you're terrible. Oh, you got one. Okay, one. Hey, don't throw that at me. Focus on your game. Oh, no. Okay, Lace. Come on, another one. Oh, they're playing with you. They're playing with your mind. Come on, I'm going to disrupt you. Come on. Hey, there you go. Come on, 2 more. Yeah, I mean, this one's easy. That doesn't count.
Yes.
I forgot how many you got.
We're gonna set it up, and he's gonna do it. And you guys gonna let us know how many I ended up catching, because I lost count.
Yeah, same.
We'll be right back. Hey, we forgot how many I was able to catch, but now, Max, it's your turn.
Oh, you put me into it.
Yes, we're going straight in. Come on. First one, you're gonna catch it. You're gonna miss it. Hey! 1. Ooh, that was close. That was really close. Those you cannot see. Honestly, I don't. 2. Let's go, baby. Oh, that was close. That was close. That was close. That was close. Oh no! You gotta be ready. You gotta watch out with that one. 2. Come on now.
No. I was cross-eyed.
Sir, I think I have beat you once again.
1v1 in PUBG Mobile. I win that one.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I can vitality you there too.
I can 4-thrive you there.
Ooh.
We book ESPORTS World Cup up.
Nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in. Can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum. The final fight has come. Fight till you make it. Never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it. Right into the fire. Fight till you make it. Every move can change it. Higher and higher. We're reaching for the winner. Winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it. Fight till you make it.
I've been waiting for this moment for the past 4 days. Do Brazil! Finally, they end up getting a win here with the crazy rotation that they ended up doing in Neptura, because they didn't have to do a damn rotation. It's exactly
That's what I was going to say. What rotation?
I can't wait to go back and see your face. Just like, what is he talking about? It just, you got to let me cook, Max. You got to let me cook. But yeah, for that squad, this is exactly what they were needing.
Oh, it's so nice. It's a breath of fresh air coming on through for a 7, because now they're like, oh, yes, was it handed to us? A little bit, but
a lot.
Okay, fine. But now they're like, okay, we have a win under our belts. We have a decent amount of eliminations. I think they like 9 or 10 eliminations there. So now they're going, okay, now moving forward into the Miramars, we have a win behind us. We're not struggling so much anymore. We've got those eliminations. We can do it. Let's go in and get another win.
We. There you go, 18 points on the board. Of course, as you said, right, they're going to be dropping there. That is their main drop location. Actually, the reason why they won PMGC last year was because they got love circles around the northern side of George Pole. They know how to play it. They know that place like the back of their hand. But Godlike, 14 points right now. I got a replay later on, but Godlike, I was not expecting them in the northern George Pole in the circle like this to do that well. For a team that has never played globally, they're getting these insane circles, man. I kind of feel bad for Godlike, man. The circles just are not making it easy.
I don't feel bad at all, because they're showing up to when they are being challenged. And I think that is just such a great trait to have. And this is before we even came to Group B. I was hoping that Godlike will be able to showcase the skills that they have, not only just in fragging, but their tactical skills. And we're getting a chance to see all of that laced with Godlike, just them being able to rise up whenever they actually need to.
I mean, this is not unusual for them. They read this zone incredibly well and are able to cement themselves into it. We saw it on yesterday when they did like such a wide rotation just to get themselves into it. And with these crazy circles, guys, I've never seen a bridge pull like that before. Like, I really have not. And so for them to be able to capitalize on that, especially with all the chaos happening on that northern side of the zone, is awesome from Godlike.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Alpha 7 finally smacking S2G. That battle is going to be heated when we go to the clips on Instagram, because those two squads have been talking so much smack to each other. But if we actually look at the top damage dealers and the eliminations, it's actually pretty even out for those top 3 teams. Alpha 7, 8, Godlike 8 as well, and S2G 6.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at it, Alpha 7, Godlike, really well done. I think the highlight team from this game is S2G.
Yep.
Like, they've really put so much on display. Last game, right, in that field finish, we did see a little bit earlier today versus Ida. And now in this game, the final wrangle here for Group B. What a great northern rotation, entering the city, seeing the city. Oh, it's a little bit too busy over there. Then going for the cliff side when it's still on the bridge, Niptura, and then just kind of number one, fishing out teams. HamCG was just farming E-Arena. There was Ida. There was Vitality, just getting point after point. Really good execution. And then afterwards, when they clear all the teams out in the water, they actually just use that cliffside as leverage to try and get a little bit of an angle on the teams in the city. It doesn't end up being a win, but for me, S2G was the most impressive team in this game by a pretty long shot.
I know you were looking especially at something that happened during that match between Godlike and Tiamba.
Oh yeah, I mean, there were some great smokes from Tiamba, by the way. You can see on the right side of your screen, the smoke's really good to make it cross building to building in case there's an off angle. But look at Some, not moving an inch. Tiamba sending it forward like, okay, they all have to be in the other building, in the other apartment complex. But Some cooking up that grenade, waiting for them to go for the cross. The grenade's good damage onto Eagle, and now they're like, we're kind of stuck, we have to come into the play, and instantly Tiamba fully disorganized. The communication not there, and they get swarmed and destroyed by all of Godlike. What a play, what a trap setup. Godlike coming out swinging here on that last wrangle.
Coming out hot too, wanting to make it to those top 5, making it 2 Indian teams in the finals if that does end up happening. Spower has had an amazing, and I mean an amazing 2 days. Not only does this man have great hair lace, he's also being able to put up that eliminations with 2.1.
Yeah, well, look, I want to say they've been having a fantastic 2 days. Manya yesterday, Admiano yesterday. now it's Bauer today, which I like that this team can like sort of swap those roles and those cohesion, especially when they're coming into this sort of stakes in this, I guess, this late into our group stages. I mean, this is incredible from this team, and it can definitely tell they're going to deserve a top spot.
I wouldn't be surprised if when he goes back to India, he's going to have a new hair product just sponsoring him because it's just
luscious.
Don't say anything. Don't.
What did you
I'm
just try to
very
do,
jealous
Max?
of his hair.
Nothing.
What did you just... Hey, the hair is coming back for Max Mouse. We're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking. Vitality, honestly, I'm just going to skip you at the moment because you're just so far ahead. Nobody's going to be able to reach you. Godlike Esports does end up moving up to second place. E-Arena, I want you to keep in mind, though, how close it is between all these top 7 teams. If we end up removing Team Vitality, Godlike at 89, S2G at 77. It can be changing in just one match, and we have 2 matches left, Neptura.
Oh my god. I mean, Nongshim out of the top 5 as well. I mean, they need these Miramars now to really come in clutch because they are so close. They're just 4 points out of the top 5, but they've been going down. It's been a downward trajectory for them. S2G pulling up really close behind them as well. It's now or never.
Yeah, talking about Nongshim Red Force playing too passive. That game early in the fields didn't push EDAV very passive because I think they just wanted to remain in top 5, but the teams, they're chasing you down. Though on the second page, bottom 3, you got 2 more games, 2 Miramars to make it count. If it plays out like yesterday, only Vitality is going to get points there, so yeah, be careful.
If Vitality gets the points, that means that it's going to be even more compact, and it might end up coming down, more than likely, it is going to end up coming down to the final match in Miramar. But before we head into the first Miramar here of Day 2, Group B at PMWC at EWC 26, Jukes, Kalaris, and I'm not going to say a pet talk, but are we going to be maybe smacking them again?
It's crazy here! It's crazy here! What's going on? You can't even hear me! It is so loud here. Jukes, I can't believe these fans are all here rooting for Horror in a big way.
I think we found the Aura fans. They are right here, locked and loaded, baby. Because right now, they're in the top 5.
We're going to stay in top 5 here at the moment. You can barely hear us as everything's going on, but these fans are going rapid for Horror. I think they're going to stay in top 5 here. What do you think?
I think so too. What do you think about it, guys? Are they going to get top 5? Let's go!
Oh my goodness me, how excited are those players, the fans, well, hopefully the players too, but the fans are going to inject that power into our players, hopefully, to be able to take to the last 2 maps on the menu for Group B. 2 rounds of Miramar left for our teams to make their bid for the top spots to try and escape that death zone at the bottom of the tables. We do have to send home 3 teams today. We don't have any choice in the matter. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. See exactly who those teams are as we head through to match 6 at the end of this. But first of all, we're going to get through match number 5. 2 Miramars coming up. Alpha 7, known for these in the past. Revo's convinced they're winning both. I'm not as convinced, but I would be very happy to see it. Another massively southern playing path. Wow. For Miramar, this is actually disgustingly bad. It's really going to test teams' backup drops, how they want to navigate out of these zones into drop spots that are worth it, or however they'll have to go for some trash spots. In the meantime, yeah, this is definitely tough. It's been a tough couple of days, and I really do mean it. There's been some terrible circles, some terrible playing paths. It's all been horrid. Some really nasty stuff coming through. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit kinder to some of our teams, but right now I think I'm seeing Alpha 7 and Horror both on this western road. Potential for hot drops there to come on through for 2 of our pretty importantly placed teams when it comes to those tables. So a contest for the vehicles. We'll have to wait and see if they do go for it, and they are dropping very close to one another, Blank. That is nasty out on the west side. Keeping an eye on hot drops. You've also got that Viademar situation. I think that's Etch and I believe Hustler Crew. No, hang on a minute. It's Yangon Galacticos. They are getting stuck straight in, and already Etch have managed to draw first blood against Saycloud. Saycloud goes down. Yangon Galacticos struggling here, 9th place. But should have done enough. Still 2 more games though for having to change. Marnet tries to get a cheeky peek off here. Down to Smile, Romeo.
as well, still up here kicking with the rest of the squad. Circle goes over towards the western side. Alpha 7 should have a fun time over towards El Pozzo off the back of this one. Wolves in Montenuevo. But Horror are getting stuck in alongside with them. Curious to see how they handle this, because they cannot have that many bits of weaponry just yet.
I mean, there is something in the hands. I mean, we were looking at this very early on, that both teams dropping out over that western road, trying to grab those vehicles. Looks like, I think this is the right decision to try and get away from this. The danger is that they know that Alpha 7 are going to have some weapons on side. So, the step out. Are you going to be able to connect it? No, no fear. Able to get the backup angle from Horror. And that section of the crowd, Kalaris and Jukes were spurring them on. And now they want a little bit more. They are circling back around. They want to try and seal the deal to finish the job that No Fear started, and they will be able to do it. Revo now on the corner at death's door, and it will be flung open, smash in the face.
I am sorry, but they should not be falling for that. That is absolutely the freest bait Horror's ever had to go for in their entire lives. I'm pretty sure Revo was like, probably shouldn't peek. They'll have another angle. But again, it got the better of them. They should not have peeked that as a two-man. They didn't have the angles. There's full broadside over on that wall. If another player's already set up early, which Horror had done, you have to expect these teams will be going for these plays at such a level of PUBG Mobile here. Yeah, it's a strange one from Alpha 7. I was actually about to be really, really kind and say, wow, really love the patience from Noof as well as Revo there. They decide not to peek because they know that Horror's got an off angle available. And then all of a sudden, it all went wrong.
Yeah, it's not too good. But the good news is that they're going to win the game, right? Right, Revo? Right? Oh, maybe not. Ugh. Much more difficult now. 2 players on the western road, but the circle is out on that west side as well, so a potential for them to get fairly deep into the match and maybe look to more solidify their position in towards this middle pack, which, yeah, I feel like it's already kind of been done with the 55 points that they've earned. The bubble currently sitting at around 30. It would need a 25-point gain from our bubble to surpass them, which would be pretty miraculous, I think, for all of the teams beneath them to be able to do that. But yeah, they would like to be a little bit better, a little bit higher on those tables if they can make it happen. But now they are just too far from 5th. We are going to be trimming the herd of teams looking to make it in. S2G and Nongshim Red Force just behind that bar.
As a team that does love Miramar, it is S2G. Now, they have been fairly lucky before on it. Okay, we go for the PM. Love to see it. Absolutely panned on. Oh dear. A bit of revenge coming through for Horror. But yeah, for S2G, they do love this map. They've had some luck on it before. This time around, I don't think we can call this luck at all. They're sat in El Azahar. They have to move across. But if there's any time for the Turkish squad to do it, it is right now. To be able to send 2 Turkish squads through would be a very, very cool thing to see for the region. And they're not far off.
Okay, Romeo lying in wait, quiet as a mouse, but strikes like a viper as they step up the stairs, a little bit too bold for it, but still in danger. Romeo drops down, Smile goes down the stairs, out wide. Fajita can't quite connect on the shots, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade on the angle. Smile still with it, more to do, but he strafes across and can't quite get that spray transfer to connect. And it will be the end for Yangon Galacticos in the penultimate Miramar. Going down on 55 points though, Blank, they're very, very likely to be going to the survival stage here.
Yeah, this matters way more for Edge, honestly. Getting 4 elims there is great news. They also didn't lose a singular player. Everyone knows that you really don't want to be losing players too early here on Miramar. It does make a lot of your rotations much, much harder. Some of those holdouts a lot harder as these compounds can get quite large over on Miramar. But we are heading back over towards those crater fields. Some of those more open areas of the map. We have a lot of dead ground over towards that western side. We're cutting in over towards the mountaintops.
Vitality with a little bit of a road ahead of them, but they spent some time to take down the truck. They will be profiting from the loot inside. A really nice pickup for them. Obviously, the addition of those, a massive early game speed up on your looting phase. You do want to be getting on the road nice and quickly. Godlike, they're a little bit closer to the circle, the west point of Los Leones right now. Going for the ghost roll down the hill as he turns the engine on and finally hits the gas. Sends them forwards, careening towards the northern area, just north of Chumacera, to get on into this next circle. The center of it around Monte Nuevo is starting to get quite packed in now.
Yeah, the crossroads are going to be a pretty big feature in the future. I mean, E-Arena's already trying to set up early over towards that high ground, but Emre has set up there early on. Might have to dip and head towards the rest of the team at some point, though, because E-Arena might just flow through. The time being, though, it's not a massively priority position, so Emre might just get the chance to sit up here for quite a while, play Lighthouse, and scout out these teams coming through on a full 360. Chumacera is probably the most awkward area of the map right now, and a lot of teams are coming through from there because we had that southern playing path at the start of this match on Miramar. So you have those foothills you're having to navigate through into Monte Nuevo. So we have 1, 2, 3 around Cruz de Valle. That's Nongshim, Edge, as well as TT Project. And then as we head further over towards Monte Nuevo on that south side, we've got GS, we have Hustler Crew, we've got Godlike, we've got half of Wolves, we've got Dopeness too. So this is a very, very packed area of the map for a lot of teams. And even Vitality's coming through from Los Leones now to cover that area.
Ooh, Etch lost a player there. We were talking about how important it was that they were able to get the 4 elims to try and jump up out of the bottom 3. But they tried to move someone scouting that northwest edge, and TT Project were able to clip that and send one to the point bank. And they are in direct contest for those spots as well. It's not where you want to be seeing your points going. If you have to go down, you'd prefer it not to be a team in contest for one of those qualification spots to the survival stage. Next circle, displaying itself with a hard south shift. That area that you were talking about being so jam-packed now sits right in the middle of the whole circle.
Yeah, around Ladriera as well, so pretty awkward. There's a bit of high ground over towards the east and the western side. But Ladriera is kind of this dead valley, right? It's not central either, so going for some of those compounds that sit underneath the ridge side, not ideal at this stage of the game, but some teams might be forced into them just as stop-off points. Pretty much just hostels for them to work off the back up before they make their hike towards the center of the circle. But a hard one, definitely a very hard one, because we still have those foothills down towards the south side too. Vitality is just making their way over towards them now. Godlike playing around some of the compounds in Minas del Valle.
Oh no, Kamikaze calling for support there. Someone help me. Someone turn me back over, and there he goes, Hamzy, with the assistance, and Kamikaze able to get back on the road again for another journey forwards into an area close to the center of the circle, moving in from the east side. Godlike were able to get one of the high ground areas around Chumacera, but Vitality are now looking to try and share that from across the way. So our top 2 teams, in fact, right now, Blank, could potentially come into conflict over this area.
Yeah, we say top 2 teams. I mean, Godlike's done fantastic over the last 2 days. They really, really have. But right now, Vitality is just incomparable to any squad. I mean, 142 points. I think they are closing in on the century in terms of elims over 2 days, by the way, just to make that very clear, which is wild. Very, very wild. Wolves going against Ida. Emre did pull it off from that high ground on that north side. E-Arena's flowing through some very, very open ground, but still not a position that a lot of players want to be in. We're heading over towards gas stations right now, but that roadside, get a little further in towards the high ground, quite like Godlike's position down towards Chumacera. They're trying to center up on some of these lovely bits that they can get some great sightlines looking down towards teams, but is it likely to end up in Chumacera proper? I don't know at this stage of the game. It's very, very hard to tell.
Vitality trying to move on through, and they're taking the fight to Speed, who lobs a nade down in, but doesn't really connect on much. Razak is going to be forced away from the stair push by a Molotov to slow things down, allow Etch to marshal their response, to get into position to respond to this Vitality aggression. Trying to peek out the window, Speed has the confidence of his teammate up the hill to cover up this angle, allowing him to play on the windowsill. Tries to find the lineup down the alley, down the hallway there, but it's not going to connect, and instead it's turned around on him, and now Etch have to get off that high ground too.
It's just disgustingly fast. I mean, Federales is so quick on the uptake. The reaction speeds on this guy is insane. I mean, shown even yesterday with the inhuman flicks we were watching, kind of popularized from PEL region as well. So again, very, very cool stuff coming through from Federales. But overall, these guys are changing the game. They are changing the game. It is hard that you cannot be playing sloppy versus them because they will punish every single mistake that you do make. Godlike again, slow roll. Love to see it. These guys are cheeky. They are very, very cheeky. S-Power getting a lot of information in through this.
Get some scouting done. Feathering the clutch. Trying to look as stylish as possible. Spend the minimum amount of effort to get the maximum reward. There's plenty of rewards available in-game right now. Blank, of course, with our Naruto partnership. You can check that out in the game. Make sure that you're jumping in whilst it's still all available during the event and draw for the Naruto character set for the Fury AUG. It's looking pretty. It's got a lot of firepower.
Yeah, the Ninetales Fury AUG looks awesome. It really does. So does the Sage skin for Naruto.
Oh yeah.
Want to pick that one up?
Uh-oh.
Vitality do lose Razak. Federales underneath. Might need to stop dropping some more smokes, but they're up against Godlike now. Didn't really let up too much. Godlike want to push on towards Federales though. Difficult player to go up against, but instantaneous response coming through from Axel. Razak was re-knocked instantly.
Now Vitality.
Salme will find Federales there.
Ooh.
Axel on a bare slim amount of HP. Razy just trusting in him.
Oh, what a close down there. The third party for the off angle for Godlike, and they are ending their first of 2 Miramars here on 90 points. It is not ideal, but they are still in second place for the time being. And the fact that the points go to Vitality, you're kind of okay with that, right? You just don't want them to go to anyone else. Vitality is just this bottomless pit of points that you can throw things away into and forget about them. They have, I believe, as you've just pointed out to me, crossed the century on Elims alone. 101, taking the rest of the lobby to school.
Man, 101 eliminations over 2 days, and those 2 days are not yet finished. A 50 elim per day average is just crazy. It is unheard of. Elementrix moves in. Neos will take him out, though. TT Project certainly suffering towards the center. We're going to have next circle coming in soon. Montenuevo currently held by Ida right now. It does head back down towards the southeast side. Pretty barren landscape there. A lot of rocky outcrops, a couple of defilés to play around with. Tiamba down in 14th. It's not a massive jump up they need, but so far Tiamba has been a little bit lackluster on the gunfights.
They do have a pretty good position in this circle, so hopefully they can get value for it. TT Project, though, in this fight, looking to try and trade blows with them at the moment. They're out of danger, but they are so close to it. They are on the precipice, so a win on the fight with Wolves would be great news to try and give them a little bit of runway in this circle. Around the corner now, drops a nade out. Lots of damage pouring on out from the end of that SK-12, and it is just too much for them. Maybe the nerves are getting to them, and he's charging down the stairs, looking for the last player. A final nail, a slam into the lid of the coffin for TT Project. Give an opening for the teams behind them, but he turns tail up the stairs, and Neos lives on.
Neos does a great job. I mean, Baton really did come out swinging. Not quite finish it off there. Got the sound cue and kind of spooked him on both the pimples. On the nades, Ongshin Red Force moves up over towards Aura. South side of Montenuevo. Good shots though. Very, very good shots. Coming out from both teams. XZY down, as is Sky. But Hyunbin taking a fair bit of damage from off angles. Forced to drop a smoke here.
No fear, moving forwards already with that first knock. Hitting the deck, going for the crouch, rolling forwards, but does finally get shut down on his approach. It was so close to going pear-shaped there, but he kept his nerve. And now Horror with the one player alive, Nongshin Red Force. Looking to keep themselves under control. Tizzy wants the reses. But Sleepy's out in the blue zone, a fair distance away from this fight, no real chance to get these confirms, to get these flushes, and most likely to get his teammates back. Not to mention, Nongshim Red Force know exactly where this guy is.
Yeah, they're good to go. I mean, Sleepy's not making his way in anytime soon, so easy on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Should be able to pick him back up again, but it's a case of moving across this road. And in the meanwhile, Alpha 7 creeping up behind them. This is an aggressive play coming through from them. Carrillo leading that charge on side. So easy, will finish off, no fear. Where do both these teams go? Alpha 7 on the low ground. Tizzy with the Mini 14, that's dangerous.
Can't ignore it. Or do so at your peril. Ida with a nice central position to try and protect the area, but not only that, their 5th place bubble position in the direct qualification spots. They can leverage a lot of influence over this part of the zone on the western side. And Tiamba, as we highlighted earlier, on that east edge, looking to do the same and get out of 14th place and into the survival stages. One of the only PEL teams, well, the only PEL team with the chance to try and go there.
Excited to see it happen, but again, tough. Very, very tough right now. They still have a little ways to go. Shots raining round. The drums start again inside the arena as we hit the 17-minute mark here. The circle heads over towards the northeast side. S2G, once again, I mean, these boys, they're good at Miramar. And they're also good at qualifying last minute on Miramar too. They currently hold both sides. So it's a bit of a greedy split they've got going on, but they also have a lot of vision. They've got a lot of range in this area. Yes, it is greedy, but until they start seeing teams trying to push over towards these points, understanding that the north side is most likely the clearest area of the map, depending on the playing path, they should be okay. Remember, they swung in from El Azahar. This was a long journey for them.
Long road indeed. Hustler Clue finding one from 721 GS. On that south edge in the meantime, Vitality are behind them in the queue. They did lose Federalis earlier, obviously. 5 eliminations already, fine. You'll take that. That's pretty chill. And around that south edge, they'll try and roll through. Hustler Crew right now, probably one of the softest targets for them to try and take on the fight with, but Alpha 7, far from done. And I look for the spray down. Not quite connecting underneath there, but spots him trying to get away from the vehicle. It was going up in flames, and Carrillo secures another point for Alpha 7 to get them one step closer to safety. Hyunbin tries to go for the hop around the edge, but it's going to be shut down. This is the influence that I wanted to see Ida executing on this western side.
Ida's had a fairly safe game as well, so they should have decent utility, decent supplies on board. Razy's got his something on. That's scary. And Vitality, they're looking to push straight over towards Hustler Crew's position. Kamikaze will find Tizzy too. Again, good stuff from S2G, maintaining control of the map on that northern side. Hustler Crew will find Razak. Axel goes down as well, but Razy's still kicking, still making those shots happen. Following the vehicle down, the sideline shots as well. He knows he has to finish up quick.
There is that off-angle potential, as you said there, Blank. Needs to hit the heel, though. The nades are going to start to roll on in, sidestep it, but he doesn't manage it. And it goes boom, and Vitality are out, eliminated with 6 elims, so it's still a really good game for them, and they are totally chill, they are totally fine. In the meantime, though, Hustler Crew fighting for their life. Vinny on a separate fight as Vitality rock up into the other side of his team. Drops a nade out the window, looks for the flush, looks for the knock, but it's not going to come through. Nasser, the last stand for Etch on the bubble, opens the door, doesn't step through it though, and Vinny tries again, has still got ammo in the back, and will be able to shut it down. Etch now down on the bubble.
Goodness me, Edge, like you say, out 13th. Tiamba, I half expected them to have a lot more influence here. I think they just don't want to lose this compound. They like how they're playing off the back of it. Didn't want to even try and send a 2-2 split down there. They know they could probably deal with these teams as they come in later. Dopeness did make their way up from that south side. Vinny could not help with Vitality. He was having his own small battle on the other side of the map.
Dealing with his own demons. And now Vinny has the whole of Tiamba look at his way, as well as Dopeness out on the western side, but he's into the vehicle, trying to make his way through, and it's not going to go well. Milu picks that one up. Tiamba able to eliminate another team, but they have to leave their compound now. They can't commit to staying there any longer. The zone goes to the center.
I'm very curious to see how S2G plays this now, because they have two spots they can work with. They got the gas station on the northern side of the road. That's likely to come out a little bit sooner. But both areas quite difficult to play from, actually, on this. I think they might wrap back down.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is good from Tiamba. I like that rollout. It's what I was thinking they needed to try to do to progress. And the fact that S2G didn't have a full hold on it, they read that nicely, and they do regroup, as you said.
Yeah, they're going to play the roadside. I think I was trying to consider which one you wanted to go on towards, because playing across the road is hard. So they do get an anchor center. This is really nice from S2G, actually. Kamikaze just has to live here. I think he has a fairly safe spot to do it, and I think that's a shack towards the center of the circle. So they can play off the back of this ridge side, but they need to support their anchor here in Kamikaze. That's where most of the gunfire needs to be going towards. They know that Tiamba's on their east, so they can keep an eye on that the entire time. But for Tiamba, this is an all-important game. Same goes for S2G, though, trying to get towards the finals.
Lufa does manage to get across somehow. The volley of fire not quite potent enough from Ida to take them down. The smokes are dropping as well, and they can get on the road. Hopping in, not going to go for the hill, not going to commit the time to it. Alpha 7 in the meantime, you do still need to step forward too. Getting suppressed by Ida all the while. And again, Dopeness somehow managed to slither around the sight lines that Ida are laying down.
Yeah, but they're slithering straight back into the blue here. This is not ideal. Southern edge now, GS in front of them, vehicles burning. Barrel in play, will shred them as they try and come down the hill, and they're fully silhouetted again against the hillside. S2G might have angles. E-Arena playing it very, very safe over towards the northwest. They know that they're realistically just looking for more placements. Guizao will rock up though alongside with Carrillo, has the MG3. This is a big moment now for Alpha 7 as a two-man.
Tony K with a nade in hand, could connect, could do devastating damage to Alpha 7 as Dopeness descends from the hilltops as well. Tiamba are chiming in on the off angle. Nobody has escaped with a bloodshed here. 721 GS will go low, will go down onto just one player. Malik survives it. In the meantime, Alpha 7 were able to get a slice of that warehouse on the northwestern side. Both of them staying alive, and E-Arena will be drawn down to 2 players alive as well. With the placement points guaranteed for Tiamba, they will be out of the danger zone at the end of this game as well.
Great stuff for Tiamba, honestly. They're being really cautious about it though, right? They're trying not to get too aggressive onto these engagements, try and siphon points where they can. Sadly, it's not been a lot of points at all that they've been able to siphon off. Tiamba only with the 2 eliminations on this game, despite being involved in quite a lot of engagement so far. E-Arena had a tough time. By the time that Alpha 7 moved up, they needed to start laying down smokes on Joker as well as Schweppes' side to enable them to cross to help Tony K deal with Alpha 7. That initial nade had to be strong. Now for S2G, that anchor looks mighty good towards the center here in Kamikaze. He's kept things silent, and S2G, again, they play a very, very good Miramar here.
It's their chance to jump up in towards the top 5. The annoying thing for them is, though, Blank, E-Arena and Ida are both still alive. Ida with all 4, E-Arena on 2. They're hoping that Alpha 7 are going to win this fight on this northwestern side. Maybe not so directly, but I think it would be in their best interest if it did happen that way. Alpha 7 with their back to the zone, guarding out E-Arena as they launch a nade forwards to slow them down.
Good initial nade. Chips away at the damage. Schweppes has one of his own, sends it out, only a little bit of damage. He's going to commit to the second one. Joker doesn't take any damage from that whatsoever. Guizao gets backed off. Molotovs go through, stopping Carrillo from peeking too far out here, or in fact retreating back. So now in a 1v1, good shots from Joker. Guizao, all up to him, will go down. Sadly in 6th place, but still a good attempt from Alpha 7 on the 2-man they had.
Did a lot of work against E-Arena, made it hard, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. Tiamba now moving forwards from the southeast side. S2G want to challenge, but a nice little roll down. The smokes are starting to bloom, a lot of invested utility here, but the chokehold from S2G is potent, and the spray down connects with Milo on the back line. Lost looking to lay her down too. The nade doesn't quite go the distance from QZ. And it does not connect, so Tiamba playing on his 3, still looking to push over the top of that bubble position on the bottom of the tables.
Ida sweeps over towards the arena as they try to make their way in here. But for Ida, it feels like a pretty easy cleanup should things start to go a little wrong here for S2G. I do like that S2G gave Kamikaze basically all the bells and whistles as he moved in towards there, almost 400 ammo. They wanted him to be on a swivel the entire time, 4 nades as well, just in case people rocked up on this shack towards him. Good shots from QZ to start things off over towards GS. Once again, another circle shift here. I do think that S2G has played this game very damn well. It's just a question how well they can deal with Ida in the near future, and can they manage Tiamba on this eastern side without having to invest too much into it.
It's a really difficult spot. QZ is burning there, down behind the tree. I think the healing is already coming through though, so will be okay for the time being. Hasn't come through yet. Maybe a little bit lacking on that front. As the nades continue to push forwards, Emre trying to make a break. You can see the smoke dropped out. 721 GS still a factor here on the north side for Tiamba. It is just about in nade range and they're taking damage. There it goes over the front bonnet, just keeping them safe, but there's a follow-up. There is still more pouring on down. That looks good. It's on target. They dash away, duck back in. They are back and forth, and S2G have taken casualties. Emre with a big nade over towards S2G on the center point. In the shack, they lose 2.
Again, this is all about managing things, right? Is why I thought Ida would be a big problem in the near future. For Tiamba, an opportunity opens up here. S2G, they scatter to the wind. They look to try to bolster position alongside Wahamzi G now. But another nade goes in. Solke being very careful, looks to drop the smokes. These are long grenades to head on over, not quite reaching. Rita extremely low, but in his last moments will send a nade in. But the junkyard of vehicles making a nice safe position to play. Emre is down. Rita's gonna try and send some Molotovs over the top, make it uncomfortable, make it hot over there for S2G.
Tiamba are wasting so much time here, Blank. Sure, they find Lost on the off angle, and that is a great pickup for them, but it's taken them so long. They could have moved forwards, tried to dynamically take that position, sideswipe, and third-party S2G on the shack. They can do so now as it has unfolded for them, but I feel like they could have done it a little bit earlier. I want more dynamism from them, but they are still doing well here.
I mean, Tiamba, they still got to deal with GS, right? And pushing down there almost might have been a death sentence for them. They've only got a few grenades left. Still nades sending out over towards Rita right now. He might be able to hit the God nade through the window, potentially. He will send it. Lands on top. But yeah, GS is a big problem. I don't think Tiamba had a lot of nades though. They didn't even have a lot of ammo either. They've been playing this game quiet. But the amount of side steps they've done on these nades has been quite miraculous. We've seen some acrobatics coming through from Tiamba so far. Rita moves up. Nade should do the trick though.
Takes him down. Another team scratched off the card. S2G with a chance to jump up into top 5 off of this game as well. Blank with a chicken dinner. QZ spotted, and 721 GS are making themselves such a nuisance on the flank. Eagle finally able to do one, find the other as well. Potential for the res, but there's not a lot of time. The zone is already closing. I don't think you can commit to this one. It may just be a raw 2v2, and you know where both of them are. They're both inside. How do you navigate this? Eagle sending in.
Moving towards the tree side here, S2G getting ready for the double peek off the back of it. Nade over the top now, coming through from Aking. He moves up, that might do the trick. Bounces into the window, it's a lovely burst on it. Hamzi G last left alive. This nade has to be immaculate coming through from S2G.
A chance. Aking on the back of the tree, gets pushed out wide, and there's the pick. Hamzi now in a 1 versus 1 for S2G to jump up to the top 5. A direct qualification spot is up for grabs. Tiamba looking to solidify themselves into the survival stage. It is a high-stakes 1v1, Blank.
Eagle playing off a tiny little bit of a ridge side here. Gets a little bit of open ground. He's going for the res, baiting Eagle in. Hamzi G has a tiny angle to work with. He's looking for the flush, looking for the finish. Eagle moves up to the plate with a DPS. The blue pushes Hamzi G now, John.
He has to leave, he has to step out wide, but he can't do it. S2G fall at the final hurdle, and Tiamba take them to the cleaners.
Tiamba, a much-needed win right in the last moments here of Group E. Fantastic stuff for them. A tough win, barely anything to work with. I think you were on the money though. There were some moments where Tiamba was a little bit slow, but you can understand their hesitation. Throughout the entirety of these 2 days, they have been on the back foot, but it must feel very, very good right now to finally get a win underneath their belt. For S2G though, we expected this, right? We called it early on. S2G is a team that does well on these type of maps, but missing out on those points from the eliminations and the extra 4 for the chicken dinner, that might hurt them from getting into top 5 because it's very flexible between the top 7 at the moment.
Yeah, it was very, very close towards the top side of the tables. There were teams that had gone down earlier that ended up on 90 points. I think at some point S2G were 11 points behind a little bit earlier on with the Elans that they've earned. They are going to be right in and amongst it, Blank. It is going to be a crucial final map moving forwards. Tiamba, I think with that match though, have accelerated themselves far enough away from that bubble to not be worried moving into this final Miramar.
Yeah, will require some miracles to change things up, but for Tiamba, that is a much needed win. The very best time for it to happen. So again, I think there's probably people around the world that are very pleased with that result. Fans of Tiamba, super relieved maybe, more than happy. But yeah, for S2G, missing out on the chicken dinner there is tough. It's definitely tough. I think that was a good opportunity. But they played that game well. I think they played that game very, very well. There was a lot to manage there. EDA is a tough team to go up against. We know that this squad is a never say never type of deal. So yeah, I think for EDA, this is a tough team for S2G to come across in those final moments.
Absolutely. I mean, there is a lot of power to be scared of in this lobby. Godlike, one of those teams in that bubble fight right now. They are towards the lower end of it on that 90-point tiebreaker. And I think that tiebreakers are important to mention as well, Blank, because S2G didn't get that chicken dinner. That could be a crucial factor for them if they end up drawing with a team that has more wins under their belt than they do. They don't win it on that tiebreaker. That first tiebreaker being the chicken dinner count could really be important for them.
Well, they've got one more Miramar, so again, they could maybe get it done there. I think for S2G, they've proven that they are a good team on the desert. They got their desert boots on most of the time as well, so we'll see what S2G can get done. I think a lot of people would be quite happy to see S2G in the top side, but it's so nice to see it really, really open up. Flexibility in the top 7, so cool, even coming in to the final match today. But we'll be back very shortly for the big conclusion here of Group B.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What a performance. Tiamba coming out on top in the last game. It's going to be helping them stay out of those bottom 3. But for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that the fan experience is now open from August 11th through the 16th. You can join it. There's some giveaways, there's some challenges, and you can check out also the awesome collabs that we've been seeing around. Naruto, Spider-Man, like the brain rot. Still a brain rot? Might need to try that one out myself.
I do be stealing some brain rots.
I stole some earlier when I booped you guys on the head with a big chicken leg.
Tung tung tung saho, am I right, lads?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
But S2G was able to get a second place finish there. And honestly, this is going to put him in great contention up to right because this squad is wanting to be in the top 5.
They are, and they're really pushing for it. It's really, really nice to see that. Even coming into that Miramar, right, we were looking at a really big split across the north and the west eastern side of zone. Big split, 1-2-1. You had Kamikaze coming in, starting to spread out on P5, go into the middle of zone. The reason why they didn't end up winning the game, the reason why it didn't work, because it should have worked. The reason it didn't is that terrain is just really, really flat and really, really open on a slight downhill trajectory where they were. So actually Tiamba and Ida both had an overwatch on them, so they were just unable to regroup. Lost was isolated completely, and so they kind of ended up just going out one by one, which is a big shame because that split, I liked that split.
Yeah, I mean, I think the terrain could be taken into account, but I think it's more of an issue. A lot of teams are kind of like pushing around them at the same time, and then the shed they had in the middle literally doesn't become playable because you think you're safe. No, a team has an angle on the back of you, they're going to shoot you down. And I think it was quite impressive that Kamikaze was in the center and the only player in the zone for a good old 2 minutes or something, so very impressive. I had no idea how that worked out, but by the way, score for a second there. Eagle was your game MVP. Good on Tiamba to get a win, which they needed, but I'm gonna say here, Hodrux, it's still not an impressive win that I was hoping for, but it would be enough to escape the bottom three.
I don't care, dude. I mean, a win's a win. Thank goodness. Oh, I was sweating bullets. I was getting a lot of flashbacks of Alpha 7 not making it to the finals. I was like, there's no way Tiamba doesn't. Yeah, 17 points, that's going to be good enough, right? For sure, to at least put them in the survival stage. And at the last second, I mean, we only got one game left to go, and this last game is always so chaotic because so many teams are desperate, right? So for Tiamba to get it done in the second to last game, clutch.
I mean, really, as you said, teams are getting very desperate. ETSH got a lot of eliminations early games.
Yeah.
On the side of TT Project, they're all farming it. And I was like, Tiamba, it's your time to really step up and get something done, which they did. Again, I think gameplay-wise is not the most impressive, but a win is a win, Hodrix. I cannot argue with that logic. But here you can look at the terrain. SGG was struggling, losing a lot of their forces in the process, down to just HamCG. And he almost got it, right? That jump shot trying to escape from the blue zone, but unfortunately, Eagle went caca and got it done. I was waiting for that.
There we go.
But going back to Tiamba, I mean, yeah, a win's a win. The points, it's something that they definitely needed to stay off those bottom three. And I can't wait to see what those bottom three are going to be looking like. If for some reason you have been missing out when we talked about the format, let me give you a quick little format reminder as we are going to be heading into the final game of Group B for PMWC at EWC 26. Top 5 will go directly to the finals. Bottom 3, Krish, Keith, Crush. And in between, everybody gets a chance to go to survival, which it's not going to be tomorrow. It's going to be the day after that. So make sure you guys put that on your calendar. And for some of those squads, what are we expecting to see, Hodrix, out of this squads? You're saying we're pretty much expecting no pressure on them because they have to go take it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last game, right? One game left to put yourself in the finals. You really have to do so because there are some serious squads going to that survival stage. I mean, yeah, Tiamba, rough day or rough 2 days, right? But we know what they can do. Come survival stage, they could look like an entire new monster. So S2G, it's so good to see them right there. I think there's a lot of weight on their shoulders, but you got to be able to get the clutch done. That's what it's all about. You got to adapt.
Yeah, for SGG, we need to see them possibly end up coming out with a win. I would love to take a look at the overall just to see how close everything is, because today we have seen everything between these teams. I mean, it's been crazy how much the leaderboard has been changing. This bunch of points has been going all over the place, and there you go. Now we actually get a chance to see the overall, and you can tell from 7th place all the way to 2nd place, it's just 10 points that separate the squads.
Oh my goodness, 1 point difference between Godlike Esports and just below them S2G that's been having the comeback of the year so far, without a single chicken dinner, pulling kind of a 4th rise at this point. But they got so many strong finishes, right? Rondo, 2nd place, going into a wrangle. They got a 2nd place, they got a podium. And right here in this game, they get themselves another 2nd place. But I do agree. I feel like we need to see a win if they want to comfortably make it in, because do keep in mind, they got no chicken dinners. If it ends in a tie, Godlike or Horror Esports would end up overtaking S2G's spot.
No, it's true. And we have seen multiple ties like this all day long. I think we had one between E-Arena and Horror. We had it between now Godlike and Horror as well. There's been so many ties in the top 5. You absolutely need to get that win under your belt. And S2G, luckily for them, they are a Miramar squad typically. So this last game being a Miramar is exactly what they need.
And here on the bottom 3, you can tell TT Project, ETSH only being separated by just 1 point. Dopeness, Hustler Crew. I mean, Hustler Crew, I'm sorry that I'm I'm going to be saying this, but we just haven't seen a single damn thing about you today. I think they ended up maybe getting a total of 14 points, if I'm not mistaken, after this 4 matches. So I don't expect them to do much. But for dopeness, for ETSH Esports, they are within that striking distance to TT Project Hot Jukes. Just 1 point can push them outside of just going home and staying a little bit longer here at PMWC at EWC 26.
And that little bit longer is so critical, right? Because you're going to have a whole fresh start to just make it into that top 6. But right now, this is the time, guys. You've got to be able to lock it down. The one thing I really worry about when it comes to these kind of situations is a lot of teams get into their own head. They're thinking, man, I just got to get 1 point. Maybe we just play super passive, do something different here. And that's not what got them here in the first place. So you have to just wipe off that anxiety, stay calm, stay collected, play the game you know that you could do, and make the best plays possible and make it to that next stage.
And if any team's going to do it, honestly, you know, talking about that mentality, talking about that pressure, it's going to be Nongshim. They're fallen out of the top 5. But I will tell you what, they are the one team in all of this lobby that I really feel will not crack under pressure. Hello.
While you guys were talking, I had that graphic up. I was able to find none other than Killer Joe from Goat Gaming, a team that was able to get 8th place in Group A. Killer Joe, you're currently getting a chance to watch all the teams here at Group B. You're going to be going to Survival. What has surprised you besides Vitality?
Vitality, give him a trophy now.
No, not yet. You still have a fighting chance. Come on. Last year at PMWC, we actually got a chance to see the winning team come out of Survival. It could end up happening again here. What are you guys going to be looking to change, if anything, going into Survival? Because it is going to be top 6. Moving on.
We will change maybe more practice, more changing like positions of the game. Obviously, we have big problems in the first group because we just no focus, but trying to fight to get consistent. See you guys at the finals, I hope.
You got a chance to play Group A. You're getting a chance to see here Group B. There's been a lot of questions between everybody saying, which one is the group of death, okay? I want you to look at that camera and tell me which one is the group of death. Group A and Group B, and why?
Only Group A, because Vitality is crash everyone. At least like above by one head of different team. I don't know, maybe it's I don't know how to explain this this game. Maybe they play by fun.
They're just playing on a completely different level. That's what's currently going on with Vitality. Even when they're slowing down here in the second day, they're still out fragging everybody else. Thank you, Killer Joe from GOAT Team. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be doing in Survival. Hopefully there's going to be a lot of changes. Top 6, I think it's doable. But let's see what Barney and Luti are currently up to.
So. This is the thing, right? For those of you at home who are watching this incredible event, you may not be feeling the atmosphere here at PMWC, but we do have quite a bit of crowd presence. And before we go into our final match of Group B, let's test it out, shall we? Alpha 7, Fasan Barulho!
Not like it, I prepare here, bro. All right, Esport, Alagaru! One more game! It's now for Nepal, it is now!
We saved the best till last. Good luck! Let me hear you roar!
Absolutely electric here to close out this group, to close the group stages. Group B now with their last opportunity to put points on the board and to make history, to jump forwards into the finals or to get through to the survival stage.
I think the most incredible thing is just the fans that we have here with us during both Group A and Group B. Dude, we're not even in the finals yet, and there's such representation for multiple teams across the board. However, there are some teams that we do need to focus in on. We've got Wolves, Dopeners, TT Project. We've got a lot of squads that are on the cusp of getting through and into the survival stage right now, or losing it all and going home right here in Group B. TT Project filled with some fantastic players, some fantastic veterans as well of the game, but still have a little bit further to go now.
they close it down now, they would be in, but it's just so... I got that right? TT Project, they're in, I believe. I'll have to double check on the tables when they pop up. But yeah, it's very, very close around that bubble. A lot of teams could change things around. For Etch, it feels like they have been sort of in and out, but not really showing us anything. And I think it's the same for TT Project, right? It's been these sort of always a team that's like, well, they could do quite well, but they're just not. They're just not quite there yet. So they've got one more chance to get there and give themselves that opportunity in the survival stage.
And to do that, we have one last map coming right at you very, very shortly. All our players getting ready to go now to jump into game. 5 seconds away from the conclusion of Group B here in map number 6, John.
Oh, we're right at the end of the road now. There is no other opportunity to make your mark here in the group stages. Over Miramar for the last time, and maybe for once, Blank, we are on for a kinder plain path than we've seen before. It looks like it's going fairly close from the southwest side. Oh, okay, yeah. So actually a lot kinder than the most we have seen from the Middle West over towards Campo Militar and sending across the north side a little bit on this one, but very accessible to the majority of this map.
Yeah, it's actually quite a nice playing path here because you're going to be able to get over towards all the vehicles on the eastern coast here, wrap back down towards Impala Puerto Paraiso if you need to go that way. El Pozo's open immediately, as is Montenuevo, Power Grid, Picado, San Martin. There's lots of things you can do with this one. So I think a lot of teams are going to have a bit of an easier time going forward. We still haven't changed our top players. They're all in Team Vitality. That's never going to change at all. Neither is the damage numbers. Okay,
it might go up.
It might go up, but yeah, it's the players are not changing. Vitality has just had an absolute field day here in Group B, and we do have to congratulate them again. This has been a wonderful performance. We are going back to the past once again. BTR, when they were just so strong, but we're bringing the modern era of Indonesia. It's good to see, and that Indo pride is back in full force. We are heading over towards El Azahar right now. S2G get themselves a central position. Last time they fought out from El Azahar to get a better spot down towards the circle in Chumacera. We're able to get a second place off the back of this one. This time around, they don't have to move half as far at all. So let's see what S2G can do. Can they get back up into that top 5? Because right now, Godlike are beating them by 1 point.
And they are also right next door to them as well, in that central location in the map. Godlike west of El Azahar right now, looking to try and keep themselves in the top 5. They are our bubble team right now, tied with Horror, but losing that tiebreaker as it stands. On placement points alone, I believe, is the tiebreaker between these two rosters, both with a chicken dinner under their belt. And Horror have to move from La Cobreria. It's a fairly accessible rotate, but still pretty fraught with danger, especially given that there's actually 2 teams up on the northeast side near Torre Hamada, near Campo Militar. So maybe they're going to need to try and find a lucky spin over towards the circle, just like you guys can find a lucky spin in game right now. Make sure you're heading into the game to draw for an exclusive set for the PMWC, making sure you're looking fine, fresh, and ready for battle, as many of our players are today and for the rest of this tournament. Back on board with TT Project split in Chumacera. They are again in the hot seat when it comes to elimination.
It's a very, very fun final map. Here we have 1 point sits between 6th and 5th, and 1 point sits between 13th and 14th. One of those is a little bit more consequential than the others, because one means you go to the finals or survival stage. One means you go to survival stage or you go home. And I think right now, if I was TT Project, I'd be looking to try and get some more consistent points on the board. It's a difficult thing to try and figure out at the end of the day of whether to try and play aggressive, try and get a lot of points early and risk going out and opening up that door for other teams underneath you. But I think the best you can do is just try and play with consistency going into these final games. Very, very difficult to do. And honestly, with some of the strong teams that are going to be in your path over towards that northeast side for TT Project, I think playing a slow game is maybe the better decision.
A couple of points can be make or break, but there is always that flip side of like, well, what if Dopeness just pull out a 20 Elim chicken dinner out of nowhere, right? Maybe we should have done a little bit more to try and stop them, but I don't think you can trade on that. When you have so many teams in the mix, I think you're definitely right. That's a nice little pickup for Godlike, though. Not so nice for Hustler Crew, but like the Desk said, we really haven't seen anything from them during these group stages. But it's brilliant news for Godlike to just get a little bit further ahead of Horror and break that tie, put themselves up in 4th now.
Yeah, and putting Horror in the hot seat versus S2G. Like I say, Horror moving across from La Cobreria, they can get a pretty early rotate over. They may have to contend with Vitality in the near future, though, and that is a terrifying prospect. But for Godlike, actually, I don't mind what they're going for. If they swung back in towards Impala and tried to finish off Hustler Crew, I mean, it's cheeky, but it does work. And it would be a way to guarantee some elimination points. I mean, like you say, Hustler Crew, since those finals, the first 2 days of finals of Western Europe, we just have not really seen anything else from this team.
I mean, I'm just slightly perplexed as to why Godlike did leave right in the middle of the circle and go to Los Leones, given where the circle did pop. Because if you remember, they dropped next to S2G. So it is a big flex out. It's looting time, I guess, down in Los Leones, and that's where they want to go. That's where they are going to earn a point for it. You said you didn't mind if they were going to flex back to Impala. I feel like they could have committed to Impala potentially, but no. And now Los Leones looting. Up on the northern side, Horror are making their way in past water treatment.
Well, for Godlike, they've already cleared out one player from Hustler Crew. They know the team they're going up against as well, so honestly, they could just swing back over towards the eastern coast, know that they might run back into Hustler Crew at some point in the future, feel fairly confident about winning that fight versus them, which is an extra 3 points in their bag, but also more space on the map. Tiamba getting very, very close to Dopeness here. This could be the end for one. Tiamba on top right now. Matika underneath. Speaker on his way.
Spot one. QZ with the shots, but not quite connecting there. That high ground is available. He's got the Mini 14 as well. Tiamba, with the chicken dinner that they were able to find in the match just previous, are now a lot safer ahead of that bubble. Currently 13 points ahead of 13th place. And for multiple teams to be able to jump that gap, it's going to take something quite big to make that one happen. So for Tiamba, I think they certainly are going to want to play this one slow.
Terrible spot to play with right now. Eagle, oh, it's just too easy. Couple of shots could ring out. The M249 tears through Matika. For Tiamba, any extra points is nice, but already two of our teams at risk of going home right now have lost one player. We always say how hard Miramar gets when you lose players in those first 10 minutes of the game. A lot of times you can't take the same angles you wanted before. For Dopeness, they're sat out in the open. Even though going against Godlike, they lose one. A piece, really.
Nobody is close enough to really go for this fight. Both teams now are going to have to send in, and TT Project are pushing in from the southwest side past Los Leones. An immediate response coming through, and Godlike will be first on the scene. That you can get the res here, and it looks like a no commitment from Ida. They're going to give up on that one. They know what is at stake, and another point for Godlike sees them one step closer, and taking a player away from Ida is a great result for them. It's a target team. They can push past very easily.
You know what, dude? I like that we had the camera on S-Power. My guy is smiling. He's having a good time in these games. I mean, for Godlike, they have a great opportunity right now to sit themselves up towards that top 5, go straight towards the finals. I mean, it is quite an awesome turnaround, seeing OG as well as Godlike up there representing. It took 1 year to do as well. It's kind of mind-boggling, honestly, but fair play, fantastic stuff. It has just been clutch after clutch, play after play. I can't respect it enough. Anyway, we are moving down towards the south side. Ida, like you say, they just gave up on it in preference of a better spot inside the circle as a 3-man, which is tough. Wolves, they're not out of the woods just yet. They're on 41 points. But with both Dopeness and Hustler Crew going down to 3 players, I think Wolves are a little bit more set than we might expect.
Edge, the most flexible team in terms of trying to get through. Unfortunately for Edge, they have all 4 of their players up on the north side behind Vitality, who, as we know, are really good at this video game and will make it very, very hard for them to push past on the northern edge. Past El Azahar as well, which is a difficult area to navigate around. They might have to send through the town if they don't want to go straight past Vitality on that northern side. So a difficult approach for Edge to try and survive in this tournament, Black, to get out of that zone where you get your key crushed at the end of the day. 7-2-1 trying to play center, and S2G can't quite keep them at bay. With more than a knock, not just yet. They haven't managed to get rid of them.
S2G suit and boot here. They've got a lot of supplies to work with, already opening up over towards GS now. Some good damage in. Malik will go down the back lines. Lost adds a point to the tally here.
7-2-1.
GS is crumbling.
Really providing too much resistance here. Kamikaze stepping forwards and S2G now drawing level. And remember, they lose that tiebreaker due to lack of chicken dinner, but they bring the firepower instead. They'll get another point to add to the tally, and they are now in the top 5 for the time being. Horror needing to try and catch up in the meantime. S2G want to add even more of a buffer. They have the potential here to jump up all the way to second with a clean fight.
More utils sent out. Solke spots the jump out, takes a little bit of damage, but there's 2 players now to contend against, but the smoke is making it difficult. Solke opts to pull the pin. Molotov over the top. He might just cook this one. Go for the airburst around the side. It's good. Great damage. Can't quite get his shoulder around the corner, though.
Third party descends on the fight. Dopeness out of nowhere to backstop this, and they want to get really stuck in. They want to try and extract value from these fights. They've already got an elimination on side, and they are on 3 players. It's a bit of a do or die play, but I feel like if you're going to make one, now is the time to do it. Right in the middle, right in the truck stop. Try and survive as long as you can. And 3 players across the way makes S2G a little bit more timorous here. I think rightly so.
For S2G, though, the points are coming to them. These are teams that are not playing up to scratch right now. For GS, they fell fairly quickly up against S2G, who have been showing a very different style of gunpowder than they have in the past. Like I said before, it feels like finally S2G have found their footing now. Looked decent at points yesterday. Were able to swing back into the driving seat. Comes down to the smoke, quick loop. Get some more of that utility online. They're not taking any chances either, John.
Absolutely not. Can't afford to. The circle did center up on truck stop as well, so if S2G can clear things out here in the next minute or 2, it could get better for them, or it could get much worse, because EDA have now stepped 2 behind. They've scouted it out. They know there's a team here now, and they're looking to move the rest of them in to play. And S2G just can't catch a break, trying to clear this one out, clear the last player from 7-2-1 GS. And they will make it harder and harder. Meanwhile, the hills to the west are going to start to get occupied. Tiamba moving in to try and get some oversight on it. Try and make an impact.
This is a bit more of a spread than we used to from Tiamba as well. They're looking for more and more value on the map. They must feel a lot more comfortable coming into this game with 48 points. Will be hard to overlap that. Definitely doable, but will take quite a few things to line up, if I'm quite honest. But once again, it's S2G here looking for Miramar miracles.
Right in the middle of the map. Alpha 7 and Horror towards El Azahar. At the moment, Horror just have such brutal oversight onto Alpha 7's position. You've got Nuts up on the high ground out on the northwest side of El Azahar, and he's kind of the only operative with a chance to shut down an angle for Horror, because right now the rest of them trying to run through the town, trying to get anything done. Meanwhile, over on the east side, TT Project going to try and crash in towards Vitality, and they have opened an opportunity there, taking down one of the players. And remember, 13th place is not comfortable. TT want to jump up higher. They could push the Wolves into that hot seat too. There is so much at stake here.
I mean, for TT Project, to qualify by taking down the #1 squad would be quite an amusing feat. See if they can pull it off. Right now, Vitality do go down to 3 here. They have been playing all cylinders firing this entire time. At some point, they do have to start feeling that lactic acid. But again, it has just been marvelous. But TT Project, that initial pickoff does give them a little bit more space to work with on that northeast side. They can even pick up some of the high ground, start to swing their way through on that ridge. But it does open up to sightlines from Alpha 7, who do now need to move.
Oh, there's so many teams who have been circling this circle for quite a while. Nongshim Red Force have been playing out all the way from the northwest side. They've been in the blue zone for ages, and they're just crashing into a fight potentially with Yangon Galacticos. Godlike as well, disengaged from the Wolves, and they've moved in behind Hustler Crew, who you said they know are diminished in power. And they could try and punch a hole through. With Vinny already down, there is a weakness. There's blood in the water for Godlike to try and strike.
And Godlike movement, it's almost poetic how it's all happening as we expected it to. Vinny goes down to Manya. And again, perfect plans laid in motion by Godlike, now being executed on them. The blueprint being followed to a T.
Beautiful stuff, but they still have to keep going a little bit more pacey. Yangon Galacticos reinforcing the south side against this Godlike push. Sure, Hustler Crew kind of not able to do too much here, but in this compound, Yangon Galacticos have a much stronger foothold. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force looking to try and change the tune towards TT Project up on that northern side, a little bit closer to that fight. Tiamba looking to take on E-Arena, who as well are in danger. All of our linchpin teams on the tables blank are going hell for leather into the fight.
S-Power finding another over towards Hustler Crew, leaving them with just 1 player left alive. Jameson will have to try and make this one work, but he is stuck between most of the players from Godlike, and they are not going to give him an inch. E-Arena over towards Tiamba, very, very important fight for them. E-Arena also, despite what was an insane start to their day on day 1, they have dropped down to 4th, and Hustler Crew will be the first team to leave us from Group B.
No longer will they be here in Paris. They have been rebuffed. The rest of the lobby did not allow them access. Godlike, the ones to deal the final blow to them, and they want to try and earn those points even further, get higher and away from that bubble position. In Group A, we saw the bubble being 88 points, but now it is going to go even further beyond. Etch making a mad dash in, and this could be another team joining Hustler Crew on the northeast side. They crash, and they crash into Horror. Ida taking a chunk out of them, and it is just 1 player left now for Edge to try and cross the boundary.
For Edge, I don't know what the move was. I don't know what the play was either. We've been out in the blue for the longest time, still trying to find a way in. They played this game a little bit too slow, in my opinion, leaving them only with speed remaining. For TT Project, they honestly do not need to do a lot here to stay ahead. It will require one hell of a game here for speed to get through in towards survival stage, leaving Dopeness as the last chance.
Wolves taking a lot of damage, trying to roll around the hills, but keeping themselves nice and safe. Tiamba a little bit more at risk, and I think that this may just be a flush if Elementrix can find the right spot to spray down. E-Arena as well, looking to try and get the points earned and confirmed onto their tally to make sure that they're further away, because it is just so volatile. A single place going down, a single player getting lost diminishes your point scoring ability to the point where it could be tournament making or tournament breaking. A spray down from Schweppes, and he's adding it to the tally, but that's stolen away, maybe, from the Wolves.
Wolves would love any more points they can get here, keep them in the running. Now S2G, they moved away from Truck Stop. This is a really fantastic spot on the map to play, honestly, for S2G. Gives them a lot of control. They look down towards some of the low ground on that eastern side and can give them points off the back of it, which they're already looking for now. Getting knocked over towards Vitality. Wolves continue to pump those points there, move further and further away from the bottom 3.
They keep increasing that buffer, but E-Arena not so lucky. They're taking damage. They tried to jump into the fight, but it's not going well. They try to move forwards, and they're playing as two. TT Project taking damage as well. Vitality eliminated. Tiamba are out of the running as well, but they may have done enough. Elementrix moving forwards. E-Arena going down here is a massive change in the tables. S2G, Horror, and Nongshim Red Force all with a bigger opportunity to take one of those top 5 spots. And Joker stands tall. The belt buckle on the floor.
They need to hold on here. Joker moves up, Elementrix moving off the back of the position, but more and more players coming through. This is going to be an incredible clutch if he can make it work, but Joker does go down.
A trade, a Norman turning away, the vehicle going up in smoke, E-Arena in danger, E-Arena right down to the wire. They do manage to pick up a point or two, but on 95 they are far from safe. A sliver of HP, and he swaps the vehicles out. Where can he go though? Where can he call home?
The teams underneath him, they all have better positions inside the circle. E-Arena forced to stop off at a shack here down towards the south side. Only real option they have. I'm more laughing at the fact that TT Project thought that their only way to stay in towards survival stage was to defeat Vitality of all teams. I mean, if it works, I guess.
A little pincer maneuver with Nongshim Red Force, who are one of the chasing teams as well, in 7th place. Moving in, the South Korean roster looking to try and turn on those afterburners. They do have a chance to make it work here. Well, they have TT Project to try and guard out. So many crucial battles happening, spanning the entirety of this leaderboard, Blank. It is so important for about 50% of the lobby as to what happens in the next 3 minutes.
Godlike still keeping it chill down towards the south side. Difficult push for them though. Yangon Galacticos watching over their every move. So how would they want to play this one out? There's still ridge sides to work with. Denying those sight lines, but as we head over towards that northern edge, goodness me, you have the eyes of many teams looking your way. Alpha 7, I think, have done more than enough. However, it would require a gargantuan game to get into top 5, but I think they can be very pleased with their current position on the leaderboards. Wow. Circle centers up, and again, S2G, they just take the right maneuver at the right time. They knew they had the most control over truck stop when it happened, made an executive decision to move over towards this area of the map. Again, this is a winning spot.
And as you say, the decision to leave truck stop itself really is going to play well for them. That northeast side can get rebuffed. That's the arena. That's the arena down, Blank. The last player spotted. Ida, the ones to deal the final blow there, picking up a point for themselves and taking E-Arena down. Now 95 points is a clear target for these teams behind them. And there is a tiebreaker between them and Godlike. There's Ida 1 point behind, 3 points behind for Aura and for S2G. And Nongshim Red Force with a chance to blow that one away as well here with a chunk of points and a big game for the South Koreans. It is just so deadly to be going down at a time like this.
Nongshim Red Force moving up from this compound means they'll have to put themselves in the sightlines of TT Project, but it's Alpha 7 actually waiting on the exit here. TT Project look to make the quick maneuvers. They move out in the convoy. They're taking a ton of damage as they move on in over towards S2G, holding the line.
And Nongshim Red Force chiming in as well. Another knock over towards Zerich, leaving 2 of TT Project alive on their bubble position. Dopeness wanting to stay alive in truck stop and try and surpass it. More damage is pouring on through. Alpha 7 looking to close the trap, and in comes the backup. There's Nongshim Red Force trying to wrap around behind, and the nades are brutal. TT Project on their last legs. Effect the last to stand. Now on a sliver of HP, the nades go long. He's just about able to dodge it, and with an S12K, he's got to open a dream.
Effect staying quiet, hoping that Alpha 7 and Nongshim Red Force fight against one another first. Edge will have to move in across the road. The singular player still left alive here. Dopeness being the other problem, also having to leave soon too. Nongshim Red Force taking a little bit of damage, but it's S2G who bear the brunt of the pain. This is on a double split though, so there's 2 reses going off at the same time for S2G. They are so lucky that so many teams on the northern side are all fighting against one another. Gives them a brief opportunity of respite.
And it means that the sightlines for S2G were distracted, not in operation, and that's going to allow a little bit more maneuverability. Those reses have come through, and S2G are back into the fight. Alpha 7 crashing in, trying to take down Nongshim Red Force. There goes Effect. TT Project losing out on the more point-scoring opportunities here, and 36 points is the target for Dopeness, for maybe even Etch. So easy cruising around the sidelines, but Carrillo spots him underneath the vehicle. Looks for the spray to confirm, but doesn't quite get enough damage. The nade over the top finds what they're looking for.
Alpha 7 looking to finish out strong here on the final day of Group. But Hyunbin goes absolutely mental. Puts Alpha 7 in the Hyunbin. Taking out the trash here at the end of the day. Nongshim Red Force, good to speak. Hyunbin's finally down, but Cleo, he is still up, still kicking. Alpha 7 still have life, but finally will leave.
Down they go. Nongshim Red Force down as well. No challenge there. E-Arena drop one spot because Horror flex out to get involved. They're going to get stuck in, pushing E-Arena down. And Horror are the first team to confirm themselves with Vitality because nobody else can pass them.
Goodness me. What an insane fight that was there. Carrillo really hanging on to hope right at the end versus Hyunbin. Horror though, making this cross a massive opportunity versus S2G. They left Kamikaze as the anchor once again towards the center. Godlike watching from a distance. Patience.
And choosing their time to strike, Hamzy goes for face, but Sky rains down hell, and Hamzy hits the deck. A fall could be brutal for S2G's hold on a top 5 spot here. Horror looking to ruin the day. They're in right now, but Ida are across the way. They're a lot safer, and they have got more players alive and ready to take this fight.
Horror, they lose Sleepy, but it's okay. They're awake now, right now, in this game. Looking to put some more points on the cards. It was a difficult push-out for them. They picked the right opportunity, now looking for more. Godlike under pressure from the Wolves as they send over towards their position. They're playing this one slow, cautiously. Marnet, though, will find Sky. Jiggle up on high, though. Drops the nade, could be big, but they scatter.
Horror doing bits against Yangon Galacticos, but in the meantime, the Wolves are burning away on Godlike on the south side. Blank, they are going low, they are going down. Horror with the danger on the roll-up, but there goes the first, and no fear now. Last to stand for Horror, a chance to make it through, but Godlike are down to 1 on the south edge. The Wolves are going to fall, though, and Godlike get the points they need. They're over the line. They have made it to the top 5.
Admino with an insane clutch up versus the Wolves. Godlike hit 98 on an 8 elim game. S2G hanging on by a thread here.
No matter what, it's a Turkish team going in. The question is who? If you go down now, S2G, placements are going to flip this around. It's going to change things, and all for the worse. Not to mention, TT Project just dropped down.
Dopeness make it in those last moments. They played slow from truck stop. They rolled in, they parked up, and they will be going through to the survival stage.
Speed with the opportunity to do one of the funniest things I think we could see. A chance to maybe push Dopeness aside, but the placements are kicking in. Already 2 guaranteed, meaning you need at least 3 points, if not more, to try and close that gap on the overalls. And down go S2G.
Way.
They are out, and the placements are there for Ida. They are 3 points behind, and Speed could be there. Godlike get a 10th elimination as well, and put themselves into the triple digits. They're going for that 4th ride's 107.
They hit the century. Centurions inside the lobby. These guys have been marching towards success between the beginning of the game. Speed moving up. Ida potentially backstabbed here by a player at the bottom of the rankings, preventing their approach into the top 5.
They've done enough though. E-Arena is already going to go down, and there goes Etch. Our bottom 3 are locked on in, and Ida force Arena out of the top 5. Sure, you can break records, but you can't go the distance. You don't make it to the top 5.
Let's see how this game does end up, but we have our top 5 going through to the finals. Vitality, who have been a wealth of life spring here over towards Group B. Godlike with 100 points, hitting the triple digits, the only other team to do it. Horror underneath, S2G and EDA, 2 Turkish teams getting through to the finals in one group. This has been an incredible 2 days, John.
It has been so closely fought. It's been right down to the wire. It's just a matter of shutting this one out. Dopeness making it through by the skin of their teeth to join the survival stage is over the top. A lazy float over will be enough to shut down Mana, and Yangon Galacticos will join that survival stage as well. Now EDA looking to rattle some skulls around the edge as they roll over the top here. Godlike looking to put the hurt down as they ascend.
Speaker low gets the first aid off though. Kenji potentially rezzed up here off in the distance. EDA trying to play around this little bit of terrain. Salmi has a nade, looks to throw it. Goes long, but not long enough.
He's got another one. Wants to go a little bit further maybe, if he's got that read right. The Cook looks pretty good and it tags Lufa. Takes him very, very low. The smokes of Bloom to keeping EDA safe on their angles. There's a nade in response, and Lufa able to do what Salme couldn't and managed to clock that one. Amino was clutch before, but will he be clutch again here? A 1 versus 3 would be necessary, but down go Godlike. They have done enough though, Blank. They have made their way to those grand finals, and EDA looking to join them. Dopeness, are they gonna find it right at the end? A 1-2 punch against EDA. Speaker around the tree with the shotgun goes down, and Rita and Emre look to try and bring it to bear. They find what they're looking for. 3 chicken dinners today, and they make their way to join the top 5.
Taking half the map so far. EDA with a hell of a run here in Group B right at the end. But Vitality was insane. Godlike will join them in the 100 points club. But really, EDA has had a hell of a run.
What a resurgence from Turkey, eh? S2G and EDA both putting pedal to metal when it mattered, and their metal was tested, and they proved themselves worthy of one of those direct spots to the grand finals, joining some of the best teams in the world. We've got to make a couple more spots available though, and that is for our survival stage teams, Blank.
The survival stage will be coming up very shortly. I know they are going to be some amazing matches because we still have some insanely strong teams going through to survival stage. It has been super down to the wire. This was so volatile towards the top. But goodness me, OG Godlike in the finals. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff.
What a glow up from India on the global stage. They have done so much improvement. They have found their feet and they are making waves. Nobody can deny their power now when it comes to PUBG Mobile. They have impressed, they have brought their best, and it is more than enough for us. More than enough for plenty of our players too. Nobody seems to be able to handle it.
Honestly, I thought that we were kind of locked in towards the bottom of the leaderboards as well, but there was a lot of changes going on there towards the end. Dopeness very much having the last little bit of gas in the tank to get them through. A TT project, it is a devastating result though.
Not making it. What can you do? What can you do for such prominent players with such storied history? It is difficult to bring it on through. Etch as well, having a real tough time of it. Speed trying to make the most of that final opportunity, but it just couldn't happen. That mad dash from the northeast ruining their chances. And they got to join Hustler crew, who, to be fair, look pretty devastated themselves.
Yeah, not really able to get anything done during these matches, sadly. But again, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. We are just waiting to get on board with Barney shortly, but this is what everyone's excited to see. A Vitality to come out and crush some keys.
Oh, you can see the names inscribed there. They will be taking a tumble into the crusher fairly soon. We're making sure that that one is done. I feel like, you know, the big storyline over the course of all of this has been, of course, Vitality. And we are going to tune in with them down on the stage. Barney, over to you.
After an absolutely wild final map, watching E-Arena just slowly knock on down, that was absolutely insane. We obviously have our champions of the last 2 days of the group stage. Here in Group B, it is, of course, Team Vitality. Guys, what an impressive 2 days. Federales, let's have a chat, okay? Now, I wanted to ask, with yesterday being so impressive, such a great day for you guys, was today an opportunity to just try some new things and try out some new strats? Like, what was today like for you guys?
Yeah, that's definitely what we do right now today. We try new rotation, we try new gameplay, the way we try to fight more. Yeah, that's it.
That was it. Now, waiting for you guys in the finals next week, we obviously have some pretty heavy hitters, the likes of Four Thrives, Orangutan, Aurora Gaming. What are your thoughts going into next week? Who do you think is going to give you the toughest time?
I think that question is for Axel Zargel. So,
oh, okay.
Untuk tim yang ada di final tentunya kan ada Orangutan, ada juga Four Tribes dan juga tim-tim yang lain sudah lolos dari grup A dan juga grup B. Menurut kamu tim paling susah untuk dilawan di final kira-kira siapa sih? Apakah ada?
Ngomong Indonesia.
Ya.
Sekarang kita masih belum kebayang sih kayak lobby yang ada di final nanti. Cuma pasti bakal lebih keras daripada grup stage ini karena tim-tim yang masuk kan tim-tim yang terbaik kan.
For now, I have no idea because the final stage is not set yet. There's still like another teams that are gonna join them, but it's definitely gonna be harder for us to win because it's definitely gonna be the best of the best. Yeah.
We'll be the best of the best in that lobby. Federales, good dodging for that question. That was good. Right, okay, gentlemen, it's time to do the fun bit, the bit that everyone loves. Let's walk to the crusher. And we've got a little bit of a ways to walk, so while we walk, let's have a quick chat. Federales, I'll continue to chat with you. Dude, earlier on today, while the desk were having a chat, some of the other pro players stopped by, namely Killer Joe from GOAT Team. He said, if they're going to play like this, Vitality may as well just be given the trophy at this point. How does it feel to hear something like that?
it feels good, but I hope we can do it in the finals too, so yeah.
Yeah, of course, you got to do it in the finals, guys. Right, I want you to go around to the back of this crusher. I want you guys to line up for me. So everyone step up onto the step, please. This is the fun bit. Right, now we got to do a little bit of explaining. Let's set the scene here. 3 teams are being eliminated from the entire of PMWC right here, right now by you guys, okay? We've got Hustler Crew. We've got TT Project, and we've got ETSH Esports. Look, this is the nature of the competition, but, you know, is there anything that you would like to say to those eliminated teams before we have to send their keys down?
Me?
Yes, you.
Nice try and better luck next time, I think.
Nice try, better luck next time. Okay. Would you like to press the button and open up the iris of the crusher? 3, 2, 1. Nice and smooth, I like it. Okay, gentlemen, this is how the cookie crumbles. We're gonna pull on this lever and it's gonna crush the remaining keys. Would you like to give it a go? Who would like to do it? In 3, 2, 1, pull it! And there they go. Was that satisfying? Was that good? That was good. Satisfying?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, you gotta stop doing it, man. Come on. It's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. Now we're gonna have to do that obviously again next week. And of course, in the survival stage, plenty of PMWC action to come your way. Congratulations one more time to Team Vitality. What an incredible performance over the last 2 days. But we've got to break down everything we saw today on day 2 of Group B. Let's head back to the studio to do that.
A dominating performance out of Vitality in this past 2 days for Group B. PMWC at EWC 26. This squad was just looking different. You heard it there from Federales as well today. They were just trying different stuff because they didn't really have to try that hard with how they were able to perform in that first day.
No, they weren't. They had nothing to worry about. Nothing whatsoever. I mean, even after 6 matches of all these teams really giving it their all and getting all those points and making some upsets on the leaderboard, which we'll get to later, but there was nothing that anybody could do. They were just far and above beyond. So really nice to see them kind of work on a few other things and try and figure out what they want to do for those finals.
Well, Day 2 was just scrims, really.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. But something that we do need to note, as we were able to note it in the past, for India, step up, baby, because it's time for you to shine. You have 2 teams now in the grand finals and getting a chance to maybe, honestly, with the way they've been performing, to end up finishing in the top 5. They have Orangutan, they have Godlike, and boy, have these teams have performed well for India.
There were so many haters, so many doubters, and you know what? Doubters, I was one of them just a few days ago, but we were proven wrong. Orangutan, Godlike, stepping up and making it right into your grand finals. What a step up for the entire country here. And you know what? After their dominating performance, getting 2nd place in their respective groups, they can do it again. Who knows? Maybe a podium is on the line for India.
And there we have the teams that are already in the finals, gonna be waiting from group stages. Sport Thrives, OG, Aurora Gaming, Team Flash, Enigma Galaxy, Vitality, IDA Esports, Godlike Esports, Aura Esports, and S2G as well, Ace.
I mean, look, speaking of step-ups, IDA Esports, S2G, I mean, IDA getting 3 chicken dinners.
Ooh.
And I mean, this is absolute insanity. The way that they were able to go from, I think it was literally about like 15th, not 15th, I'm going to say
They were
13th.
pretty low. They were pretty low.
They were incredibly low on the leaderboard going in today. And now to have 3 chicken dinners, incredible stuff, especially moving into the finals. They finally found their footing and 108 points from them. This was so unexpected from this team, especially going from yesterday, where they just could not even get themselves any eliminations. And now you see them scouting teams, you see them obliterating teams, you see the way that they were able, especially in a spot, able to take on the likes of S2G and their positioning that they had in one of these zones. Incredible stuff from them.
Absolute Turkish domination today. 3 chicken dinners for Ida, consistent podium finishes from S2G, but we have to say there's one massive upset here on our screen.
Yep.
E-Arena. What happened after that initial record-breaking rondo? 39 points on a stadium finish, and after that, they just disappeared and fell out of the top 5. It's not like you have to be number 1, top 5, and they still couldn't make it. What happened to this team?
Neptura, more than 1/3 of their points in one match, but they ended up crumbling.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad because E-Arena was one of the teams I was really looking forward to seeing, and we just didn't see anything. Yes, we had a massive record-breaking rondo to start off everything, and you're right, they got 1/3 of the points. Well, where did they go? You said what happened? What did they do after that? The answer is nothing, Max. They did nothing.
Unfortunately, really nothing. Nongshim Red Force, I'm very sad. Day 2 didn't do much. They were very passive, not willing to commit to fights. I think Nongshim Red Force felt the pressure, very indecisive, but here we go. 3rd page, ETSH, TT Project, Hustler Crew going straight to the airport, straight to Charles de Gaulle. But Dopeness, that 3rd party chasing down Horror after they were fighting onto Alpha 7. That was literally their lifeline at PMWC. They don't go for that big play. Chances are Dopeness do not make it to the finals, so good to see Japan will make it to that survival stage.
It's pretty dope of them. Sorry.
You did not just say that.
Pretty dope of them. No, but look, this is going to sound crazy, but TT Project, I really think people deserve it, right? Everyone deserves it. They deserve to be here, but I feel like TT Project was showing up in so many ways across the games, and I feel like they sort of deserve to go to that survival round with the way that they were playing. But I mean, sometimes it just takes, you know, we see from E-Arena, sometimes it just takes this one game to absolutely pop off, get that ball rolling and move their way up on that leaderboard. But I mean, Team Dopeness, if they can bring this same, there we go, energy and that exact same composition, they might have a fun time in survival stage.
Yeah, I was looking at the leaderboard there, especially in the top 5, and something that did end up impressing me that we have to make sure we point out was Godlike's eliminations, because there were a lot more eliminations than what Orangutan was able to get, which was one of my biggest feedback for some of that squads, right? You got to be able to match the aggressiveness that the lobby is currently giving some of these teams, and with the way that Godlike was able to perform here, being aggressive, getting those eliminations. It puts them in such a great spot when we end up going to the finals. And for India, I am just happy by the way these teams are performing. The scrims, the international scrims are paying off for these squads, and everything is looking good as we see the qualified teams to survival stage.
Oh, you know what? I am so excited to see both of the Indian teams coming on to the finals, but we're looking at the survival stage here, and that's what we're going to be focusing on until next weekend, right? We're going to be looking at ULF, AGAL, GOAT Team, Furia, E-Arena, Nongshim, Alpha 7. The list goes on, and already I'm seeing some massive players here, Max. That is just going to be insane going in. We're going to have a great 2 days ahead of us.
It's honestly, it's an intense lobby. Every single time, I feel like we end up saying this, Max. This is one of the best lobbies we have seen so far. Going into that survival, that could end up being a grand finals lobby. That's how stacked it is. One surprise that we got a chance to see there from that graphic is Furia and Alpha 7. Alpha 7 was expected because of the way they've been performing, but for Furia, we expected a lot more. Hopefully, they got a chance to see what happened here in Group B, and they can turn it around in survival.
And they need to step up massively. But you know what? Hey, Alpha 7 surviving the group stage. Oh my goodness, what is going on? It happened! It happened! They made it to the next stage here at PMWC, but know that Brazil, we need to see a step up, right? So far, none of the teams of that region have qualified for the finals. It will be very weird to not see any Brazilian representation into the finals, so very excited to see how that's going to go down for them. But you know what? Talking about the group of death, is it Group A? Is it Group B? I think it's the survival stage because, oh my goodness, that is stacked as hell.
It will be. It will be. Well, let's see who was the MVP of this group as we got the top 5 players, and no surprise that we have 3 players of Vitality Raceat coming out on top there with the 30 eliminations. But yes, S-Power, no fear as well, making sure that it wasn't just a full domination from Vitality, Lace.
Yeah, look, what a great catch-up, especially from Godlike there. I mean, this was their sort of day to shine in that certain section. Yeah, no one's catching Vitality, guys, okay? I told you at the start, you're like, Lace, why do you keep harping on about them? This is why! This is why! Do you see the cohesiveness of this team? You see the damage output that they are able to get, and it's not just from one shining star. It's from over half of the roster.
Yeah, look, it's Ray there. It's my boys, Ray, the Ray duo.
Hey, Ray.
Hey, Ray. Is that sticking? Are we keeping that?
Yes,
I kind of like
absolutely.
it.
I like it. Let us know on social media. Use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26.
Hashtag Ray.
And hashtag Ray.
Hey, Ray.
If we end up seeing that, if it actually sticks, that'll be amazing. Before we end it here, what are we looking for? We do, by the way, for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget, we won't be on tomorrow, but we will be on the day after that on Tuesday, which, if I'm correct, if my math serves me right, it will be August 11th is when we'll be back with Survival Stage. Anything that you're looking forward to in Survival?
Nongshim to be number 1.
Oh, that's a hell of a
They're
prediction.
going to win survival stage. I know they will.
Okay, I take that prediction. And for predictions, don't forget to go to the EWC app because you will be able to put in your predictions as well. Let us know how you guys are doing so far because your predictions list have been pretty spot on. What are you looking for, Survival?
Okay, this is not going to be like a spot-on prediction, but this is going to be a prediction that I really want to see, and it's AGAL make it into the finals because I want to segue into the club championship and what they're able to do. Sorry, Falcons, but I want a different club to win, so I hope AGAL can push their way into the finals and get them some more points to carry on flying over the Falcons.
Okay, Vitality isn't looking bad either. I mean, right now, we even got Killer Joe from GOAT Team saying, just give him the trophy. Hold on, slow down. We still got a lot more games here for PMWC at EWC 26. Max, how about you?
I mean, look, Nongshim, Red Force, Furia, they're kind of the obvious ones. I'm going to say Tiamba. I was very disappointed with how they played back in PMMI, right, the Macau Invitational. I was like, okay, this team, I think top 5 is possible. And today, just no aggression, very indecisive. And I was very surprised, especially with a player such as QZZ on the lineup. I was like, what's happening? This team slowed down to an absolute halt. So Tiamba, I would say, is a team that, alongside AGAL that you mentioned here, Lace, I need to see more presence going into that survival stage.
I want to see more presence too. And that could be one team that ends up benefiting of going to survival. Alpha 7 is on that list as well. Teams that have been trying different stuff, but honestly, this was how it was played for group stages. Not no more. Now, when we end up going to survival stage, it is going to be about being in the top 6 if they want to make it to the finals. If you don't end up being in the top 6, your butt is gonna go home, and you're not gonna be able to play for even more prize pool here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been the 7WG, joined by Lace, Maxman, and Neptura. Thank you so much for the amazing fun. Hopefully you guys didn't get a concussion from when I hit you with the chicken leg, but we will see you Tuesday, August 11th for the start of Survival Stage.